1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good evening or morning, wherever you are, or afternoon, or middle of the night. It could be anytime, anywhere. I am Brandon Fogel. You are watching DBN's coverage of the Dixiecon 2025 tournament. This is a tournament that's been around for over 30 years. It's been held annually, the only such tournament that's gone on that long. And we are excited, thrilled, and fascinated to bring you coverage of this event, which is one of the biggest on the tour this year. 18 boards they got over 3 rounds. I am joined today by a host of DBN celebrities, starting with Michalis Kamaritis. Michalis, welcome to the broadcast.
Evening, Brandon. Always a pleasure.
And my alter ego down under, Brandon Austin. Welcome. We don't even spell our names the same way, but they sound the same. So
that's it. We're just like twins, mate.
Yeah, pretty much.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. I can just switch us on the screen, and no one will even notice. And we are both wearing headphones. That's about as far as it goes.
Identical.
Brandon's got enough hair for the two of you as well.
Brandon, this is the first time I think I've been on a broadcast with you. So welcome to Gameday Live. And how are things down in Australia this morning?
Yeah, all right. A little bit chilly coming into our winter, but it's not too bad. And yeah, I'm happy to be inside doing this rather than outside. So yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Also joining us from Australia, the other side of the world, Jamal Placarley. Jamal, welcome.
Good morning. I have dressed like I am outside, even though I am in fact inside.
Do you have the windows open?
No, I just have no heating in my house.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's a nice visual for us, though, the heavy jacket as well. Also joining us from the west coast of the United States is Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome.
Beautiful and sunny in California. Come back, guys. Come back.
We've been there too recently. We can all take a break. All right, let's talk about Dixiecon. You know what? Before we do Dixiecon, why don't we do a quick review of upcoming events so that viewers will know where to go next to play face-to-face or virtual face-to-face. We'll do this again at the end of the broadcast if we remember, but let's definitely do it now. Michalis, I think you have the next virtual event coming up. You want to talk about that?
Yep. So announced as of yesterday, the 2025 Summer Classic, biggest virtual tournament in the summer season, will be taking place from the 1st to the 3rd of August on the VWDC Discord server. I'm going to throw it to Brandon to put the QR code up for that in the corner right now. Look at that. He's on the ball. Yeah. Anyone come along, you can play as many or as few rounds as you want. We've got 7 rounds and then a top board. The 7 rounds are all time zones. So hopefully wherever you are, Australia, Europe, Asia, America, there'll be at least 2 rounds in a good time zone and at least 2 more that are in a decent enough one that you can get your 3 rounds in. And yeah, it's been a huge tournament. We love to have new players there. It's always fun to run and really looking forward to it.
And so that's one of the 2 major virtual tournaments held on the VWDC server, correct?
Yep.
And so the other one, which is considered the bigger one, is the Virtual Diplomacy Championship held in either December or January. So that's a long time away. If you want to play virtual tournament play, come on over to the Summer Classic. We do have some face-to-face tournaments coming up of note that we want to talk about or hear about. Brandon, you want to tell us what's coming up in Australia?
Yeah, we have the Sydney Cup being hosted by Jason Gray and Darcy Morris. That'll be coming up towards the end of June, and I am 99% sure they will be very, very keen to have that covered as well. So it'll be a lot of fun, and we're expecting a lot of new players there too, which will be great.
That one's going to be the 21st to the 22nd of June. It's actually the first tournament in Sydney that I can remember. So we're talking 20 years or so since there's been a tournament in Sydney, which is wonderful to see it back. And I mean, I think we might hit 4 or 5 boards for that, which is going to be phenomenal for a first crack for the Sydney hobby. So yeah, diplomacy in Australia is really continuing on its upward trajectory. We're excited for this one.
Yeah, you all are doing fantastic work down there. I mean, it just feels like the hobby is exploding in Australia, and we look forward to covering that here on DBN. I've already been in touch with Jason about getting that covered, so we look for that somewhere, somehow. Whether it's covered from outside of the continent or on the continent remains to be seen, determined. Adam, do you want to tell us about a DBN event that's coming up?
DBN event. Oh, you want me to talk about the Brawl, or you want me to talk about the upcoming North American stuff?
Why don't you talk about the North American stuff? I'll take the Brawl.
Okay. Yeah, so there's 2 tournaments that I know of that are coming up this summer in North America. 2 really great events. I'm particularly excited for the Armada tournament regatta, which is being held in the Denver area the weekend of July 26th to 28th. This is just a classic North American tournament. Hosted World Dipcon many years ago in 2004, kind of fell off the map for a while. And then in the past few years, Manus Hand and Emmett Wainwright and the other folks in the Denver area have brought it back. They have a huge local club. They have weekly games, and they're just, super active with the locals. A lot of travelers going out there, so that should be a really exciting tournament. And then just a couple weeks later, for folks on the East Coast or who want to travel to Boston, Alex Maslow runs the Boston Massacre, which is another long-running tournament out there. Generally a smaller, very casual event, really welcoming to players of all levels. Played there last year, had a wonderful time. So really recommend people checking that one out too.
And here, let me put up the QR code for the NADF server, which is the North American Diplomacy Federation Discord server. And that is where you can go to find out about upcoming face-to-face tournaments in North America, talk to other players who play on that circuit, and, have a good time. To finish the upcoming face-to-face events, I will point out that in early October, the North American Championship is going to be held here in Chicago at Weaselmoot. And please go to moot.windycityweasels.org to find out more about that, or go to the NADF server. You can also find out more about that. We're looking forward to a nice crowd and a good event in advance of us hosting the World Championship in 2 years. Very much looking forward to that. All right, last but not least, here on DBN, we have a big charity event. This is the 3rd iteration of what we call our Broadcaster Brawl. And this is where the viewers get to turn the tables and critique the critics. And we have a whole new lineup. I'm going to show off the page here. Let me scroll up a little bit if I can figure out how. These are the brawlers. We have a couple of very recognizable faces who are on the broadcast with us today. I'll just read them out in order. We've got Andrew Goff playing for the Anti-Slavery International Foundation, Brandon Austin playing for Carinya House, Jamal Blakarli playing for Wire, Karthik Kanath playing for the ACLU. And if we scroll up a little bit, we've got Katie Gray playing for Safe House, Siobhan Nolan playing for Home Base, and Zoe Cameron playing for the Asylum Seeker Resource Center. So this is a charity event. If you go to this page, you know what? I need to put this on the front page of DiploBN. I will put this in the show notes, a link to this, so that you can go and donate to the shared pool, which is almost at $2,000 already. 2 years ago, we raised over $6,000. And the money gets split among all 7 of these charities. The winner of the Broadcaster Brawl will get a double share for their charity. It's a great event, and we hope that we can raise a lot of money this year and also just have a nice event. Brandon and Jamal, you guys are both getting ready to play in this game. Is there anything you want to say or any markers in the sand you want to lay down, I'll open the floor to you right now.
I mean, like there's a lot of good causes there, so hopefully we get a lot of donations, and yeah, we're able to help out everyone. So
Jamal?
Yeah, I mean, like it's just a board full of Care Bears, so I suspect we're all going to stand around in a circle and hug for about 3 hours while people tell us how great we are, and there's going to be absolutely no conflict whatsoever.
Now, it hasn't escaped notice that 4 of the 7 are from Australia. Do you guys
and Cartho is honorary Australian, remember? So actually, it's Team Australia versus Team NADF presidents.
Current and former. All right, good. Well, please. So also, viewers, you have the chance to seed the players. So the seeding going in for the Paris method is undetermined until you, the viewers, vote on who should go where, and you can use any rubric or logic that you want to, but you have to vote. You can also enter a raffle to be a guest commentator on air during the game. So please head over to the NADF server. That would be, let me put that back up. That's probably the easiest way to do it right now. Head over to the NADF server, and in the announcements channel there is a link to the webpage or to the donation or for the form, the Google form to fill out to enter the raffle and see the players. All right. That is all about upcoming events. Let's turn to the event of the hour, which is Dixiecon. This is, I think, the 36th or 37th iteration of Dixiecon, and it's sort of the grand old tournament now. It's been around forever. It's run by David Hood, who is our very own Walter Cronkite, our newscaster. He hosts the monthly news program Deadline, and he is not only just one of the hobby elders, but also one of the best people on the tour. I think everyone who's gotten to know him has found him to be just a really, really wonderful person to talk to. So some of us here have been to Dixiecon before. McCallus and I and Adam are the 3 who've been. McCallus and I have both won it before. McCallus won it while it was DipCon a couple of years ago. So let's hear some thoughts about what it's like to play DipCon, at Dixiecon. So Adam, let's start with you.
Yeah, I mean, Dixiecon was one of the first tournaments I ever went to back in 2002 was my first time there when I was very new to the tournament circuit. And I've been there a few other times over the years, and it remains, I think unique among tournaments in that while many people attend the tournament to play in the main event for diplomacy, actually a lot of people attend just to play other board games and to hang out and be social, and that's very different from other tournaments. The other tournaments, often there's other games played, but it's usually between the rounds by people who are there predominantly to play diplomacy. But there's always like just this great energy there, both from the diplomacy players, but from the other gamers, just playing other board games, hanging out, enjoying themselves. So that's one of the unique features of it. The diplomacy there is always really high caliber. There's a lot of players from the East Coast, the DC area, the North Carolina area, who don't really travel to other events, but always show up at Dixiecon. And many of them are really, really strong players, have their own style that's kind of different than the ongoing meta in the game. And so it really mixes things up and makes for some really fun and interesting times.
And McCallus, how about you?
Yeah, but obviously I've got very fond memories. It was the first tournament I ever won. But beyond that, as Adam said, the background of gaming that's going on at the same time, you can, as soon as your diplomacy game ends, you can just hop into another board game. And the way David runs it with the Iron Man competition, all of the other board games have their own little competition. So people will go along just to play in that. And at the end of the day, they'll win the Dixiecon Iron Man of board gaming as well. And again, you can jump in, play as many or as few as you like. They're sort of ranked by complexity. It's just an incredible social atmosphere. People tend not to like just break off and go with their own groups, because as soon as your game ends, you just go join a game with some people, and you'll probably have never met them before, and you'll play a game and it'll be great. And yeah, it was really, really cool event. Had an amazing time there. And David is, of course, a wonderful host as well.
Yeah, it really is the only tournament I can think of that has a large number of people who go not to play diplomacy. They go for Dixiecon. It's not part of another gaming tournament or anything. They come for Dixiecon, but to not play diplomacy. A lot of them get roped into playing in order to fill out a board. But they don't. A lot of people just go there to play other games and to see each other. People they haven't, this is the only time they might see them over the course of the year. Let's talk about the scoring system because it is unique at Dixie and it can be controversial, sort of culturally now. So let's describe the scoring system, and then we'll give Jamal and Brandon a chance to weigh in on how they think it might affect gameplay. So McCullis, you're up on these things. Would you like to describe the scoring system for us?
In a word, I'd say excellent. I think that it's an incredible scoring system because it helped me win. Beyond that, it's draw sized with center based as the tie break, basically. So a three-way draw is always better than a four-way draw. A four-way draw is a pretty poor result at Dixie. Two-way draws, solos, those are the things that probably didn't win you the tournament. And you get 4 points, I believe it is, per supply center on top of the big draw size component. So centers do matter, but draw size matters more.
Yeah, centers do matter as tiebreakers, like you said. There is an unusual component to the system that most people don't consider because it doesn't usually affect the winner. But players who get eliminated usually will always score points, and they will score more points if they've managed to stave off elimination until after other people. So there's a sort of rank-based component for eliminated players. One of the unique things about this system is that it allows people to vote themselves out of a draw. And what that means is that when a draw vote is considered, it's not just whether to end the game or not, it's whether to end the game with a specific arrangement of powers considered to be in the draw. And the other power is considered to be eliminated, though they still have centers and they still get points for the centers. And as we'll see, that actually is a dynamic that matters quite a bit for some of the games. There's some surprising results, people who agree to have themselves out of a draw despite still having what we would consider a viable position. And I will add one thing to that one of the unique things about that scoring system, or one of the surprising things for me, was that mechanic really changed the game quite a lot. It gave you something very significant to negotiate about with other people over the course of the game. And as the game is all about negotiation, that just added a new element to it that was more interesting than I expected it to be.
And I think it's one of those things that those who make it through this broadcast will see will frequently befuddle the commentators with some very strange results that sometimes come out of these things, because we're not privy to those negotiations and the specifics of the relationships that happen over the board. We can only speculate based on the moves that we see, and sometimes they don't tell anything close to the full story. So that will be it's always exciting to see how games end in unexpected ways, I'll say.
All right, so Brandon and Jamal, you've just heard us blather on quite a bit about the history of Dixie, the social aspect of it, and then the scoring system. Well, starting with you, Jamal, do you guys have any thoughts about what your expectations might be, or what you would be interested in about the tournament, given what we've said? Jamal, we'll start with you.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think the scoring system is a scoring system that exists, and you are legally allowed to choose it as your scoring system for a tournament. It's about as old as the tournament organizers, so I think that makes sense. But no, look, I think on a more serious note, I think probably I think I've covered a Dixie before, and I think one of the things that I notice is that you get a bit of that split in the pack between the players who are there to win it and the players who are there to just have fun and play other games. Because the players who are there to just fill out a board or just be there for the social aspect, they just care a little bit less about making sure they're in a draw or getting that extra center. And so I think you end up kind of splitting the pack along a few lines of those who are there to try and win Dixie, and those who are there for other reasons, which I think is, it's great to give both of those groups an opportunity to participate and be part of the game, but also still have their separate goals. But I'm very interested to see how that plays out in terms of who's willing to take draws, or who's really, really wants to fight to be part of a draw on two centers, and they're not going to give that up, versus people who are willing to say, yeah, you know what, this position is strategically cracked. I'm not going to wait and play this out for 3 more hours. Let's just end it here.
And Brandon, over to you.
Yeah, like obviously it's a fairly different format to what I'm used to, but I am interested by it, and the appeal of not having to drag out a game if you're down on 2 or 3 centers and someone's gonna pop you soon. You may as well just get to the pub sooner, right? So like it does sound appealing, seeing how that plays out, and I'm pretty interested to see the games.
All right, with that, let's dive in. As I mentioned before, we have quite a lot of games to cover. There are 18 for this tournament, and we are going to at least touch on every single one. There are 6 per round. We're going to cover 4 in each round in a review format, and then 2 in each round in our standard longer format. We have a complicated schedule that I've worked out behind the scenes about who's going to be on when and who's reviewing what game. And according to that schedule, which I am now referring to, thankfully, is we are going to have McCallus and Brandon on stage first. So that means that Jamal and Adam get a quick break. We'll see. Don't go very far. We'll see both of you very soon. Yep, Adam?
Yeah, I was just going to say, noting Patrick's comment here that I think we weren't aware of, is that there's a drop round. So I think that's important when we think about the scoring and how things turn out.
Yeah, we didn't mention that. So there's 3 rounds. The best 2 scores count. If somebody had played 2 boards in one round, that would also, they could count both scores potentially. But nobody did that as far as I can tell. So that's not a worry.
Should probably also mention that the first 2 of those rounds are unlimited. The third round is not unlimited because obviously people might have flights and stuff. For me, when I won it, it meant I went in with a clear strategy of a banker score in the first round, a huge score in the second, and challenge someone to overtake it in that time round.
Yep, it's a good strategy. All right, let's move forward then. Jamal and Adam, we'll see you in a bit. All right, McCallus and Brandon. McCallus, I believe you are first up, telling us about Earl Scruggs, which saw Caden Towelson in Austria, Matt Achtung in England. Apologies, Matt, if I'm not saying your name right. It looks like German, so I'm pronouncing it like a German might. Barbara Zhang in France, James Battle in Germany, Mark Alba in Italy, Jack Craig in Russia, and Turkey seeing Heimchen Vandergriff. All right, let's dive in here, McCallus, and if I can switch over, you can tell us about the game.
All right, so in the interests of brevity and shortness, what I will say is Spring 1901, that's probably the most unfortunate misorder I've seen in quite a long time. It immediately catches your attention. Doesn't look too good for Russia. Yeah, Sevastopol to Bothnia instead of St. Pete to Black Sea instead of Sevastopol. Punished by Turkey getting straight into Black Sea. You can sort of imagine how this game is going to go for Russia. If you look then at Fall 1901, Turkey at least shows them some mercy, but the real story in Fall 1901 is Germany's on 3 builds because they've walked straight to Sweden. England's convoy to Norway. This is already setting up to be a very, very powerful EG right from the off. France, through no fault of their own, is already on the back foot because EG are just in such a good position to cooperate. Russia has had to put the fleet into Romania. This is sort of looking like a question of EG are going to run it, who's going to win in the East? So if you go into 02, not actually too much happening. Looks like everyone is sort of still trying to work out what's happening in the East. France hoping that they could get England into Belgium. Didn't work. England is doing the EG. Germany goes to Heldland, which is a little surprising, but it still looks like it's probably an EG in the West. But the East, yeah. Turkey tries to take Romania. Austria tries to take Bulgaria. Neither succeeds, while Italy convoys back because they're not sure who to trust. I think if you go to Full, we see the first signs that this might well be an AT. So Turkey convoys into Romania, supported by the Austrian now, while Austria puts the 2 armies lining up on Venice, which of course is not quite as good now that Apulia's back there, but it's still a start. While Italy has committed against Turkey, going to the Aegean Sea. So it's still a lot of confusion about what the actual alliance structure is. I think we can then go to 1903. While all this is going on, the West is just steady, slow EG. France is doing a decent job defensively, but it isn't really mattering. Russia is still scrabbling back from that pretty poor start. But now what we see is Austria's pulled back from Italy. Austria's moved all their units around in a little bit of a curious fashion. Italy hasn't really committed to going further against Turkey because they don't trust that Austrian fleet, which is now in Albania for reasons, as Siobhan Nolan would say. But yeah, it's still a bit static, so we can then go to fall 1903. And this is, I think, one of the big moments in this game. Italy turns around. They decide that they've had enough of the sort of static setup that's been going on in the east, and they're going to go into the west. They're going to jump in on this France that's been doing this resolute defensive job, but this will be France's death knell. You can defend against 2, you can't defend against 3. Of course, the question then is this the right move for Italy? So I'll throw this to Brandon. What do you think about this turnaround?
Yeah, Turkey's in a position just to grow. Obviously, Russia's compromised. Maybe Italy should be hanging back and getting a little piece of that, or just at least something from the east before trying to push west, because they're not really going to gain anything moving all their units that way to be able to slap down more builds and actually make a difference around France. So.
Yeah, so what I would really highlight is Turkey supports Italy to a GNC. They cut the Serbia, so it would have actually worked. Italy going west means that there's no potential progress against Turkey. So what's Austria going to do if there's no progress against Turkey? I think, as you kind of said, Austria's going to go against Italy. And if Italy's going to upset Austria, I think I'd rather do it by actually taking stuff from them than just walking west and not getting anything. So we'll go into 1904, and the results will be relatively obvious. Austria sends everything west. Turkey comes out to the Med, walks into the wide open remnants of Russia, and EG continues to progress against France, who is now finally collapsing. Go to fall 04. Again, could be signs that Italy's managed to get Turkey on side. They support Turkey into Greece. Of course, they're losing Venice in the process, so despite gaining Marseille, this hasn't been a great year for them. Yes, Austria's got a fleet in Trieste kind of bottlenecking things, and they've lost Warsaw in the gain of Moscow, but it's all coming up Turkey. That's the real takeaway from this point. Austria and Italy are enmeshed, and Turkey is just getting everything their own way. So I think if you go to another build phase, Germany puts down 2 more armies. Turkey puts down 2 fleets. It's now very obvious where Turkey is aiming. And yeah, from here, what we see is EG finishing France off, as France no longer has any sort of defensive position, and AT lining up all the fleets against Italy to finish Italy off. Now, as I said before at the start of the broadcast, 4-way draw is not a good result at Dixie. You want a 3-way draw. So we'll now go back to Brandon again. Who do you think is going to get cut out?
Well, Italy's not looking very good, but France is about to crumble pretty quick. So, what are they left on after this year? They're going to have 2, probably.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm thinking France is gone.
But who else? Let's say that we're getting down to 3 between England, Germany, Austria, Turkey. Who's the one who gets cut out of one of those?
Sorry, which were the 3? Italy, Austria, and... Sorry, my headset cut out. What'd you say?
Who are the... Out of England, Germany, Austria, Turkey, we've got the 4 big powers. Who are the 3 that are going to get into the draw? Assuming...
okay, so 3-way tour.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's not England. I'm going to say the others are going to grab it.
All right. Interesting. Yeah. Germany is in a pretty good position. I can see it. We'll go to 405.
Oops.
Yeah, so England walks into Portugal, walks into Mid-Atlantic, keeps Brest. It's looking much better for England. Now it's Germany that's on the back foot a bit. Loses Warsaw to the AT. Turkey continues to progress. Maybe AT is sticking together. Maybe Germany is the one who's going to find themselves the odd man out. We'll go to the winter. Germany pulls Sweden off the board, so they do trust England a lot. But now AT break. Spring 1906, AT break, and it looks like they break each other at the same time, sort of. So Austria walks into Rum and Bull, whilst Turkey walks into Moscow. Maybe there was some sort of agreement, but not all of it was followed through on. So this is players trying to make sure that they are the ones in the three-way draw. And it looks like both Austria and Turkey are sort of realizing that only one of them's going to get into it. We go to Fall of 06. Turkey gets the moves. Turkey gets Romania back, gets Warsaw as well, and it's now looking pretty bad for Austria. This will be, no spoilers, this is the end of the game. They draw in Spring 07. Austria votes themselves out of the draw, realizing that writing is on the wall. Great tactical term from Heimchen in Turkey there, who really made sure that he got on the draw and that Caden did not.
All right. Congratulations to Matt Achtung, James Battle, and Heimchen Vandergriff for surviving in the draw. And you can see in the scores how much of a difference that makes. Austria being in or out of the draw with just one center less than England has 100 points less out of, almost 3 times less. So this is where the draw size legend comes from or label for Dixie comes from. All right, let's have a final thought on this game. Brandon, you were the observer. What stands out to you about this game?
Yeah, well, definitely the draw dynamic is just one that my brain isn't computing yet, seeing how that works. But I'm liking it. It's intriguing. I remember, I think I had a game with Heimchen in WDC this year, and they were Turkey as well, and they played it very well. They knew when to push and when to swap and when to hold. And I liked seeing their gameplay here. I think not just going full against Russia when Russia misordered at the beginning was sort of beneficial. Keep them on side for a little bit, wait for your moment. But yeah, just a couple of unfortunate plays there. But I think the 3 that got the draw did a very good job.
All right, real quick, because I want to move on. McCallus, was there a 2-way draw here that more creative minds might have figured out? Or was this a good draw to take?
Personally, this round starts at 6 p.m, so you don't want it to be going super, super late. You'll be exhausted for the next round. I'd have taken this draw. As I said before, you want the banker draw in the first round. What I might have done is drawn it out maybe 1 or 2 more years and just got some more centers, because I think pretty much all of the powers that are in this draw, you look at England can take Spain, Germany can probably take Marseille, maybe Vienna, Turkey can definitely take Bulgaria and maybe Serbia. There are some more dots there that may well matter come the final standings. So that to me is, I think, what I would have done. I don't think I'd have dragged this out for 6-7 years to try and make some sort of 2-way draw.
All right, that is the button on game 1B. And now we are going to give Brandon a break. Brandon, we'll see you in a bit.
Gotcha.
And we're going to bring Jamal Blakarli onto the screen with us. Jamal, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, and you are going to tell us about game 1D, named after Emmylou Harris. The first game is named after Earl Scruggs. I neglected to say that, but these are all North Carolina musicians, musical artists. And here we see the lineup for 1D, named after Emmylou Harris. In Austria, we have DBN's own Ed Sullivan. England, we have Robert Muller. France, Eddie Bresson, the legend. And in Germany, we have Ben Kelman, also DBN's own. Italy is Riley Bucco. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that name correctly. Russia, Brian Ekton. Brian Ekton is a kind of legend of an older segment of the hobby. If you've ever played with him, you would not forget it. McCallus, did you ever play with Brian?
Oh, I played with Brian the year I was at Dixie, yes. And I've played with him many times in a certain Gumbo League, which has always been an experience with a capital E. Yeah,
Brian, we'll have, I think, probably cause to describe Brian's play at some point during this game, but it is unforgettable. I think it's definitely one word for it. And he's from Brian is from my hometown outside of Washington, D.C. We're both from the Maryland suburbs of Washington, D.C. So hometown favorite in my opinion. All right, in Turkey is Katie Ben, who has been active recently, was active previously on the virtual face-to-face scene and is now sort of once again rejoining after some work stuff. And welcome back, Katie. All right, let's dive in here. Jamal, you're going to tell us how this game goes.
For sure. Now, I'm going to start by giving this game a title. And McCallus, do you know that Chumbawamba song, I get knocked down, but I get up again? Yeah, Thump Stompin' or something is the title of that song. That's the title of this board for me. So what we have is we have a pretty standard opening. Armenian fist bump is the only thing of note. We can skip past spring 1901 here. And so the opening's pretty normal. Nothing crazy going on. If we go to fall of 01, what we'll see is, again, everything's pretty standard, but there are two key bounces. Romania is bounced by Turkey, and Belgium is bounced by England and France. And this is kind of setting the tone for a little bit of the fight that's going to happen here. It's not too crazy. It's like, okay, we're having a bit of fisticuffs at the start of the game. But if we go through to 1902, you'll see pretty quickly that a couple of powers really start to be in trouble pretty quickly. So England over here is, I think North Sea has misordered a support into English Channel, although it's cut anyway, so whatever. But France has helped Germany into Belgium whilst also coming north. So England is now suddenly looking a little hairy. And at the same time, Turkey's lost Bulgaria. Sev's gone to Romania with the fleet, which is okay in this scenario, but you're already on the back foot as Turkey here. You're already sitting here just a little bit not so great. And if you go to fall, you'll actually see that these attacks continue. So yes, Turkey gets back into Bulgaria, but it's with a fleet, which is not amazing. They've got no northern fleet position to do anything against Russia here. They're up against an AI. And on the other side of the board, England is valiantly defending, but you're on the wrong side of the alliances really at this point in the game. It's 1902, and you're on the wrong side of the alliances. You have a pretty strong FG and you have a pretty strong AI. Brian is kind of playing the middle ground on both sides, but either way he's still in it. So let's roll forward just a little bit here to go into 1903 because things get a whole lot worse. Spring 1903, France makes it into the Channel. England does get into Denmark, but, for what worth, you're kind of now really on the ropes here. And Turkey, whilst able to rotate those fleets out against Italy, who's now deciding to just kind of hold on for a second, has had to give up Black Sea to Russia, which is not what you want to be doing. And fall 1903, England is now really getting hammered. Irish Sea, English Channel, this is just there and in your face. But the cavalry is on its way because Italy has now gone Piedmont and Gulf of Leon, which is now suddenly just a little bit of a breath of life. And this is a really key turn for both of our, I'm going to call them the heroes of this game, England and Turkey, who have been under the hammer all game. And suddenly everyone decides they just have a different fight they want to pick. That they think they've got the job done and they just have a different fight they want to pick. So Italy's gone after France and Austria has now gone after Russia with the support of Germany. So now we're starting to get a little bit of fisticuffs amongst everyone else on the board because they haven't been able to finish the job on England and Turkey quickly enough. And I mean, I don't know about you, Mikhail. So to me, this feels a little impatient. I mean, what are your thoughts here about everyone else deciding that, hey, it's 1902, we haven't been able to crack Turkey yet, let's just go attack each other instead?
To some degree, I can understand from Austria because Russia, having put the fleet into Romania to look pro-Austrian, it then immediately helped Turkey and turned against Austria, which I will say is classic Brian Ecton. I don't understand this German turn at all. You had a guarantee on Denmark. Not taking it seems very, very dubious in my eyes. You've just had a fleet blown up there. You can now do the same in return. Yes, you may need to bounce Munich from France, but you've got Silesia there, and that would absolutely have been my priority. I think that not getting to rebuild whilst Belgium is hanging in the breeze is not good for Germany, and I would fear for Ben in the midterm from this.
And I think there was a deal that was cut, right? Because Germany did support Denmark to Sweden. I think probably was expecting Skagerrak to tap Norway and expecting Robert to be pretty pissed off at Brian for taking Norway last turn. But yeah, you're right. I think Germany has got the short shrift of it here, trying to cut a deal, hasn't gone through with it. All the while, Eddie's still happy to hit Robert with France. So I don't know why you would necessarily break that alliance here. But let's keep going. Now France is obviously turning back because obviously Riley's come at them. Now, Eddie doesn't actually have anything to worry about. Italy turns all the way back around immediately because they realize they're not going to get anything. But it doesn't matter. Eddie's had to pull out of his attack on England, which is great. And now Robert gets just everything he wants. Robert now gets to go, you guys are attacking me all game, so I'm going to take Norway, and you're going to put me into Sweden, and just gets to really dictate terms a little bit here in the West, which is beautiful for England. Katie is still under the pump. Katie is still having to, block a sneaky attack. And again, Brian here, I think impatience is one of the things I'm reading a lot in this game, because Brian, after being in an alliance with Katie and being able to be in the Black Sea in that alliance, is now trying to stab for Ankara rather than continuing on against the Austrian army in Galicia. So there's just a little bit of impatience to actually get centers and get them now. And it's playing out in the favor of the people who are getting attacked. So let's keep going through to 1904. This is gorgeous. This is chef's kiss. This is Eddie working it out with Robert to convoy a French army to Norway, because why not? That's great. Maybe not so great for Eddie. I think you're pulling that army out of position, and yes, you're taking a dot, but okay, now that's hanging in the wind whenever you're totally dependent on Robert here. Riley decides, hey, you know what? I've actually had enough of not attacking France. I'm going to try attacking France again and see if that works this time. And again, a convoy back out, I think. Bulgaria, I think, is getting convoyed back over to Smyrna again, moving away. I'm not sure if there was a deal that was cut that wasn't actually, there wasn't actually a thing. But yeah, okay, there you go. I guess Smyrna's coming back to protect against Brian now, who's really having a go, trying to have a crack at Ankara. And again, no one can quite agree, right? Serbia and Greece bouncing in Bulgaria. Maybe that's all agreed, but I mean, that's probably Ed stabbing Riley here, because they've taken Venice as well and probably not let them into Bulgaria. And Robert says, thanks, Eddie, for taking the convoy to Norway. You can have St. Petersburg. I'll take Norway back. And we'll probably keep moving here because the alliance structure is staying fairly similar. Except, again, more impatience. Eddie Bassan trying to move back into the Irish Sea now rather than waiting for Italy to back off. I understand you've got Riley turning around again and you think you've secured in that, but it's just, I don't fully understand this desire to just, you want to get the centers right now. And as a result, you've lost St. Petersburg as well as Norway. So actually that's a negative dot stab right there. Moving back into Irish.
Remarkably not retreat into a wide open Moscow.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether Eddie is, tired from the flight or something, or just, has decided to be nice to Brian. But yes, not retreating to a wide open Moscow is a huge deal here. We get Fleet Trieste, which is always lovely from Ed Sullivan. And if we keep going to the next one, suddenly we see Katie in Turkey, who's been on the back foot all game, suddenly start to make some progress. So Brian, after the loss of St. Petersburg and not having anything in Galicia or Silesia, the position's kind of collapsed. So Ed and Ben decide, we're just gonna go and take the Russian centers here. Katie gets to take the Black Sea back, which is wonderful for her. And Eddie, after jumping into the Irish Sea to have to pick another fight with England, is just losing that fight, is just, suddenly lost Irish, lost North Atlantic, got English Channel, but who cares? And Ben Kelman says, well, I'm going to take Burgundy here. So if we keep moving, what we see is essentially this now becomes the firm alliance structure. There's so much tension in this game. Everyone's impatient. Everyone's, knocking down Turkey and England and not really finishing the job and trying to come back. But finally, we actually have an alliance structure that's rolling through. So you can probably skip forward a couple of years through to about 1908 or 1909 here, because this alliance structure doesn't really change. You've now suddenly got your four-way solid alliances with Austria, Turkey, England, Germany. We've finally settled on something. And 1909, this is the turn where, as I think you alluded to last game, Michalis, suddenly a big decision is made. And this is the consequence, I think, of not really finishing the job at the start of the game. Ben Kelman, who has attacked Robert for a lot of the game, suddenly when push comes to shove and it's who's going to get cut out for the three-way alliance, who gets picked? Well, Robert says, I owe you nothing, Ben. You come at me all game, so I'm just going to take Belgium here and make it very, very clear that you are not going to be part of the win. So Ben reads the writing on the wall, and I think next turn we have a draw where it's done. But I don't know. There's a lack of ruthlessness in this game and a bit of impatience that I think I feel like you'd have thoughts on, Michaelis. It's not your style of play for certain.
I mean, I'm impressed that Ed and Katie managed to pull an alliance together, given that Ed in the past described Katie as his nemesis, and there's been a lot of difficulty of those two working together. So that's fun. Good job on burying the hatchet there. Yeah, I think Ben. I question what the draw Ben thought he was going to be in, because he wasn't doing anything in the latter part of that game. And if you're not doing anything, you're the easy one to cut out. There was a lot of chances for him to just take Sweden, get the upper hand in that relationship and go, right, I will be in this draw. Maybe England can be in it as well, but I will definitely be in it, and throw the bone to the east to decide one of them to be cut out. Which is what we saw last time in the game that I did before this, where EG stuck together and Turkey and Austria broke up. Similar alliance structure. So, yeah, I think, as you say, Ben, lack of ruthlessness and draw size scoring. You can't afford to allow yourself to be the one that's in the weakest position, because as soon as it's obvious who the weakest person is, that person will be the one that's eliminated. That's how you get the draw size down to 3, and that's a vital part of this scoring system.
Did Robert draw this game too early?
I don't necessarily think so. I think it's 1910. It's getting late in the evening. I think from a tournament play perspective, a 3-way here when you had so little love at the start of the game. I think that there's a broad kind of tournament setting here where I think I probably take this draw. I'm leading on 10. Let's be done with it.
Yeah, it's 9 years into the game. It's probably 1 or 2 o'clock at night by this point.
3 a.m. going by the comments, which is
that
was roughly when my first round game ended. When I was at Dixie, I think that there's actually more chance of a 2-way in this game than there was in the previous one. I think England Turkey possibly could push one, but I also don't think you want to do that in the first round at Dixie. What I've seen in the past in most Dixies is that if someone gets a solo or a 2-way draw or a massive score in the first round, they are just so targeted, because everyone knows in that scoring system that if they get a 3-way draw as well, you're not overtaking them. So you put your head above the parapet too early if you do that, in my opinion.
And the one final thing I'll say on that game is I think that's a really good example of a game, and I wanted to point out in that one, for all the players who think in 1902, oh shit, I'm being attacked, this is over, this is done. It's never done. Like, England and Turkey were completely the targets in the first few years of that game. And because of everyone else's impatience, because everyone else couldn't do the ruthless thing and finish the job, suddenly they're 2 of the 3 powers back in the draw at the end of the game. So, there's always a way out. So, I think keep looking for that. And this is a great example of that.
Yeah, you can see Katie's chart and her center count line in particular in the graph on the left side of the, she's at 4 in 1906, has, had 1 build prior to that and just been really, really patient, then shoots up to 8, right? So I'm with you, Michaelis. I think there's an argument here that Katie has a lot of room to keep playing, although it needs armies, right, in order to pick up those Austrian centers. And Ed is a wily one to betray, so. All right, let's move on here. That means that Michaelis is going to get a break. Michaelis, we'll see you in a little bit. And we will welcome to the back to the stream, Mr. Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome.
Great to be back.
All right, and you are going to tell us about game 1E, named after James Taylor. And here are the players for that game. Oops, let's get the right. There we go. All right. In Austria, we have Will Andrews out of Fort Eisenhower, Georgia. England, Chris Barfield, who is a longtime face-to-face player, but only face-to-face. I don't think we've seen Chris on any virtual stuff. In France, we have Joseph Bakita. Germany, we have Jeff Ladd, who is a very, very long-time face-to-face player. I played with Jeff in DC at Tempest in 2017. I don't know if he came back for 2018. Might have. Oh, I don't think I did. I played in 16 and 17. But I don't think I've seen Jeff since then. Italy, we have Sophie Lewis out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. Russia, Andy Shiner. And Turkey, Todd Craig, who is related to Jeff Craig, I believe, from one of the previous games. One of them is, I think, parent and the other one is child, but I don't know which is which. Neither do you, Adam, because you're not saying anything. All right, Adam, one thing you do know is how this game went, and you're going to tell us about it right now.
Yeah, and I think just to give a little foreshadowing, we'll call this a funny thing happened at 3 or 4 a.m. So, yeah, so start of the game, I think the notable things are the English unit going into the English Channel, and the Turkish unit going to Armenia while also going to Khan. Could it have been a mistaken fist bump or something like that? We don't know. Galicia is left open, so it opens up an interesting position in both the East and the West. So going into the fall, we see the English unit, the English Channel unit, supports Picardy back to Brest. Odd choice here. Presumably, he was maybe thinking that the French were going to self-bounce in Brest, though. Usually, you would support the fleet back in if that's what you thought was happening, to avoid getting another. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, but to avoid getting the extra build. But anyway, strange choice there for Chris. But they convoy up to Norway from that position. Meanwhile, in the east, you've got the Italians taking 2 with the convoy to Tunis and the army into Trieste and a bounce in Sèvres. So really setting up for some questionable things. Not very clear what the alliance structure will be just by these kind of opening moves. So let's see what the builds look like and if they offer any insight. And indeed, that fleet Liverpool by England does say that this is indeed an English-France fight, which potentially is putting England in a precarious position because they've also got that fleet from Russia in the north. But it does look like it's setting out as an EG. They support the Russians up to Sweden. Meanwhile, everything in France is starting to come up to defend against the EG. In the east, it looks like the Italians are fighting the Austrians with the help of the Turks. And so we have an IT versus EG setting up on this board. And that's really going to be the theme for at least the beginning part of this game and perhaps longer. So let's see where this progresses. As we go into 1903, Germany is off to a really nice start, putting 2 more armies down and able to send most of their units to focus against the Russians, which leaves them actually fairly vulnerable to the French. So that's an interesting choice that's actually going to have some long-term ramifications in this game. Elsewhere, you can continue to see the IT rolling in the east. Jamal, what do you think about Germany's decision to go out after Russia and really kind of pull the punches on the French front here?
I think it's okay, because even though you're losing Belgium or whatever else, you've got a whole bunch of defense there. So, I mean, honestly, as long as you're picking up more than you're losing in this fight, if you can take 2 Russian centers for every kind of lowland center you lose to France, you're still coming up ahead, and you have England as an ally. If you don't have England as an ally, this is horrible. But with England on side, I mean, it's going to be slow, and it gives England kind of the upper hand in the alliance. But you know, I think it's okay for the sake of trying to collapse the Russian position quickly.
I think the question becomes, does England get tired of not having the support they need to take France out and decide to change directions, right? But let's keep an eye on that as we progress into 1904. The Germans take Belgium back with the English help. And so indeed, it's not a problem because England gets their build and gets the extra fleet down into the Irish Sea. Meanwhile, the IT continue to roll, though now it looks like Russia is providing some Janissary help for the IT. They're basically helping Italy. The Turks are putting the Russians into Moscow. The Italians are moving up against Germany with Russian help. So this is really interesting that they've elected to let Russia take this Janissary role rather than trying to finish them off, which is something they could have done basically right here. Interesting choice there. Meanwhile, the English are trying to make progress against the French, and now the Germans are committing some more units to that front while they're about to have to defend the middle against the rest of the East. In 1905, it's really a lot more of the same. You have IT with Russia as a Janissary, pushing it towards the stalemate line in the middle of the board. So Germany, who was off to such a great start, they peaked at 9. They're now at 8. They're going to lose Warsaw this year at a minimum. The English are continuing, trying to push into France, but you have France and Italy holding things up on the other side of the board, really making it impossible for them to get any progress here. Continuing on, really, this structure doesn't change very much. The IT is really the story of this game, but Russia now has built, okay, and they are continuing to be supporting the folks on their side of the board. Though here Germany's making their move to take Warsaw and Moscow, Budapest and Vienna continue to be left Russian while they push Russia into Munich. And so now at this point in the game, now that we're through 1906 and it's probably getting pretty late, the question becomes, what does this draw look like? Certainly Italy and Turkey are thinking it's the two of us. Is somebody in the West going to be involved? Is it going to be a three-way, a four-way, a five-way? Clearly, we want something smaller than that if we can afford it. As we go into 1907, look at that English position. Look at those English fleets, 5 English fleets trying to unsuccessfully take the mid-Atlantic Ocean. I don't know the last time I've seen something like this happen, but that is just remarkable. A 5-on-5 attack to the mid-Atlantic. Meanwhile, on the other side of the board, they kick the English out of St. Petersburg. Russia has earned a home supply center back, and they continue to push on Germany right across the middle. Keep going. And again, they refuse to take the Russian centers in Vienna and Budapest. Turkey was sitting in Serbia in the spring. They walk out. There is really not much tension in this alliance, maybe some miscommunication over who's supposed to get Marseille, but really no aggressive play. There was definitely a very big stab that Turkey could have made right here. It looks like they could have taken at least 3 centers with position to take even more. They elect not to take that in favor of continuing to push the alliance. England still fails to take the mid-Atlantic Ocean. Keep going in 1908. More pushing into Germany, convoying the Turks out of Tunis into Gascony. This is just kind of remarkable play for all that it's worth. Moving into 1909.
Oh, hold on, Russian build
fleet North Coast. So the Janissary play maybe has paid off because now the IT have a fleet on the other side of the board, and they push into 1909, and the game ends. But here is the rub, and you can see it here. This draw is
4-way.
Italy, Russia, Turkey, and France.
Wow.
And that is just remarkable. These are the people who are working together through the game. France was working with the IT, and they managed to get the English player and the German player to vote themselves out. These are funny things that happen at 3 a.m. because you can look at this position and say, why is France in this draw and not England? Why is France in this draw to begin with? Well, France is in this draw because IT wanted them in this draw, right? Why is Russia in the draw? Same reason. Russia could have been kicked out of this draw. But why are England and Germany not forcing the IT to push through? The reason is that it's probably 3 or 4 in the morning and they want to go to bed.
Oops. Sorry, this is what. There we go. Offended.
I have to say, I think, I think Michalis is almost underplaying it. I think if we're talking from a pure score perspective, this is a Turkish solo. I don't see how Turkey doesn't stab for 3 here, and Italy is too drawn out, and Italy can only go back and defend and maybe take Russian centers. They can't touch Turkish centers. So Turkey puts down enough armies, and they're in Gascony. They're way past the line that they need to be. But I think that's only thinking about this game from a pure score perspective. It's very obvious to me, given all of the funny shenanigans, this game was being played for the fun of it, and I think you love to see it. This is what you want to see at tournament diplomacy. Not everyone needs to be in it just to try and get the biggest score possible. Todd has a solo here if he wants it. He clearly doesn't want it, and clearly there are 4 people who are having an amazingly fun, great time because that's what they want to have, and I love to see it.
All right, congratulations to all 4 of these players who made the draw, and also to Turkey for playing. This is not the classic patient Turkey game, but it is still a patient Turkey game, and it is impressive to see somebody extend the tentacles so far and simply refuse to use them. All right, let's move on here. Coming back to our view here, this means that Adam is sticking around. Jamal, you get a break. We'll see you in a little bit, Jamal. And bringing back to the stream, we have Mr. Brandon Austin. Brandon, welcome back.
Howdy.
All right, and that means that you are up, and the game you are going to tell us about, if I can pull it up, is named after Ronnie Millsap, who I will confess I'm not familiar with. Are either of you familiar with Ronnie Millsap?
Negative.
All right. Well, the people that we need to be familiar with on this board are Tim Hubert in Austria, Sabi Ahuja, DBN Zone in England, Patrick Jacobson, a new member of the DBN family in France, Jake Mannix out of Germany, Tom Maynardi in Italy. I should say Jake Mannix is not from Germany. He is playing Germany. Jake is a Bay Area resident who I got. Seattle. Okay, West Coast of the U.S. And I got to know Jake pretty well back in WDC this past April. Really, really good guy. In Italy, we have Tom Maynardi. In Russia, we have Claude Worrell. And in Turkey, we have Hudson Defoe, another fellow Washingtonian along with me. All right, let us dive into this game. And Brandon, tell us about what happens.
All right. Spring 01. First thing I usually look for is black. So I see that is DMZ'd and Enk is going straight to con. So there has to be a bit of trust between Claude and Hudson there. With that as well, I like Patrick's move from Paris to Gascony. Gives him options, like he can still pick up Portugal and Spain with the armies and leave the fleet in Mao. It's patient. He can go north. He can swing around and go south. But yeah, I sort of like those moves. We can go forward to 4. Yeah, we see Mao go straight to Spain south coast. England puts an army in Norway. Germany picks up 3 builds. And we see Turkey takes a little jab at Greece. But yeah, is this a Western triple? Who knows? This could be amazing. Anyway, we carry on to Spring 02. Everything here to me looks pretty standard in the way that it's being pushed. Like Russia had moved down into Galicia to get a little bit of play on Austria, but is having to retreat back to Ukraine. With that as well, we see Tunis being convoyed back to Apulia. France is just pushing into the Med. And everyone's just walking straight to the line. EG and F are very friendly, and it looks like Russia's going to be copping it. Here we see Russia having to disband, well, not having to, but choosing to disband both their units, which I think is going to give them a rebuild as well. That I'm not 100% sure if I would have gone with that, like disbanding St. Pete. Like, what do you think, Adam? Would you have gone with that disband, or
I think
what would you want to be doing here?
I think it probably doesn't matter, right? Because you're disbanding Sweden and St. Pete, so you're going to rebuild anyway, so you can put it back. It's going to go to Moscow if you retreat it, so you can rebuild it there, and now you have some options, keep people a little bit guessing. So I don't mind it in this particular situation in a fall turn. I think what's striking me here is that's of interest is the decision by Austria to attack Russia in the south feudally. But that's really interesting in the case of a Western triple. Usually Austria is working with Italy to hold the line back, or trying to kill Turkey really fast so that you don't have Turkey coming out of the box, which is the inevitable result of these kinds of aggressive WTs.
So, Brandon, we have some in the commentary complaining about your description of the Western triple as amazing. We understand that Australians have an affinity for Western triples that's not shared by North Americans. Do you, or apparently Great Britain, the people from Great Britain, do you have anything you want to say in defense of the Western triple?
Honestly, I'm neither here nor there on it. I just knew some people would love that comment. So I'm here just to get everyone active in the chat. So
all right, fair enough. Take us forward.
Yeah, so like here we continue to see the Western three doing their moves pretty effectively. Russia's just going to fall. Russia and Turkey are working together, but their movements are maybe a little bit weak here. Austria does support Warsaw and move towards Vienna, which is all right. But England vacates North Sea. That's friendly towards Germany as well, and gets the army down into Yorkshire, which eliminates a convoy option. But just in case, I guess they can cover their 3 centers. But I don't think they're really going to have to in this game. Russia building in Sev and moving up to Moscow. It to me sort of feels like a little bit of wasted movement. But they could have done something else with Warsaw and Ukraine and just built in Moscow rather than building in Sev, but maybe it was a bit of a alliance structure thing. They weren't sure what was going on down with Austria and Turkey. Pretty much from this point forward, like we see Austria grabbing Rum with Turkish support. They're going up into Bohemia, sort of moving up towards that line, a little bit locked in the Med, but like that's going to fall at some point. We can probably cycle through here to the next. Austria builds. It's all pretty standard. To be honest, we could probably go forward again into spring. Here we see Germany getting into Bohemia, pushing towards the line. France has Tunis. France is in Piedmont as well. They're really starting to push through. Germany has Germany and England are doing well in the north up against Russia. In Prussia, Livonia, and St. Pete, they're going to get through that eventually. And England bouncing Norway with Yorkshire is always fun. We can probably go forward one more. I think there's a little bit of FG balancing here. Like their alliance structure's been good. I think Picardy going into Belgium is just Patrick saying he wants that extra build. Germany's getting Warsaw here. It's balancing out the three that are working really well together. Here we have Austria going down. Russia's not long for this game.
Fleet Ank is pretty spicy here.
Yeah, for sure. That's it. Like Ukraine and Moscow, Moscow's gone. They can pull down to Sev, but with Fleet Ank and the 2 Turkish armies, they're not really going to be able to do too much. Turkey, like when they took Greece and Bulgaria, I wasn't too sure what their structure was with Austria, but they're holding their own. They seem to be doing good. Belgium wants to bounce Ank in black, but unfortunately that is out of reach. And Belgium would love to get Syria as well, but that is not quite going to happen this game. I think we go forward one more. And yeah, that's game end here.
And we have a 4-way draw here.
Yeah. Adam, would you be taking the 4-way draw here? This was something that I wanted to ask the other analysts.
France, England, Germany, Turkey. I mean, look, this is still Friday night. I mean, if you're one of the Western powers and this is the game you've decided to play, you kind of make your own bet, right? And so, if you're going to play a Western triple, you're really going to stick with your powers. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But you're playing for a 4-way draw, not a 3-way draw in this system. That's just the way it is, right? Because you're not going to get everybody on the other side of the board out. There's going to be probably either Austria or Turkey, and in this case it was Turkey, are going to be in the draw. I mean, Hudson has no reason in heck to vote himself out. I can understand Italy and Austria doing it in this position. The writing is on the wall. They're not going to live through this game if those powers are not going to break up, and it's probably very late. But yeah, I mean, it's the right result for this game. Is it what other things certainly could have happened.
Yeah, like, do you reckon Turkey should have maybe pushed into Austria a little bit sooner, or do you reckon they balanced that out not too bad?
Well, I think it's really about the West, though, right? Somebody in the West has to say, I want this to be a 3-way draw, right? Turkey's going to be in this draw. There's not really anything you can do about that. So it's really about somebody in the West saying, we don't really need Jake here, or we don't really need to be. I mean, I think it's probably either England or Germany that gets it, because Patrick's position in the South is kind of necessary. But it's okay. I mean, this is I mean, it was a solid alliance that they played. They stuck together. They didn't do anything. Nobody did anything funky. So this is definitely a reasonable outcome.
How long do you think it would have taken the Western Triple to grind Turkey out of the game, or do you think that wouldn't that something else might have happened before that?
Yeah. I mean, go ahead, Brandon. Why don't you?
No, that's all right. Like, obviously, with this being a round one game too, that could definitely add to the attitude of people just being happy to get a solid result before really churning through. But like looking at their scores here, they're all getting about 130. That's something that they, maybe just pushed a little bit further for. Like a spring 07 finish seems maybe a touch early. Would have been interesting to see it go that little bit further. But, it's round one. They could have just left it here and had a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Italy comes in or Austria comes and say like, no, I'm not going to vote myself out of the draw, then you're going to grind a couple turns, but and show them that you're doing it. But if you're the Western Triple and you're saying, Hudson, you got to vote yourself out, Hudson saying, no, I'll stay up all night. I'm okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
You guys go ahead and kill me. You guys don't want me in the draw. That's fine. Come kill me. Right.
Yeah.
So
that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and interestingly, that's actually there's an incentive here for Hudson not to attack Austria, which would speed up that the getting to the point of the Western powers having to decide what to do. So if Hudson's fine with a four-way draw, then keeping that decision point, pushing it later and later into the evening is to his advantage. That said, no one in this game seems to be playing for a three-way draw, which is probably what they should be doing if they want to win the tournament. All right, shall we move on then? Congratulations to the 4 players making this draw. That is Sabi Ahuja, Patrick Jacobson, Jake Mannix, and Hudson Defoe. And that brings us to the end of our summaries for the first round. We're now going to cover 2 games in our longer format. And for this, we're going to have McCallus and Brandon. That means, Adam, you get to take a break. We will see you in a little bit. And welcome back to the stream, Mr. McCallus Kamaritis. Welcome back, McCallus.
Hello again.
All right. If you are able to wash the taste of that Western Triple out of your mouth and rejoin us for Nina Simone, the first board. Nina Simone, let's see. All right, here we go. Nina Simone was played by Scott Bacon in Austria, Jason Massbaum in England, David Miller in France. David is a player who has won this tournament twice before. He doesn't play a lot of tournaments, but Dixie is one that he gets to every year. He's also an organizer in the DC area, I think working on trying to get Tempest or something similar revived. Germany, Keith Wurstel is a player, goes by Superstition Online, has been now a frequent presence at face-to-face tournaments, also in virtual competitions, one of the organizers of the Nexus server, I believe, as well. Italy, we have Doc Binder, a former world champ, shows up at lots of tournaments and always makes something interesting happen. Russia, we have John Dargis. And in Turkey, we have Tim Richardson. McCallus, did you meet Tim at one of the Dixies or at Dixie that you went to?
I think I briefly met him. I didn't play any games with him. I will definitely shout out Doc, though. Doc's the guy I got the 2-way draw with that won me Dixie, and Doc came second that year. So great player to play with and a lot of fun. Fantastic.
Tim is a longtime face-to-face player, another Washingtonian. I've met him at a few tournaments. Very congenial player. All right. So you guys do not know what happened on this game. So let's do some finding out, shall we? Here are the Spring 1901 moves. We're going to do this. One of you calls the play-by-play for a year. And McCallus, you're fresh on the back on the stream here, so we'll put you on the odd-numbered years. And then at the end of the year, we'll give the other person a chance to weigh in. If there's something that really you think needs to be pointed out, pop in. Otherwise, let's keep the game moving. So McCallus, tell us what you see here in Spring 1901.
All right, so Spring of 01, we see pretty standard openings from the West. France puts 2 on Belgium, not that unusual. Nothing otherwise sort of jumping out at you. The East, Clearly a bit of a time warp here. We're going back in time. We've got the old-fashioned Turkish opening, and we've got the really old-fashioned Italian opening. 2 armies straight north, straight into Austria. I love it. You don't see this very much anymore, and to be honest, I think you don't see it enough. Interesting to see where Dot goes with this, because you can push up, you can try and take Munich, you can go straight into Austria, you can do a lot of things from this position. The fact that Italy used to do this opening is why Turkey used to do their this opening as well. Like, this is an opening that Turkey can take advantage of Italy doing weird things with.
All right, moving forward.
And Turkey takes advantage of Italy doing weird things. So 2 armies, Greece, Bulgaria. Cool. Great start for Tim. Russia puts the fleet into Romania, which is quite interesting, actually, given that they've gone to Galicia as well. Not too sure you'd want the fleet there in this position. Italy does not get Trieste. They are bounced out. Austria curiously deciding not to put 3 there. Maybe they want to build in Trieste. Maybe we're going to see fleet as their only build. Italy also takes Tunis. France takes Belgium and Portugal. England attempts to bounce Holland and fails. So Jason mass bomb, doing some mass bombing straight from the get-go. And Russia does get Sweden.
All right, Adam. I'm sorry, Brandon. Any thoughts on 1901 overall?
Yeah, like having a look at Turkey getting out of the box straight up is beautiful. Love it. Especially moving their fleet to Con as well. It gives them options in what they want to do, seeing how this turn played out. Yeah, like Mikala said, putting the fleet into Rum is interesting. Like, I guess the only reason I can see them doing that is wanting to build in Sev, but like, yeah, it's, again, it just seems a little bit odd. So hopefully it works out for them. They can always pull it back or possibly blow it up next year. So see how it goes.
All right, let's find out some builds here. Tim in Turkey puts down fleet in Smyrna, and the other build is an army. We do get a fleet in Sevastopol, which maybe is not what we might have thought would happen.
Good call, Brandon. I didn't even consider that might be what Russia's doing.
Wow. Russia also puts down a northern fleet, so lots of fleet action here. And we get fleets elsewhere, of course, from Italy, not surprising. We do get one from David Miller in France, and also one from Keith in Kiel, plus Jason in England. So lots of fleets here, just a few armies. And let's move forward here into spring of 1902. Brandon?
Okay, cool. So yeah, I guess Turkey thought everything was chill with Russia, but apparently it is not. They go for black, but because Turkey has the two builds, I don't think it's too much of an issue. They just cycle their units around like they've done. Looks like France wants a bit of a northern game. Italy's obviously tied up with Austria. Sorry, Doc and Scott are going at it. But he does get that fleet in Albania into Trieste this turn, so awesome. Good for him. We see England losing Norway. I like it when Russia just builds fleets. It's cool. You know, they're going to do funny things with them. So they're into Norway, which is awesome. But, you know, with the English in North and Norway and Skag, we'll see how long that lasts.
Fall of 1902. Oops.
Yeah, that's it. Straight away, looking down at Black Sea, you know, Black Sea gets popped. Not a lot of good things really going on there for Russia. They do manage to hold Romania, but oh, sorry, what's going on there? Oh, yeah, no, they got it. It's cool.
Yeah, it's a 3-on-3 bounce. Black goes in with 3, and Budapest goes in with 3. So it's clever.
Yeah.
It's clever defense by John. You know why John has to play defense is another question, but the defense itself is clever. Yeah,
like you know, I think they could have been in a good position to work with Turkey here, and it doesn't seem like they've got Austria on side. So it's interesting to see what the negotiations would have been like on that side of the board. But here we see France David pushing up on Jason, getting into Channel, supported in, didn't even have to do that, but guarantees it, and he picks up Spain as well. So he nabs a build.
Yeah, I think this year has sort of reflected why the 2 fleets are not generally what you go with as Russia. it was very pro-Austria, but it wasn't great progress against Turkey. Yeah, you're in Black Sea, and then where do you go from there? And so Austria's decided that actually maybe I better side with Turkey, because otherwise Turkey's just going to take Serbia and roll through me anyway. Interesting that Germany's come to Bohemia as well. I love that move. It's my favorite German move. In this case, I think it's probably setting up to work with Italy. Probably not to work with Russia, given they've just dotted them for Sweden, although it's possible Russia was like, hey, if you move to Sweden, I just don't want England to get in. That could all be arranged up there, because Russia was also supporting Germany into North Sea, which Germany did try and do. So that may not be the stab that it first looks like.
Yeah, like obviously with France going north as well, could be a bit of FG, and then Russia just saying, yeah, no worries, all right, I'm losing this battle in the north anyway, go for it. So, yeah.
All right, let's look at some builds here in the fall of 1902, or winter of 1902, if I can show them. We do get another fleet, just rebuild the fleet in the south, in Sevastopol. Michalis, you're not happy about that.
I mean, you're definitely not getting back into Black Sea, so I really don't see the benefit of that one now. Just take the army and be more flexible.
Yeah,
well, he's following the same plays before, leaving Sev vacant. It was all deliberate so he could get that fleet down. But yeah.
All right, elsewhere we get another fleet in Brest, so England declaring their intentions, and Germany with a defensive build in Munich, possibly to follow up that eastern foray into Bohemia. All right, spring of 1903 is not what you want to see happening. Oh, and that's because I have clicked in the wrong place. All right, here. I'm going to change that up and click in the right place.
Brian would never make that mistake.
Never. Spring of 1903. Michalis, back to you.
Right, spring of 1903, those horribly inflexible Russian fleets now get another one blown up in Romania as Austria takes it at the cost of both Trieste and Vienna. You're really trying to make me read quickly at this point, Brandon.
Sorry, that was an accident.
All right, yes. Italy takes Trieste, Germany takes Vienna. So this does look like that ROG triple. Sweden was arranged or agreed, or my bad, it's fine, we can keep working. However it went about, the three of them working together, and I really like that triple. I used to do it a lot in extended deadline. I think it's a very stable one between those three countries. France at the moment is also growing, doing quite well. Gets into Irish Sea and convoys to Wales, which means that Liverpool will fall to them. So good stuff from David as well. And yeah, this is progression everywhere. And the early victims, i.e. England, Austria and Russia, are going to be sort of removed. And it looks like we're then going to see, right, we've got rid of those guys. Now how do we get this down to 3?
Fall of 1903.
Sevastopol falls, so that's both those Russian fleets removed. The one in St. Petersburg has finally got out of St. Petersburg, so great success there. Italy, meanwhile, is not working with Germany. Instead, Italy is working with Austria to take Vienna. Okay, cool. Yeah, Italy doesn't backfill Trieste either, so that's a very curious turn, actually, whilst France comes into the Med. So it looks like this is going to be FG. And it looks like maybe it's going to turn into AIT. Not sure. Maybe Doc's just getting some dots and trying to work out what happens after that later. Germany gets a convoy to Yorkshire.
Brandon?
Yeah, I like David. He's picking up 2, gets London, Liverpool, and goes to Western Med as well. So it's a solid position to slap down a couple of fleets and push east. So.
All right. Pushing into winter of 1903. David now shifts to the south with another fleet in Marseille here and army in Paris. Elsewhere, we get some. Is Army Ankara any surprise to you guys?
I think that Italy was playing for an IT, and that's the build that's pro-IT from Turkey. I don't think Turkey really wants to come into the Med yet, because you don't know how big France might get. If you do it now, you can always do it later. It's Dixie. There's no rush. I think that Doc is going to really regret not taking Trieste as well, though. I think that was a big mistake.
All right, let's push forward into spring of 04. Brandon, down to you.
Yeah, okay. So we see David pushing down into the Med. bouncing in Tunis. I forgot about that Italian fleet in the Adriatic as well, which pretty much has no choice but to try and like support or backfill Ionian. Turkish army gets convoyed up into Sev, and the dismantling of Russia is about to begin with Ukraine and with an army in Ukraine and Sev. It's gonna fall pretty quick, especially with both Russian armies sort of displaced here, with Gal and Moscow. Yeah, pretty much England's gone this year. Eddie falls. Looks like Germany nabs Norway from Russia, which is sort of interesting because I think they can just take it back, possibly, depending on what's going on. Oh no, they have the fleet in North Sea, so it's not too bad. But yeah, Germany gets into Tyrolia as well. So cool.
Fall of 1904.
There we go. Yeah, so we see England losing their last center, and looks like there's a bit of a whoopsie with the fleets, surely, with Russia. Norway walking into St. Pete, North walking into Norway. You know, it's great for Germany. And walking out of Moscow as well, Ukraine just takes that. So it's a big hit. With that, surely that's got to be arranged. What do you think, Michaelis?
Yeah, I think I read this as John is done with this game and wants to go and play Terraforming Mars or something else.
Who wouldn't want to play Terraforming Mars? So, of course.
Interesting that he's still held on to Warsaw, though, right? Like, could have gone fully out.
Yeah.
Here, but,
like, if he really wanted to give it up, like, you know, Sev could have gone to Moscow and Ukraine could have gone to Warsaw. But, yeah.
All right, winter 1904, we get a glut of armies from Keith Wurstel in Germany, +3 all armies, and we get another army from Tim Richardson, and a fleet from Doc Bender. All right, let's push forward here. Spring of 1905. Back to you, McCallus.
So Doc, having ended up with the horribly unfortunate fleet Venice, has managed to reverse that somewhat. Gets the army into Venice, pulls the fleet down to Apulia. France, for their sins, manages to get Tuscany, Piedmont, and Tyrrhenian Sea out of it. So it's not looking great for Doc. Turkey pushes up to Livonia and to Ukraine. They're going to force Germany to hold those fleets in position or to try and take Warsaw themselves. It's quite nice. Yeah, I mean, there's 3 clear big powers on this board already. It's Germany, France, and Turkey. And yes, Doc's on 6, but if there's a 3-way draw, you can already see that Doc's probably not getting into it. If there's no stab between Germany and France, this should be a relatively straightforward go to a finish, but David is a very aggressive player, and maybe David is sensing something bigger is on here.
Fall of 1905.
Fall of 1905. David gets into Tunis, does lose Tyrrhenian Sea, but that's no big deal. Turkey takes Serbia. Turkey takes Warsaw. Germany gains Vienna from Italy, which is, I think, quite important actually for Keith, because if that's something bigger that I suggested would be some sort of 2-way between France and Turkey, and Keith really can't afford to find himself left behind with those 2 growing. So good job getting Vienna. But Turkey is making the bigger progress. Gets Warsaw and Serbia, and Warsaw's a center that Germany really wants to be getting.
But over to you, Brandon. What are your thoughts on 1905?
Yeah, like this is definitely a position where, Keith wants to have Warsaw. Like there's a lot of Turkish armies up there. You know, just seeing that race with France and Turkey and Germany, it's going to be tight. I'm keen to see how this game will draw.
All right, and here in winter 1905, we get army, a couple units from Tim. We do get a fleet from Keith Wurstel, so perhaps that is a you shall not pass to David Miller if he's starting to get any ideas about a bigger score.
Yeah, it's quite a nice fleet, because what that can do is go up to Bothnia to be the unit that holds St. Petersburg, which means Norway is now flexible. Norway can then do something against France if you need to, or if you want to. Gives you sort of options in both directions as a result.
If you're Germany here, do you start thinking about some other arrangement than a 3-way draw?
Two-way draws. Germany is. I don't. Yes, you probably could push Turkey back if you two worked together for years. So maybe you're going to be playing with a lot of fire, because I think France would make a lot of progress in Italy while you make none in the immediate future. But Keith is a very alliance player heavy guy, so maybe he thinks that. I don't know. I don't think that there's really a good opportunity to stab France. I don't think that that is on at all.
All right, let's push forward here into spring of 06. And actually, this is where the game finishes. I have misclicked something and taken off the draw. Let me see if I can at least end the game. I can. I'm going to have to go, when we get a second, input who is in and out of the draw, because... oh, no, it is showing correctly. There we go. This is a three-way draw between France, Germany, and Turkey.
I think that's a pretty reasonable result. I think that, yes, Germany could stab France, but I think that Turkey would roll through so much if those two started fighting. If FG are going to cut out Turkey, you're going to be there all day. There's a barbecue in this round. There's socializing to do. And you're going to have to really play with fire to make sure no one solos out of that arrangement.
Brandon,
sorry, you go.
Is this the right result?
Yeah, again, thinking round one, these are solid results. Looking at some of the other games where, the players that took the draw ended with 130 points, and these guys are chilling on a 160, 170, in an 06 game. And I think Keith just in the chat said they were done by 11 p.m. So they were the first to go to bed. I'd be happy with that. That's fine. Get an early night, let everyone else fight it out, and then be rested for the next day.
Yeah, I forgot this was round one and not round two. Yeah, this is just a great result. You're not going to drag this out until 3, 4 a.m. to try and get a two-way draw. Just bang the big score. Cool. Good job.
Yeah, McCallus, you said that the sort of an optimal strategy for Dixie, for a 3-round Dixie, is a 3-round draw in three-way draw in round one, some bigger score in round two, a two-way draw or a solo, and then just play defense on Sunday morning. Is that right?
Yeah, it's exactly what I went in there intending to do, and obviously it worked for me. And in this case, there's also, before I said you could continue to try and take some more dots, but you also have to think about what dots other people are going to get. So Turkey, they've got Greece right there. What are they going to get? Well, they didn't get Greece, but what is other people going to get while they get Greece? France is probably going to get at least one, maybe two Italian dots. You're then behind France on the tiebreak. So you have to start factoring this in, because this is the calculation I was making when I took the two-way draw with Doc back in 2023 when I won. I was ahead of Doc at the time. The other player was about to vote themselves out. So it wasn't like a 17-17. It was like a 13-9 or something. And I calculated that Doc would get a lot more centers than I would if we continued the game to get more dots, and therefore I took the draw at the first opportunity because it gave me an advantage over Doc. And you've got to look at all these players who are also in the draw as potential rivals, and you have to look at their dots as well as yours.
All right, well, let's give a congratulations to David Miller, Keith Worstel, and Tim Richardson for not just getting a three-way draw, but for doing it in 5 game years, which provides the opportunity to go have a drink at the bar, or play some games with other people, or just get a little more sleep. That does mean that our coverage of that game is at an end, and that means that we're going to bring back Adam and Jamal to the stream. Welcome back, Adam and Jamal. And we're going to give McCallus and Brandon a break. See you guys in a bit. All right. So now the three of us get to keep on going and have a look at the last game in round one, which was contested by these players. And this game is named after Ben Folds. Austria finds Dave Smith. England, Randy Lawrence Hurt, longtime face-to-face player. France, Justin Lohr, who is a new member of the DBN family, who is a player who's just joined about a year ago on the virtual face-to-face scene and made some noise, done well in the VDL, and has also been attending a bunch of face-to-face tournaments and starting to slowly work his way up in that field as well. Germany, Tim Crosby, who has been around for all of the pandemic era, also made some noise, come very close to winning some tournaments. achingly close, in fact, at Weaselmoot last year, as Adam well knows. In Italy, we have Alex Maslow, who is a longtime face-to-face player, hasn't played a whole lot in virtual, but face-to-face players all know Alex. Also the organizer of Boston Massacre, it's worth saying. Russia, we have Kirk Vaughn, and Turkey, we have Karthik Kanath, who is still showing that #1 seed from last year's DBNI qualification race, who has made the trip all the way to, honorary Australian Karthik Kanath has made his way over to Dixie. All right, let's dive in and see some moves. And here they are. Adam, we'll start with you giving us thoughts, giving us the play-by-play on 1901. Oh, you are muted, my friend.
5 years later, since the start of this, you'd think we'd figure this out. So I think the most notable move that we see here is that Venice to Trieste, that straight walk-in. And I think that that will set a lot of the tone depending on what that army in Venice does. Is it there by invitation? Is it there to do something tricksy with tapping Serbia or something else here? Otherwise, we see a lot of normal stuff. England opening up to Yorkshire, nothing in the Channel, bounce in Galicia, bounce in the Black Sea. So I think very interesting and to watch what Italy does, I think. And it's pretty vanilla going straight into Aegean. So it looks like that might have been invited, or at least something that is okay by Dave in Austria. Elsewhere, we see England convoying to Belgium, maybe thinking that they had some support coming, but it does not come. Instead, the French support the Germans in. So France is building 2 from Iberia. Germany is building 3 with that help from France. Russia puts their fleet into Romania, allowing the Turks to move out into the Constantinople. So looks like it's setting up for perhaps an AI versus RT, though, of course, that could change very rapidly. The other intriguing move is this Warsaw to Livonia move. What do you make of that, Jamal?
I mean, it tells me that Kirk, I think, wants to play north, right? So I mean, Sev to Rum is kind of the hedge move where you say, I'm not going to Black Sea, I'm not attacking you, Karthik, but also, it's okay, Dave, it's a fleet, it's not going to hurt you. And actually, Kirk is setting up, I wouldn't be surprised to see a build in Warsaw and St. Petersburg here, and Kirk actually just decide to play a northern game.
All right, let's find out. The answer is St. Petersburg and Sevastopol. So splitting the difference, maybe. All right. And elsewhere, what are the other interesting builds here? We get Tim Crosby dropping the fleet in Kiel. So we'll get to see what. So Tim's keeping everyone on the seat on the edge of their seats about what's going to happen next. Let's find out. Spring of 1902. Down to you, Jamal.
Yeah, so pivotal turn for the West here. Randy and Tim have worked something out. So Randy's heading straight into Skagerrak. Wow. So Kirk has prioritized going into Norway here, but lost Sweden for his troubles. And weirdly prioritized attacking Norway and also gone to Prussia in the same turn. So picking a fight with both England and Germany, who sniff it out and go, well, we're going to pick a fight with you. So take Sweden, go to Skagerrak. But Justin has sensed the momentum shifting in the northerly direction and said, well, how about I take English Channel and Mid-Atlantic? And suddenly I have a move on England that I can potentially do. Looks arranged in Burgundy, so I'm not too concerned about that from that perspective. And IT is rolling. This is a kind of delayed key Lepanto. So Trieste is now going to Serbia, and Serbia is pushing to Bulgaria. And you can do that because you already have a G, and you don't need to worry about kind of taking that this turn. So even though you lose a G and you retreat to Eastern Med, and as suspected, Kirk is just staying out of the fight in the south, just wants to take his shot up north, and I wonder if he's trying to take off a bit. He's bitten off more than he can chew here.
Yeah, I'm surprised by some of the choices here by Kirk, because taking Norway this way is actually a very reasonable thing to do as part of a deal with Germany, right? Where you give Germany Sweden in exchange for, hey, we're going to work together against the English, and I'm going to take it, put the fleet out on Norway, and then I'll be able to support you out to the North Sea, and we'll do that whole thing, right? So seeing that in conjunction with the move to Prussia suggests that that was not, in fact, the arrangement, which makes you wonder why he decided to move this way up in the north and not just try to take it from St. Petersburg with recognition that the unit might get cut. So I'd be interested to see what he now does with that army in Prussia. And it
Jamal,
just
tell
goes
us.
to yeah.
What he does with the army in Prussia is move it to Silesia, of course, because Berlin's blocked up, and so you maybe you're playing Dipsy Doodle second guessing here. But he does get a good break by England stabbing for Denmark, which is again a really interesting choice by Randy, given that you've got Justin in the English Channel and now coming through the Irish Sea, to say, instead of maybe pulling back a little bit, or at least trying to make progress against Russia, take Norway back. And I think Norway was guaranteed here, right? Like I guess Germany was supporting Norway to hold. So maybe to me this says the negotiations broke down a little bit, and that Randy probably knew that Germany was not on side, and so maybe the move to Prussia was oh, this is just a mistake. Let me move it away. It's fine. And actually, it is an RG with Tim and Kirk. Randy sees it coming, so goes for Denmark instead. That's my read here. But Justin is just saying, well, all right, while all this is going on, I'll be an Irish. I'll take Burgundy and have a very, very solid position with no pressure from Alex in Italy. In the south, Dave and Alex are kind of cleaning up the differences. So now we really do have the delayed Key Lepanto, where Austria takes Trieste back. And it's slow progress against Turkey, but it's progress nonetheless. And now Kirk, I think, has decided to jump in on this because you can't prop up Weekend at Bernie's forever.
Yeah, some interesting tactical choices here by Justin, actually. So Justin is prioritizing getting into Burgundy, or at least standing off Burgundy over a more aggressive attack on England, right? Because Justin very easily could have convoyed that army in Picardy, could have made it a supported attack on Belgium while still putting 2 into Burgundy, right? And so, but instead of doing that, he elects to just tap Burgundy with the channel while double supporting him. Tap Belgium with the channel while double supporting himself in Burgundy. So that's an interesting choice there. And then this choice by Tim to both support Norway to hold and walk out of Berlin while having a Russian unit in Prussia really says there might be more to the negotiations between G and R than we're aware of here.
So it's worth pointing out that the walking corpse that Jamal just referenced with the Weekend at Bernie's reference is Karthik Kanath, the defending champion of this tournament from last year, and also won it during the virtual era. So two-time Order of the Knife recipient. I believe that's the moniker that you get. All right, let's move forward here into winter 1902. And we find just a few builds in the south. We got Alex in Italy dropping down fleet and army, and interesting army build there. Does make you wonder how things are going between Italy and Austria. Let's find out. Spring of 1903. Back to you, Adam.
Yeah. So let's start with the East, since that was mentioned. So Venice just holds. Actually, not whole lot of nothing from Alex this turn. He just goes down to Greece while Austria supports themselves to Serbia, while Karthik continues to try to defend himself, cutting a G to be able to hold on to Constantinople. Interestingly, Russia now is making a play against Austria with the support attack into Galicia and into Bohemia. That probably makes sense if they have been coordinating a plan with Alex, and it explains that army in Venice that's maybe just holding for the moment. Though I'm surprised it didn't at least just move to Trieste or something like that. Now in the West, Justin makes the convoy into Wales, which is
he's misordered Picardy. He's supposed to go to London with the two.
He was supposed to convoy to Liverpool.
Liverpool, right? So he's misordered it either way, and that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, that's going to set him back. And it's interesting that he also goes to Belgium in this case. I think it feels like Justin needs to have a friend here. And I don't know why it isn't Tim. It seems like they just something is not clicking there, and Tim is going to be in the North Sea and trying to defend himself. I mean, now he's got England in the Baltic, which is not good. So I'm not clear why Justin and Tim aren't making coordinating moves here.
I think this is semi-coordinated. I think it's probably an arranged bounce in Belgium because Belgium's gone back to Holland, right? If they're actually fighting, you don't necessarily see that.
Protect the North Sea from protect the
Yeah.
Low Countries from the North Sea. Yeah.
From the retreat in the North Sea. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And now in the fall, I see. So Randy is only in a position to protect two of his home centers. Edinburgh is a given from the Norwegian, but he has to guess, or it's not even a guess because Justin can go to both Liverpool and London if he wants to here. And so so he defends London, giving Justin Liverpool. But here again, Justin is supporting himself into Belgium. So clearly not working with Tim here, and maybe this is just an advantageous thing because he sees Tim as being in bad shape because he also supports the Russians into Munich here, right? And so maybe he's just seeing Tim as dead man walking, and so might as well get my piece while I can. So that's quite interesting. In the eastern part of the world, yeah, this is definitely not super friendly AI, as you've got Austria now walking out of Bulgaria in order to destroy Alex's unit in Greece, while Alex convoys to Albania. So something clearly is broken down in that relationship. And what does that mean? That means great news for Karthik Koneth, who is now going to be building and is going to be back in this game because he's got really no enemies at this stage.
And this is such a Karthik position, right? So he's got no enemies. He's back on 4 in 1903, which is actually a fine position for Turkey to be in. And he's created bad blood amongst everyone around him. So, I don't want to foreshadow. I have actually not seen the rest of this game, but I can see Karthik suddenly appearing on 13 centers in 5 years out of this because this is just a game set up for Karthik.
What do you build here if you're Karthik?
Wave.
Really?
No. You build an army con.
Wave would be an invitation for Kirk to pull some mischief, wouldn't it?
Nah, you don't. No way. Don't. No.
That's a little tongue in cheek, but I think but you kind of want to keep Kirk completely focused in the north. I mean, if you start building armies, Kirk has to at least think about the south. I mean, diplomatically, you want Kirk you say to Kirk, "We're good. You go and negotiate the north entirely this turn. Let's just leave us alone."
All right, here. Oh, I see. Hold on. I'm trying to do it so that we can see the position. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, so this is the position. What do you build if you're Kirk here?
Army Warsaw.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Army Warsaw.
And Justin, since we can do all three.
Fleet Brest.
Yeah.
And then the answers are?
Well, 2 out of 3. Not bad. I'm curious. Army Marseille is curious. I mean, he can. I guess the rationale is you're going to try to force Belgium now and push it up to Burgundy. I guess. I don't know.
Let's find out.
He's going to keep Italy honest by bouncing in Piedmont, which is fair, especially because Italy is now actually going against you. So,
yes.
I guess Alex and Dave decide that the on-again, off-again relationship is back on again. Let's have a go. So now, given that Karthik hasn't hurt Alex at all, and Alex, the only way to go is west. So let's go west. Justin does get into Belgium here, which is very lovely for him. Wonder if there's a deal being cut with Randy here, pulling out of Liverpool, kind of heading south. I guess no, it's a play on London. It's not a deal. That's just slow play to take London. Kirk is coming all the way to the German line, so I think Tim Crosby is unfortunately not long for this world with kind of enemies all around. Andrew Goff is in the chat, rhinoceros, as we say in Australia. And Karthik doing the Karthik thing of just getting into a bit more of a defensive position. No need to worry about anything. I'm not going to push Aegean and east, so I'm not going to worry Alex, but I am just going to make sure that, Black Sea can't do anything sneaky. And I've got defense on Bulgaria. So yeah, I like it.
Help us out. What's the significance of rhinoceros?
Oh, I mean, it's just, purely, it's a big animal that you have to, carry with a helicopter. It's great.
Fair enough. Let's move on to fall of 1904.
And in the fall, Karthik is repaying Kirk's long-standing being in the Black Sea, but not actually hurting anybody. And I'm on your side, Karthik. I'm on your side. And Karthik says, "Thanks for being on my side. I'll have Romania." So yeah, that's pretty. That is pretty brutal here. And yeah, Dave is on board. Dave is trying to find another alliance structure that's going to work now that the fight with Italy is really just off. So yeah, let's get Karthik back into this game and let's move on poor old Kirk here. Kirk, for his troubles, has made a decent amount of progress in the north, so he's not going to be too badly collapsing too quickly. So yeah, Belgium is taken, Sweden is taken, lost Munich. I guess they're still going down 1, but it's all a bit of dipsy doodle over here. Tim slips into London.
Be careful here. He's not going down in the south. He's taken Bulgaria.
Oh, he's taken Bulgaria. I didn't see that.
He's convoyed into Bulgaria. Yep.
Wow, must have seen that coming. Well done, Kirk Vaughan. That is a brilliant kind of
So
wow,
he's building 2 here.
Yeah, that well, 1 because he lost Munich, but yes,
he got Sweden. He got Sweden and Berlin.
But lost Munich. Yeah, you're right. So
Munich,
just
but that's a tactical genius by Kirk there to just keep himself alive in this game really, really well.
Position's not ideal. Let's say that, but
No.
You're alive though. You're alive.
Yep. Yeah.
Justin, I think, is now needing to pull the fleets back because of Alex moving to them. So Belgium's a nice pickup, and you free up Marseille to get another fleet down. So cutting a deal over there, and Randy is doing what Randy can do to survive here, taking back Denmark.
All right, and Adam, any thoughts on 1904 overall?
Well, I'm interested to see how the North and the West play out. It feels like Justin was a little bit overly aggressive in terms of trying to fight England and Germany at the same time. Now, he got Liverpool and Belgium for his troubles, but the question is, can he get away with holding it because the other powers up there are all fighting for their lives at this point, right? Both Russia, England, Germany, they're all in not so good shape, but I'm thinking one of them is going to come out of this just okay, and I think it might be Tim in Germany.
Well, both of them are pulling here, I believe.
Is Tim actually pulling?
Let's see. He's up 1, down 1, up 1, down 1. No, so he's even. But Randy is pulling.
I just wonder, right? Like, because Tim.
Oh no, he is, because he lost Belgium here as well. So yeah,
I see. Well, that's not great. So maybe Justin can get away with this, but there's going to be some crazy stuff happening up there because there's still a lot of units, right? Even though all of those powers are sort of small and on their way out. So I don't know. I feel like this is going to work out well for Karthik. It might work out well for Dave, but yeah, not sure about Justin.
Jamal, do you like the decision not to take London here?
I mean, I think you don't have a choice, right? If you know that if Tim's come to you and said, "Hey, I'm falling here, I'm going for London," so at least you got to force 2 on it. I mean, you need to be back in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I think you just have to make that call.
All right, let's move forward here. We do get fleet from Justin in Marseille. We get another fleet. Yeah.
I will say that I'm not sure I like Fleet Marseille here. I think I prefer an army.
Yeah, it's the classic French trick to think that you need a fleet to defend against Italy when actually what you really need is an army, because what really you need to defend against Italy is an army in Gascony.
That's right. And I think if you end up guessing wrong right now, well, I guess you can't lose. I guess unless Tim cuts Burgundy, you should hold Marseille. But
Tim is definitely cutting Burgundy.
Yeah, and so
you need to be able to,
so you can retreat to Gascony, so you can hold out after that, right? You don't want a fleet to just get piffed.
All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1905. Back to you, Adam.
Okay, nice move, Justin. He convoys Picardy to Gascony, which is the one way he did not get cut in Burgundy. So this actually is a really nice move. And so now he's got the line set up, assuming he can hold out what he's got. Belgium to Ruhr, I am assuming, at least in the immediate term, is probably to help out Tim, making sure Tim can hold Munich. Elsewhere, they destroy Bulgaria. That's pretty expected. And take Sev. Yeah, I mean, why does he get Sev?
Black Sea went to Con instead of going back to Sev.
But where is he? Oh, his support came from Romania. Okay, Romania didn't get cut. I see. So so I think this was maybe a bit of a mistake by Kirk after that brilliant tactics last term. He had to know Bulgaria was going to get cut. So using Bulgaria should have been used to cut a support, not to make a support into it for an attack that wasn't going to work. So, but nonetheless, I mean, I think it's a tough tactical position, and I think this is one you don't win in the long run unless you can turn somebody.
Yeah, I think for all of Kirk's brilliant tactics, strategically the position is cooked, and it's just you have a rhinoceros staring down on you, and you can't do anything about it. So yeah.
Yep. All right. In the fall, he does manage to retake Sev, though. Oh, and he turns
Dave.
He turns Dave, and Dave saw the rest of the Balkan centers and said, "Yeah, okay, I can live with that." And so Dave takes Rum and Bull, and this is great news for Kirk actually in staying in the game. He does lose Berlin, but he gets Sev back, and his position is not great, but not that bad actually at this point. He's got Scandinavia in decent shape. Now, the one who really won this turn is Tim, though, because he's got his Berlin back, and he's got Denmark back, and he's got Edinburgh. He's only got one place to build, being +3. But Tim has really turned this around right now. So that's very cool. Meanwhile, the Med War is as the Med War is, and nobody wins a Med War. So,
yeah.
Where's this game heading? Do you guys think? Like, what's the presumably some players are angling for a 3-way draw. What's the 3-way draw that comes out of this board situation?
I think it's Justin and Dave and someone, right?
Tim.
Yeah.
Or Kirk.
Yeah,
it could be Kirk. It could be Kirk. Could be Kirk. I think it's more likely to be Tim, but it could be Kirk for sure.
All right. Here's another question for you guys. What are the odds greater or less than 50% that Tim is able to build both of these units in pocket before someone else takes one of the dots?
I think maybe he ends up giving one to Justin, but not both. I think he may throw one to Justin just because that's what you possibly do in this position to make sure you keep an ally there. I don't think it would be terrible for him to do that, right? To say, okay, go ahead and take Holland or whatever. That's not that dangerous. And Justin has to see, like, at this point in the game, fighting Tim is not going to be productive as long as his units are all tied up doing other things.
So negotiate a dot out of it on Justin's part.
I mean, that's what I would do if I was in Justin's shoes right now. Right. Probably, I'd be just saying like, "Hey, you got 2 in pocket. You should definitely keep one, and you have room to advance up north. I don't. I'm holding things back. So yeah."
Jamal, what do you think? Greater chances are better or worse that Tim gets both of the builds down?
I think Kirk's going to just keep pestering him forever. So I think it's going to be hard for Tim to get both down. And I think Justin will probably take a shot if he sees it. So if there's a way that he can negotiate Dave to stab Alex here, then Tim is getting hit by Justin pretty immediately in that scenario.
All right, let's find out what happens.
That's a really good. Okay, that's a really good point. If Alex gets stabbed here, that changes things dramatically. And I don't know what I don't know what these builds mean. I think this. I don't think the fleet is attacking Alex. I think it's attacking Karthik.
It could be, but I mean, Fleet Naples is more important to attack Karthik. Like you don't need Fleet Trieste if you're really attacking Karthik here. I will say this is maybe the first time I've seen Karthik in what I would call a bad position in quite a while. If you're 3 on Turkey, this is not the 3 you want.
No.
So for an Italy to look at a fleet build in Trieste and to not think it's bad for them is not a typical thing. I suppose you could look at that army in Budapest rather than Vienna and try to tell yourself that it's all okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Army Budapest is just there to help get the spring negotiations across the line. It's going to Trieste.
I don't know about that. I think it's going up to. I think he's attacking there. He's about to attack Kirk.
We'll see.
All right, let's find out.
Nope. Okay.
Yeah, no, halfway either.
Nope.
Down to you, Jamal. Tell us about it.
Yep. So Dave is holding his punch at the moment, just waiting to see what happens. Karthik is deciding to punish Kirk. I guess he can afford to blow up Armenia because the fleets are slow in getting to him. So he's still got a little bit of life here. But, it's difficult. The Med War continues to be attritional and pointless. Nothing happens. And the big move here, though, is Tim Crosby going down to Tyrolia. Now, is that to fight Alex and relieve Justin, or is it to get a jump on Dave, who he sees as potentially working with Kirk? So that's going to be my watch for the fall, I reckon.
You know what? I completely missed that Tim put an army down and not a fleet. I was very much expecting Fleet Keo here for him to go up to Baltic and deal with things in Scandinavia. So actually, I'm actually surprised by this decision, considering how far apart he and Kirk have been most of this game.
And we spoke a little bit about, can Justin convince Dave to stab Alex? Well, Justin can convince Alex to back off and say, well, actually, there's nothing going on here, which is all that Justin does need to take a lovely little dinky stab for Holland. Now, maybe that is given because he's not stabbing for London at the same time, or maybe he's just hedging in case Alex doesn't actually do the moves that they're agreed. But now Justin actually has the space to go and attack Tim if he wants to. Tyrolia is there just to go after Russia, to come back around to Bohemia. Or at least provide some trouble. And I actually don't think Dave hates this, because Dave is now completely justified in going to Tyrolia and Trieste, which is great position against Alex, who has now kind of turned on him. And I mean, well, actually, this is amazing. Dave gets to retreat to Tunis. So Dave gets to justifiably take an Italian center and then also be in position to take Venice. This is coming up, Dave, this particular turn. And Karthik is just managed to keep his sunglasses on and sit on his deck chair just a little while longer, it looks like.
I'm super confused by Western Med going to North Africa. Even if the support from Mao was not expected, what is the point of going there at all? I mean, if you're going to Venice to cover from, well, I guess you're going to Venice to cover from Tyrolia, but like, what is the point of going to North Africa? What were you expecting that North African fleet to be doing here?
I mean, I think it's okay if you are covering Tunis, right? Like, I think realistically,
Tunis, sure, but it went to North Africa.
No, I only conceded Tunis is the move here, right? So this is Justin making a pitch to Alex saying, let's disengage, let's blow up the Austrian fleet because that's just going to hurt you later.
And he just screwed up and wrote.
And he just doesn't cover Tunis. Yeah,
he wrote the wrong order for that. That seems possible. Okay, I buy that. I think also interesting is the self-bounce in Warsaw that got support from Galicia.
Yeah, that's clever.
All right, so we do have a potential shift of alliance structure here. We'll see if that persists. And so Belgium takes Holland. Did you guys talk about that?
We did. We weren't sure if it was offered or not, given that he doesn't also try for London, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll find out. I mean, Adam, you predicted that Timothy was likely to give Justin one of those builds in hand, and
yeah, and the fact that he built a fleet seems.
And Kiel is a fleet too. They're still inside.
The fleet builds suggest to me that they're cool, but actually, it suggests that Tim is cool with Justin. Now Justin could do all kinds of stuff with his fleet.
I don't know. Fleet Kiel could go either way, right?
I'm just thinking that given how much he and Kirk just have not been working together this whole game,
No.
I was surprised not to see it last turn. Like, yeah, how does it not go to Baltic here?
Yeah, there we go. There it is. All right, Adam, back to you. Tell us about 1907.
But these are not friendly moves by Justin at all, right? Wales and English Channel. I guess he could argue that Wales is to defend against funny stuff with Eddie to Clyde or something, but that would make no sense. So this is just not friendly. These just don't seem like friendly moves, though he moves out of Burgundy also. So I don't know what to make of what Justin is doing, though he has some fun and convoys Gascony to Spain while moving Spain to Gascony. So that's enjoyable.
So we have an audience at Dixie right now watching the coverage, and we got some.
I reckon I can predict the negotiation here, Adam. Tim went to Justin and said, "You have to move out of English Channel," and Justin said, "Yep, no worries, I'm going to move out of English Channel." So he moves out of English Channel and then also backfills English Channel.
Yeah.
Do we have any feelings about this little?
Yeah,
little
it's
piece
just
of work?
that's having fun there. That's really cute.
I love Sev supporting Armenia to Romania here, though. By the way, on the other side of the board, that's great.
Yep.
But you do have to wonder if you're Justin, and you're moving on Germany, why aren't you going to Burgundy here?
Well, you should be going to Ruhr. You're going to Ruhr and Burgundy here.
Yeah.
So I don't know that is he actually moving on Germany? Is he just posturing to take London? Right? Like, this is not an aggressive anti-German move because there's nothing in Ruhr, and he could have just walked up.
All right, let's keep going here.
And he's not even taking London. They're the orders are read, and Tim breathes a sigh of relief. Even though his armies go to Kiel and Ruhr right now, right? So he's not trusting anything. So, but he does take Sweden here. It's kind of interesting. He both takes Sweden and supports Kirk into Galicia. So now this is just a whole mess in the east. Now Karthik is back up to 4. Dave is back on the defense. Very, very fascinating. And Alex is just kind of sitting there. And notably, Dave doesn't go for Naples here for some reason.
Probably expecting Rome to move to Naples. This is a 50-50 guess here.
Oh, I see. Yeah. He's guessing because he goes Venice on down. Yeah.
Yeah, although, look, I think if you're comfortable leaving Tyrolia here, I think you send Venice down to Apulia, Tyrolia down to Venice, right, and Ionian to Naples.
Well, that's a risk, though, because if you're expecting Rome, if Rome goes to Venice, then you're not getting anything if you do that. So I think that
you'd get Naples in that case. It's just a way to get your units in position to continue to advance. But all right, so Jamal, anything you want to point out in 1907?
I mean, I just think there's a lot of tension on this board. There are no alliances that are actually trusting each other, right? So Tim and Justin clearly are working together, but not fully trusting each other. And there's a missed opportunity here, I think, from Dave, where there's clearly no trust with Karthik, because actually the pitch to Karthik here, who at this point is just taking dots wherever he can because everyone's attacked him, is actually you take Sev here. You walk out of Romania and go take Sev. I'll take Warsaw, and we're still on. We're still good here. And he hasn't been able to get that pitch to work. So I think it's just a lot of bad blood on the board.
Right,
it's also probably about 1 or 2 a.m. right now.
Yeah. Let's move forward here in the game. It's we get an army from Karthik Khan. It's interesting. So rather than going into Aegean, although maybe we'll see Khan go into the Aegean here. All right, we get an army from Tim Crosby. Let's move forward here. Spring 1908. Down to you, Jamal.
Yeah, so I mean, the East is just a bit of a bounce fest. Nothing's really happening. Kirk's in Ukraine, and finally, I think with the pull from last turn, where Alex did pull Rome off the board, he's ceding everything to Dave, which is very, very good for Dave's chances to make it to the draw in this game. And now really the Justin Tim fight. Well, again, I say it's on, but not really. Holland's backing out, so maybe that's agreed. No, they're just
swapping
London to Holland. So yeah,
swapping.
No, the alliances are sticking together. The Justin Tim show is still on, so let's see what happens in the fall.
But now we do have Russia with a walk into Edinburgh. Oops.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh no, my ally lost a dot, and it wasn't from me, and now they're angry at the other person. Oh, so bad. But yes, Russia does walk into Edinburgh, trades it for Norway though. But again, Justin has got what he wanted here, which is Tim moving to Tyrolia instead of anything else with Munich, which is a really important move for that alliance. And the Med is back on being a lock, and Alex has decided that he no longer wants to play, which is fair.
All right.
And sorry, Dave does lose Romania from Sev, which was preventable. Yeah, interesting call.
Man, the RT on and off again has been sort of epic this game. Winter 1908, we get a bunch of our armies, some fleets come off the board, and now spring 09. Over to you, Adam.
Oof, Karthik is now in Greece. That's exciting. And Dave is back in Romania. So, yeah, while all of this strife is happening, Karthik is quietly getting himself out of the box. Not a lot happening in the West. It looks like Justin has the blessing to go take Edinburgh and is then sending the rest of the units down south, while Tim is kind of just sitting in the middle right now. I do wonder what that is presaging, whether he is going to be doing something against. I mean, you've got to assume that they're going to push against Dave at this point, and then maybe Karthik becomes the third. I don't know.
Fascinating to see Karthik make this draw. Fall of 1909.
Yeah, I mean, it's not clear that that's what they want, though, because they're not making aggressive moves, and actually maybe the first goal is to kill Kirk, which is progressing.
Kirk is out of this.
Yeah, Kirk is going to be down to 3 and not with a very bad position. And Dave retakes Greece here. So, yeah, I mean, this should probably not include Karthik unless Justin decides he wants to extend the game. But if he's going to hold back and not attack Dave and give him some space to get Karthik boxed in, I think it should end pretty soon as a 3-way with GFA.
All right. And again, this is round 1. This is late at night now. So there's the question of getting rest and banking a decent result. Maybe Justin and Tim don't really care which one in the East is left. It just can only be one of them. Spring of 1910, the game continues. Jamal.
Yeah, and just for good measure, and I'm sure Justin is just saying, this is just to lock my position. It's not going to hurt you, but I'm going to go to Rouen in Belgium. And look, I didn't go to Burgundy. We're fine. So yeah, I think there's a lot of just kind of jockeying and locking positions up in the West here. Tim is moving to slowly take the rest of Kirk where he can. And it looks like Karthik and Dave have finally made some kind of deal. And maybe Kirk's just decided to walk out of this game too, just walking away from Sev. So yeah, I think we're heading towards a draw of some kind of an agreement. Interesting to see what it actually is.
Fall of 1910.
I just wonder, like, if Justin, I see that has made the comment, I'm the only one trying to end this game, but going to Ruhr and forcing Tim to pull units back that could otherwise be pushing into Russia is probably not helping in this game. I might be wrong, but that's my read on it.
Well, it's certainly helping Dave, and now Karthik has a reason to argue that he shouldn't vote himself out of this draw, right? Yeah. Because now he's in Sev and Ionian Sea. Yeah. Karthik is in the Ionian Sea. You are like, why are you voting yourself out of this draw if you're Karthik? You're not. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I think now Justin's non-press on Tim and also not giving space to Tim. I mean, if Justin wanted the draw here, Tim has to be the one to take Warsaw and Moscow, and that's the lock. And then you say to Karthik, hey, you're not getting anything. We'll let Dave kill you, or we can draw here. Now I think, I don't know who you cut out.
So we'll jump ahead here. This game ends after 10 years, and it does end in a 3-way draw. So Tim
cuts himself out. Wow.
It looks it's a 2-way. It's a 3-way.
It's a 3-way. Yep.
Tim voted himself out.
Yes, and I actually asked Tim about this because I was curious. And let's see, Tim's response was, if I can pull it up here, it was 3:20 a.m. and it would be another 3 hours for them to grind me out. No thanks.
Yeah. Well, and this is what I think I said at the start of the stream about some of the players here, even in a position that doesn't look like you're winning, will just force themselves to be part of a draw. And I think Karthik is one of those players, right? If Karthik has a shot at being part of a draw here reasonably, he'll take it. So yeah, Karthik's never voting himself out of the draw. So if you have Dave and Karthik saying, no, we'll do it, and Justin saying, I'm just going to sit in my position. I mean, yeah, it is a grind. I get it. I mean, I don't think he needs to vote himself out. It's, I guess he's valuing sleep here over the draw position, because I don't know.
Yeah, Justin, go ahead.
Well, I think if they are set on doing it, Justin can take the North Sea right here. He can get Burgundy. Dave can move up to Tyrolia without much risk. I mean, they can really get a pretty good position against him, I think, very quickly. That makes it hard. It is a grind. It still becomes a grind, but
Justin, it seems to me, had the option either to go hard against Tim or hard against Dave. Kind of didn't really do either, but demanded that one of them, somebody on one side of the board sort of pull themselves out of the draw. And this ends with Austria in a sneaky 11. So, this is a funny, Austria can do this with all the Balkan centers. Doesn't seem like they're covering a lot of land, but they end up with 11 centers. But really quickly, back to Justin's play. What would you have liked to have seen Justin do to sort of force the result and not have to rely on Tim? Is it just moving on Tim farther in the north? Would you like to have seen him move on Dave in the south? Where do you land on that? Jamal, I'll start with you.
I mean, I actually don't dislike Justin's play here. I think Justin has forced the result. He's just forced it to take a while. So Justin is not getting voted out of this draw. I can see a two-way draw with Justin and Karthik here if they really wanted it. But like, Justin has put himself in a position because he absolutely cannot be not part of this draw. So I think he did the right thing to make sure that he's involved. It's a little slow, and he can't force it now, but he can make it force by 1915. So I'm not too critical of Justin's play here. I think it was safe and a little conservative, but I think it got him what he needed.
All right. Well, let's congratulate Justin, Dave Smith, and defending champion Karthik Kanath with a chart that oscillates between 4 and 3 for the entire game, doesn't get to 5 until the last, and manages to get into this draw, which is a big deal in Dixiecon scoring. All right. That means that I have to turn back to my trusty schedule. We're going to move on to round 3. Oh, you know what, though? Let's have a look at the standings after round 1 really quickly, because they don't matter a huge amount. And let me verify that these will. Yeah. Okay. So here are the standings after round 1. I'm going to bring Brandon and McCallus back to the stream, because they are both up next, in fact. So here's where things stand after round 1. We have Dave Smith in front, Keith Wurstel, Robert Mueller. Basically, everyone who got a 3-way draw is in the top 10. All right, let's move on to round 2 here. That means we're going to give Jamal and Adam a break. See you all in a bit. And the three of us now are going to turn to round 2, board A. This was played Saturday morning, North America time. And this board was contested by Justin Lohr, speak of the devil, in Austria this time, Scott Bacon in England, Jack Craig, who is the, I saw it before, I think the son of Todd Craig. And Germany, Hudson Defoe, fellow Washingtonian of mine, Greg Fairbanks in Italy, Ben Kelman in Russia, DBN's own, and Keith Wurstel in Turkey. So we come into this with 2 players, that's Austria and Turkey, in the top 4 of the standings after round 1. And let's see, McCallus, you are going to tell us about this game. Is that right?
I am indeed.
Yes. Did not mess that up. All right. Tell us what happens, if you will.
All right. So we get to see some moves. Spring 1901. Nothing really jumping out. We see a Sunstrom opening from Turkey and Austria preferring to cover Trieste rather than Galicia. But other than that, nothing too major in the east. France moves straight to the Channel, but doesn't follow it up with anything. Everything is sort of as you'd expect. But if you go into fall of 1901...
Let's see if I can do it. Nope. There we go.
Austria reacts quite heavily to this breaking of what presumably was a Galicia DMZ, and they walk out of Serbia. That is not how you want 1901 to go if you're Austria. They do at least get Greece, so it's not completely catastrophic for them, but that is not a good start to the game for Austria. Elsewhere, Russia is bounced out of Sweden. Germany is building free. Pretty good start for Hudson. Looks like immediate EF war, which is also good for him. And Turkey has walked right back away from Ben Kelman.
All right. And let's move forward into spring 1902.
What we see in spring 1902, Austria had that horrible 1901, and they just recover really, really effectively in 1902. No one jumps in to really punish it. So Turkey has come to the Aegean Sea to prevent an AI move, but they haven't done any sort of cooperation with Russia against Austria. Russia's gone to Warsaw rather than Galicia. Germany has sent everything east, which is something that Germany's allowed to do in 1902, and France has come north with their plan to continue this clear EF war. Something went very wrong very quickly in the EF negotiations in this game. And in fall 1902, Germany's reward for sending everything east is Italy walking into Munich. So fun from Greg. Elsewhere, this turns into an AT, so the Austrian recovery is pretty much complete. Italy has gone to Albania, but hey, Austria's now got a Turkish friend. Turkey's in Romania. Turkey sent everything back at Ben, who's under a lot of pressure, not really in a good position in this game now. England forces the Channel, but loses North Atlantic and Irish for their punishment for it. So yeah, it's all a bit chaotic in the West, and we're finally seeing an alliance taking shape in the East in the AT.
All right, shall we push ahead into fall of spring 03 or fall of 1903, or do you want to see spring moves as well?
Spring, again, this is just AT, but this is a big moment actually, because Italy has pulled out of that attack on Austria. And as I did in the first time that I had one of these games, to refer it to Brandon, do you think this is the right move for Italy?
Convoying back out of Albania and pushing against France. Why not? You know, looks like a lot of fun. The Turkish fleet from Keith going from Aegean back to Con, sort of interested about, like, if Austria's wanting an AT, if Justin's wanting that, then that fleet should probably be doing something else, right? So it's interesting seeing what Greg is doing, getting that army out of there and not putting it back on the boot, is rather putting it in Tunis. So
yeah, convoy to Tunis rather than Apulia is ambitious, and as we'll see in fall 1903, it's punished. It's shockingly, Austria walks into Venice, so this is not an AIT. Austria does give up Bulgaria to Turkey. This is almost certainly agreed upon. Like, there's a support there. It's in the East Coast. You don't care. This is AT, and they've tricked Italy into thinking it's AIT, and it's not really AIT. Italy is in mid-Atlantic Ocean because England is damn well sure that France is their enemy in this game, even though Germany's in Norway and Germany's taking St. Petersburg. Good recovery here from Hudson. Gets Munich back as well. Gets to put down two. Well, actually only one. He does give up Belgium, but yeah, pretty good year from Germany. And yeah, Italy has been hook, line, and sinkered, I think we would say there.
All right. Moving forward into 1904.
Yeah, and from this point, this is sort of just AT continuing to progress forward. So I don't think there's anything major here. Germany is attacking England rather than France. We can skip through this. Go to full 1904. Germany continues the attack on France and walks out of Munich. So for the second time this game, another army has walked into Munich that's not German. In 4 years, that's quite an impressive feat. Austria this time, the one who walks in. Turkey gets Romania. This is still AT agreement, and they've got Italy as a janissary. So Italy has decided to be tip of the spear, just not react to the AT stab on them and try and get something in the east, in the west.
I have to say, I love the hedge of Ionian not moving but being dislodged, so that if Italy hadn't followed through with the support into Marseille, they could just retreat into one of the centers. Very nice.
Yeah.
All right, let's move forward here.
Right, 1905, Germany retakes Munich again. Like, who cares if somebody else is in Munich? You can actually give up Munich repeatedly for a game. It's fine. Like, Munich is one of those centers. I always say I'm happy for anyone to be in Munich when I'm Germany. France is losing Spain, has lost Marseille already. It's not looking great for France at this stage of the game. They've got England backing out of the English Channel, which is the only good news they really have. And this is just 80 charging forward full pace. Italy thinking they were getting some sort of deal out of this. Turns out they're not really getting any sort of deal. Austria's decided, you know what, it's 1905. You sort of outlived your use already. I don't care that you're an Irish Sea and Mid-Atlantic. I want your dots. And Austria takes Rome, Naples, takes Warsaw. Now we see France take Munich. So that's the fourth different country, I believe, that's owned Munich at this stage of the game in 5 years. Cool. And it looks like FG are starting to fight. So we're going to go down for the freeway draw and the scrap to see who's in it. France is on 4 centers.
Well, let's just appreciate the army burst from Justin in Austria, having another good game.
Yeah. Justin and Keith, who both already had freeway draws, just sticking together. Or are they? So Austria goes to Serbia, goes to Budapest, pulls armies down. Is this a sign that actually Austria's going to do something against Turkey? Germany is in a solid enough position. Everybody now wants the 4-center France to keep Munich, while France regains Spain with Italian support and blows up that Austrian army, which means that they'll regain Marseille as well. So the French comeback begins. Yep, walks into Marseille. Germany follows up into Burgundy because you can't have nice things in this game. And Germany takes London. Okay. Austria's in Moscow. Right. This is the key moment now. So Germany retakes Munich. AT is still sticking together. It wasn't a sign of breaking between them. France is coming back down to finish off the Italian. Go to fall of 07. Germany gives up Belgium because Munich was agreed. And now I'll throw it to Brandon. Who's making the freeway draw? Because the spoiler is this does end in a freeway draw.
Well, Justin and Hudson are pretty solid bets. Between Jack and Keith, I'd like to say Keith makes it. I'm gonna go with Keith. I like him. He's a good bloke.
Well, you're correct about Keith, but as we go into 1908, turns out you might not be correct about somebody else. France is into Munich with Austrian support. France is sending everything against Germany. Turkey's going north to go against Germany. And if you look at full 1908, Turkey is not taking Liverpool. They're taking Norwegian Sea. And this has turned into an everybody seems to want Hudson to die. And Hudson sees the writing on the wall. Spring of 1909. Game over. Hudson votes himself out of the draw as the biggest power on the board.
Yeah, so this scoring system is really just throwing a curveball. But like what I'm used to. I'm like that's crazy, but I'm liking it. It changes the dynamic massively. So I would have liked that Turkish fleet up in Norwegian to get into Baron, support them into St. Pete or something eventually. But yeah, that was a fun little game.
Okay, here's the thing, right? From Hudson's perspective, is this the right decision? McCallus, I know you've got a taste in your mouth. Tell us what it's like.
Well, Hudson is the person who voted himself out of an 8 or 9 cent of France to let me two-way draw with Dot when I won the tournament. So Hudson cares about the cent account, and if he can still get a good score from cent account, he'll take it. I know that is part of his playing style. I also know there was a note on this game that Hudson the other three were basically not talking to Hudson. They were just talking together and he was getting no conversations from any of them anymore, which is quite a miserable spot to be in. So you're only going to go down if they're not breaking. There's other things you can be doing other than playing diplomacy if they're not breaking.
Well, the thing is, right, if this is really the best it's going to get for him, like if he's right that there is no chance of surviving, then he's coming away with 78 points, right? Like he's 11 centers is good for being out of the draw, to say the least. The question is whether by prolonging the game, whether he could change the dynamic in some way that would allow him to make the draw. Maybe somebody else gets an itchy trigger finger. Here's a question for you guys though: Is there a two-way draw on this board? Have Keith and Justin, who have feels like kind of been running the board for a while, right? Have they made a mistake by not aiming bigger?
I think so, yes. I think that having got France to go against Germany, when there's those fleets in the south, you can push in against France behind, and knowing that Hudson is someone who's willing to vote himself out of draws, which they must know because he's done it right here. Yeah, I think this was the opportunity for the huge score that wins you the tournament, and I think that neither of them have gone for it, and they may well regret that later.
Brandon, any thoughts?
Yeah, like there was the two of them definitely could have pushed it. Maybe if they were positioned a little bit differently, but at the same time, I think a draw here is fine. Like they're still getting big points from it, and yeah, poor old Hudson. Like, the game is diplomacy, and if no one's talking to you, then that's it. So if everyone's open to a draw and you get a massive score like this, like especially for Justin and Keith, at the beginning of round 2, then you can push it, but you really need to.
All right. Well, congrats to Justin, Keith, and let's see, France is the one who made it. Jack Craig for making a three-way draw here. That means that it is time to switch things up and give Brandon a break. Brandon, we'll see you in a little bit. And we bring back onto the stream Jamal. Jamal, welcome back. And
hello, how you doing?
You are going to tell us about the Clay Aiken board, which is the second one, B, in the round. Let me see if I can operate the machinery and get us going here. All right. So yeah.
Just to start this game, me and Michaelis are going to play a game, right? This game is going to be good move, bad move, because there are lots of moves that are made in this game. So every time there's a big one, I'm going to ask Michaelis good move or bad move, and Michaelis is going to give me his assessment.
All right, this will be like a speed round, good move, bad move.
Yeah, speed round, good move, bad move.
All right. Well, the contestants here are Kirk Vaughan in Austria, Caden Towson in England, Will Andrews in France, Tim Richardson in Germany, Brian Ecton in Italy, Patrick Jabitson, a new member of the DBN family in Russia, and James Battle in Turkey. All right, let's get this good move or bad move started here, and let's switch over to no reveal.
Now, weirdly, our first good move, bad move is in spring 1901, Austria, Budapest to Romania, followed to Vienna to Trieste and of Albania. Michaelis, good move or bad move?
Bad.
Bad move. Well, if you look at 1902, you would think the answer is bad move, but actually the answer is really, really lucky good move. So if you go to fall of 1901, Turkey takes Greece and doesn't cover the retreat to Bulgaria. So yes, on paper, bad move, but actually, so Patrick is now in Galicia and Romania with armies, and suddenly that attack on Romania doesn't look so great.
Wow.
But wow. You've ended up in Serbia and Bulgaria. Wow. So this is good move, but this is actually turns out to be good move. Everything else is fairly normal. Will is taking Belgium, which is kind of nice, and yeah, everything else is pretty all right. Brian is just kind of flipping around. Piedmont, Venice, whatever. Cool. All right. A few bills on the board. We'll move through to our next one. They blow up Greece. So Kirk and Brian are friends now for life, I'm sure. Albania blows up Greece. James is in a bit of trouble here. And there's some caginess going on, but nothing too crazy. Caden's lost Norway. We'll move on to the next turn. Patrick's is in an okay position. Now, Kirk is definitely on side with Brian, so they're actually attacking Patrick and taking Galicia here. A bunch of nothing happens down in the south. Will loses Belgium, and we'll move to our next good move, bad move question, which is spring 1903. Patrick Jacobson, Berlin, Prussia, as well as a convoy to Ankara. Good move or bad move, Michaelis?
Bad move again. This is too many enemies for too small a Russia. Ankara, perfectly fine. I don't actually have a problem with that one. I think that the attack on Germany when England is going to come to Skagerrak and do things like this, I don't like it.
Yeah. Now, even though England is getting popped out of the North Sea here, so England is in trouble. So you do have that. If you fast forward a little bit, Brandon, you can see it is indeed bad move. So yes, they get con, which is great. But sorry, I do love Russia's confidence of a much taller man, given that Patrick Jacobson is about 7'5". But yes. So it's all hodgepodge here. So Russia's picking up 3 and losing 2, which on paper seems okay, but yeah, you've made a lot of enemies here. And if we move forward through to 1904, you can see that there's a little bit of peace at the moment with Austria, but you're losing everything in the north. So that move into Berlin ends up being kind of a bad move. Now, here we go. Here's another one, 1904. France takes Belgium and Holland. Good move, bad move,
There we
go. Good move. Germany isn't useful. Take the dots. Make sure you're a part of the draw. Yes, you've got Italy sending an army west. Woo. You're building. You couldn't care less about those Italian armies. I like this.
Italy is building too. Any issues with that?
So there are 2 parts to the French move this turn. I agree with you, and you'll see Belgium and Holland stab here against Germany. Probably pretty good move. The other move I want to ask you a question for, Mikhail. So Mid-Atlantic to Irish Sea. Good move, bad move?
No, I don't like that one quite so much. I think you don't. That's a move that you actually want to be making in spring anyway, because you want to be able to walk to Liverpool. So I hate that move in autumns as a stab, sort of regardless. And yeah, you don't know what's going to happen in the south. You want to be able to be flexible with your builds. This is just shooting your gun too early on that front.
Yeah, so France has essentially made 1 good move, 1 bad move this turn, and I want you to hold that Irish Sea move in the back of your head, because it'll come back later on in the game. If we just go back, to fall as well, Austria has also made a move here. Galicia to Ukraine and to Romania, moving on Russia here. Good move, bad move?
Good move. Russia's overstretched. Take the dots. Again, it's very hard to see Kirk get cut out of this draw from this position.
Yes. Look, I think that is absolutely correct. That is good move as well from Austria. So let's move forward and let's see. The Austrian move does indeed bear fruit. Patrick, if you look at the builds, actually, after being completely attacked in the north, decides, you know what, whatever. It's fine. You take everything in the south. I'm done here. So that's kind of it. England's defending, but now if we fast forward again, Will has to now come back and protect against Brian, or kind of not protect against Brian, just hold in the Irish Sea and move to the English Channel. I guess there was a deal that was not agreed or not taken up by Italy here. So we can fast forward again a little bit here, and we can keep going. I think we can go all the way through till about let's go through like 1907 here, I reckon. So the AI is just moving. It's just rolling through. The Med's getting a bit locked up, but now they're actually locked in together. They've broken through the line. This is just golden. If we go another turn ahead, you will see France. This is the turn where Irish Sea comes back to haunt France as a really bad move, because Caden has no interest in helping France hold the line against the AI here. This is through the line, and this is the kind of move by Caden that is just breaking that line, and this is now a 2-way draw if they want it to be. But yeah, this is all over a Red Rover. So with Italy now in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, this is rolling.
This may not even just be a 2-way draw. This is the sort of game that ends in solos for either Austria or Italy. If one gets with EF relations having completely broken down, this game can go in very, very wild directions.
And this is the movement round, like you said. So if you're going to go for a big score, it's here.
If you're going to go for it, you should go for it here. Caden is still meting out vengeance on Will because whatever, I don't care. And we'll keep moving through. I think the game does actually end not in a solo from what I can remember. And if we push through one more turn, and yes, that is it. It is a two-way draw with Austria and Italy, which is a wonderful score for both of them, particularly for Austria. Yeah, you probably take this. I mean, maybe you have a solo shot here, but also this is a solid score, and you've broken the board.
Can we see the full 08 moves, Brandon? Wait. So Venice is forced, and then it doesn't fall. What?
What do you mean?
Oh, so Austria stabbed Italy there, but then we go to the end. When did Italy get it back?
It was
They just walked back out.
They walked out. Okay.
Which again, I think Austria is stabbing Italy to say, I'm taking the board top here, and you're taking whatever score I want us to get, and then they cut a deal for the two-way.
All right. So our first two-way of the tournament, in fact.
Yes, and thank you for playing Good Move, Bad Move, Michalis. You have won a rhinoceros.
Woo. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I take that draw as Austria. I think that's soloable, particularly if you just taken Venice in 09.
Yeah,
if you hadn't given it back, you mean?
If we roll it back to fall of 1908, yeah, I think there is a world there where spring of 1909 maybe.
This is where
this move out of Venice here. Yeah, you can take Berlin without actually needing to. You could just push here if you wanted to just push here. You don't have to give up Venice.
You have enough time to take those 3 dots in Turkey. Like, this is an unlimited round. Sooner or later, you're going to be able to make the guesses with that Trieste coming down to take those 3 dots. You can say they're in your pocket. What are you going to lose? Maybe St. Petersburg, but this requires a lot of cooperation between powers who seem to have absolutely no interest in cooperating in this game. Maybe Kiel, but again, you're back to looking for England-Germany cooperation. You're really strong in Germany with that army in Ruhr as well. So 3 dots in Turkey, plus Venice, maybe Rome or Naples. There are a lot of centers Austria can get to solo this game. Yeah, I think that I would absolutely have gone for the solo there, and I think Italy is quite fortunate Austria didn't, to be honest.
And you don't, so it doesn't sound like you see much risk of an Italian solo on this board.
So Italy needs 6 centers from here. Unless England is actively going to throw them the solo, I don't see the 6 centers there. I think that if the Austrian is if Austria gets outguessed, whatever, you end up maybe 14-14, 15-15. I don't think it changes the result pretty significantly, but I think that Austria has a very good chance of soloing before anyone can do anything about it, because the units to go and kick them out of St. Petersburg or even Kiel are not close, and Austria has 5 centers in the south that are in easy range, and they only need 4 of them.
All right, I just looked at the time. As interesting as this game is, it is one that we need to move on from. So let's congratulate Brian Ecton and Kirk Vaughn for the first 2-way draw of the tournament. That will certainly put them in the lead, pending the other games. And that means that, Michalis, you get a break, and we'll see you in a bit. And we bring back to the stream Mr. Adam Silverman. Adam, welcome back. And you are going to tell us about 2C, which is named after Charlie Daniels. Here are the players on 2C. Matt Achtung in Austria, Claude Worrell in England, Doc Binder in France, David Harshbarger in Germany, Karthik Kanath, defending champion in Italy, Jeff Ladd in Russia, and that guy, Eddie Bersan in Turkey. Adam, tell us what happened in this game.
So in the tradition of playing games, Jamal, maybe for this one we'll play, did Eddie Bersan orchestrate that? As the game goes on. No, I don't know that we'll actually play that, but the game opens up with Eddie making a very aggressive opening into the Black Sea in Armenia against Jeff, while Karthik walks into Trieste. The French support themselves into Burgundy, and England and Germany kind of do their normal stuff in the West. Also, Jeff drops into Galicia. So whole lot of interesting stuff in the eastern side of this board, at least. And as we go on, everybody's expecting Eddie to go to Sev, except for Jeff, who is very fine with Eddie convoying into Romania to destroy that fleet. So this is actually maybe some kind of move against the Austrian on the part of the RT, with Karthik going into the Aegean Sea, taking Vienna. In the west, we've got England going north to attack Jeff up there. So I guess the first question for you, Jamal, is England's move. Did Eddie Brisson orchestrate that?
Oh, absolutely. Eddie Brisson orchestrated that.
Okay, 1902. So we get the bills down. I would just point out that Germany put 2 armies down. So, but they are appearing to be going after Russia. Once again, smells like Eddie Brisson. I'm not sure. Getting Russia, Germany to move like that. But France is repositioning themselves, not doing a whole lot with the fleets just yet, while Italy is pushing against Russia. It seems like Eddie is working with the Russians, while everyone else works against them, trying to get Karthik out of the Aegean Sea, moving into the fall. We continue to see the RT cooperate while Karthik is trying to advance, and indeed he does that. However, we now have the French coming down south, and the Germans in Tyrolia. And I guess the next question for you, Jamal, is France moving into the south to disrupt what Karthik is doing. Did Eddie Brisson orchestrate that?
You know, I don't think he did orchestrate that. Doc is an alliance guy, and he's in a Western Triple, so this is just the natural Western Triple move.
Western Triple. Okay, Eddie Brisson did not orchestrate that. Eddie rebuilds an army back at home. Karthik removes Eastern Med, and now Karthik is pulling back to defend himself, so those Turkish fleets are out. The RT continues with England, or the rest of the Western Triple, continuing to push west, moving right along. That really doesn't change very much. We still have this sort of RT against the Western Triple. France is advancing in the south. France is actually the first one to take Tunis in 1903 because Karthik couldn't be bothered to take it earlier on. We've got Russia defending themselves, and we continue to go. It's still a Western Triple for the moment, doing all kinds of Western Tripoli things like destroying the Russian fleet in Skagerrak. Eddie is now in Sev, which doesn't seem like an agreed upon thing, but Jeff is on his death throes anyway, and keep going. And now is the point where the Western Triple breaks down. And who is it that faces the end of the short end of the stick? It is Germany, as it often is, with the English going into Denmark, the French going into Belgium, pulling up to Burgundy. Really pretty devastating position for David in Germany right here. Keep going. So Eddie now has the areas around Turkey pretty well secured. Doc is pulling back from Italy for some reason. This must be a deal drawn with Karthik. What do you make of that? And did Eddie Brisson orchestrate it?
I mean, first off, yeah, Doc. Wow, what a position! This is throwback to 12 years ago, Doc. But I think Eddie Brisson might have orchestrated this deal. I think he wants to just deal with Austria here and solidify a position. So I think Eddie probably comes to Doc and says, "Hey, I'm not going to help you. I'm not going to hurt you. You may as well back off and do other things," because Eddie wants to see Doc fighting in the West.
Yeah, and I think a strong France in this position is really good for Turkey. As long as England still has some viable position to kind of be the counterbalance, right? Because then everything in the east is potentially can fall to Turkey in the long run, right? And they're dividing up the West.
Why do you think Doc doesn't go after the Italian dots here?
There's no point doing it if you don't have Eddie on side. If you're just going to take him and then fight Eddie, if it's part of a deal that you're thinking more long term.
All right, fall of 1905.
But that was short lived because now he's supporting himself back into the Tyrrhenian Sea while Eddie supports himself into the Ionian. So kudos again to Eddie, who kicks the Austrians out of Romania, and they retreat to Bulgaria, which I can only imagine he misordered Constantinople, because that's a strange retreat to allow. Meanwhile, Doc continues to completely dominate the north, though Claude is now getting a little bit nervous and goes into the English Channel. So not exactly a English stab, but kind of saying like, we need to balance a little bit here. And I think we're going to end the game right.
Interesting not to go to Belgium or Holland there, right?
Yeah, so I think it's saying I don't want to stab you, but I also don't know. Okay, so we play 1906. Eddie continues to advance on the Austrian. Doc continues to dominate. Again, the English and the French aren't fighting. I think Claude is just kind of putting himself in a position to say like, you're big enough, and maybe we're not going to let you get too out of control here.
Yeah, and I'm going to be in this draw no matter what.
And
then the game
and indeed, that's exactly what happens. And we have the EFT draw with Karthik in Italy and Matt in Austria voting themselves, and Jeff in Russia voting themselves out.
This feels like a very clean Dixiecon game where 3 people found a workable alliance. There was some interesting sort of question about who was going to emerge from the East, but sort of like you were pointing out, it kind of felt like it was Eddie sort of from the beginning. Once the Western Triple formed, Eddie figured out that the RT, he could make progress with an RT however long Russia lasted, and that's what happened.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the defensive moves that England was making, again, I don't know Claude. Claude's probably a great player, but it sounds a lot of those are the types of suggestions that Eddie would be making. Having been in the other side of a board like this myself many times, it's the kind of things Eddie would be pushing to just kind of keep the board balanced.
So Jamal, you were denying that Eddie's hand was behind the Western Triple moves. What's your perspective on the game now that you've seen the end result?
Oh, no. So I definitely think Eddie was behind the creation of the Western Triple, but I think Eddie's the kind of guy where he creates the triple and he trusts those players to know what the right set of moves are. So I think all he has to do is create the alliance structures, and then the moves kind of write themselves. But look, it's a great game. This is Doc Binder pushing harder than I've seen him push in a little while on a game. It was really good to see, and it's great to see him get into a position here. I think there is potentially 2-way options with Doc and Claude here if they want it, but I understand why, with this kind of player structure, everyone's happy with this.
Hey, you don't see Doc stab too often, but I guess when he does, you remember it. All right. Congrats to Eddie Brisson, Doc Binder, and Claude Worrell for a successful 3-way draw. All right. That means that it is time for Jamal to get a break. Jamal, we'll see you in a bit. And we bring back to the stream Mr. Brandon Austin. Brandon, welcome back.
Howdy.
All right. And you are going to tell us about Roberta Flack, board D, in, if I can find the right, I'm not good about clicking on the right window.
It up, Brandon, I'm getting a message from David Hood noting that the Brian Ecton game was actually a 3-way, not a 2-way, and that Cadence England was involved in that draw.
All right, I will fix that. I will fix that behind the scenes.
So just to know to our viewers, that thing that looked like a 2-way, or that we thought was a 2-way, actually a 3-way, including England.
All right, that may make more sense.
Will make a huge difference. It's obviously going to make a huge difference in the standings.
In the scores, yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, David. I will fix that behind the scenes. And Roberta Flack finds Robert Muller in Austria, John Dargis in England, Ed Sullivan, DBN's own in France, DBN's own Sabi Ahuja in Germany, Heimchen Vandergriff in Italy, Dave Smith in Russia, and Andy Shiner in Turkey. All right, and so this includes 3 players who came into this round in the top 4. That's Dave, Heimchen, and Robert Muller. All right, Brandon, why don't you tell us what happened in this game?
No worries. Cool. So Spring 01, we got the moves for that. Loving to see England go straight into the channel, John going straight for channel, but also Eddie going for going up to Burgundy. Interesting stuff. We'll go forward to 4. The rest is all pretty basic. Here we've got Germany supporting Russia into Sweden, while Russia loses Romania to a bit of AT coordination. But then we've got Heimchen snagging Trieste as well, which is interesting. with that, we see England and France bouncing in Belgium, just stopping them from getting that. Like, a little bit of chaos all over the place. I guess Germany, Sabi doesn't need to provide Russia with that support, but it's a bit of a friendly gesture. Russia vacating Warsaw as well, hopefully like leaving that open for a build or something. But Turkey is positioning themselves to head north. Maybe with the AI, they were hoping for a move into the Aegean or something. So Turkey would be out of position, but it looks like Homechin's just gone and grabbed Trieste and Tunis for 2 builds. So we'll see whether they are friendly or not. Cool. So Spring 02, Italy being very friendly with Ed in France, not going into Tyrrhenian Sea, moving the fleets on land down into Ionian, down into Eastern Med. Turkey snagging Romania, but it looks like Austria was hoping they'd move up with Bulgaria, but instead they move Armenia across and still have enough support to get in. Looks like a bit of coordination between EG as well, getting into Belgium, and Ed having to pull up into Mao to try and contest that a bit. And despite Sabi supporting Russia into Sweden, has now cut their support for snagging Norway, which is interesting. All right, cool. Here we see Turkey really getting displaced, and the convoy from Tunis to Syria is going to hurt. Here as well, sort of a bit of one thing that I noticed that was a bit odd is hope maybe Russia should have followed Moscow down to Sev and not left Sev open for that retreat, which is unfortunate. Sorry. Yeah. Hopefully that was just a misorder or something.
Maybe not expecting to get to the Black Sea, right? Maybe figuring they're just cutting a support.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that makes sense. Brilliant for Turkey though, but they still lose Bulgaria, and but they're still staying on the same, so that's not too bad, or going up 1. The Russian army gets popped in Belgium as well, just with Ed pushing up. So, the English army gets popped in Belgium. Got a little ahead of myself there, but yeah.
That's some foreshadowing?
Yeah. Cool. So Turkey's trying to do their thing in the corner there. Sev gets popped, and the unfortunate bounce in Armenia stops it from having a retreat. Looks like England is not going to be hanging in there for too long. Dave is in a recovering position, which is not too bad. And AI is working well together here. There's been a few different moves going on here, Russia getting that support from Austria down into Bulgaria, but not supporting Con to Ankh. So possibly a little jab from Russia here. They're getting Sev back, they're getting Bull, they're in black. They don't support Austria and Con to take Ankh. So this could be them turning on Austria here. Meanwhile, Italy does Italy things with their Lepanto and manages to get Smyrna. What do you reckon here, Adam? There's been a couple of little tosses around. Who would you want to be in this position? And do you reckon that person's going to top?
Well, there's a few interesting things. I think Sabi makes an interesting, or actually, I think Dave Smith makes an interesting choice here to be supporting Ed up into the North Atlantic, where Sabi's sort of in this position where, yes, they're in the North Sea, and yes, they appear to be helping against England, but they could turn around and just walk into those Scandinavian, walk in and try to take out Scandinavia very quickly and put Dave in a bad place in the North, and that may be a more at least a faster way to get some momentum in this game than, fight for one English center. So I'm going to be keeping my eye out on that. It's hard not to really like Ed Sullivan's position here, though. He's got no enemies. Italy is showing no inclination to come in his direction, and everybody's kind of doing what he wants. So it's hard to argue with that French position right now.
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
Spring of 04.
Yeah, so Russia helping out Turkey there to recapture Con. It was a great friendship while it lasted, but it's probably not going to last too much longer with them supporting themselves down into Armenia. With that as well, we have a long convoy from Gascony up into Clyde, so that's going to start cracking those English dots. And otherwise, I think that's all fairly clean. Heimchen is supporting herself into Trieste.
Ed Sullivan with the rare double convoy, 2 convoys in 1 turn. Don't see that too often.
Oh yeah, sorry, the double convoy. Yeah, no, you're right. With the bounce and whales as well. It's always cool when you can pull 2 off with 3 fleets.
All right, so we move to
next one. Yep. From this point, we've got Ed holding. He's in Clyde, tries to go for Liverpool, that gets cut. But Sabi does manage to get into London, which will end Sweden actually, with Dave walking out to Finland. So where they're at on the board at the moment, Sabi's on 5 and Dave is on 8. So, possibly agreed just to get Sabi up that extra build as well. But, Dave is still snagging ink in this situation, so that's not bad. Going forward. So this is where I think I could be wrong at this point, but looks like the East is pretty much going to clean up England here. Italy is pushing further east, but I'm not sure if they really need all of those units to do that. What do you reckon, Adam? Should they be turning around a little bit to go and put some pressure on the West, or continuing with the way they're going?
It depends how you're looking at this game, right? If the game that's being pitched to you, which I imagine is what it is that this is a France, Germany, Italy 3-way, then you don't want to be sending units in that direction. The problem with that pitch, however, is that what's France going to be doing in another year, right? And if you trust that Ed Sullivan's going to just sit there in the background, and or maybe that Sabi's going to let Ed go take some Scandinavian dots, then I think it's okay. I'm not sure how confident I feel about that. So, and I'm also not sure I need that extra unit in Eastern Med. I'm not sure I want to turn around at this point, but do I want to have everything so far ingrained that I can't go out to Tyrrhenian Sea, quickly if I need to? Yeah, maybe not. I will say I really like what Sabi is doing here and using England as a janissary to get the jump on Russia. Really like that play.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, getting that English army off the island as well is huge. So, so here we see Italy snagging Con with Turkey's support as well, stopping Russia from getting it. Austria goes down. Oh, no, sorry, they don't, because they get Budapest as well. But we see English Channel go to Mao. I think this is where France Ed starts coming down south and pushing east. So,
yeah, and again, you're seeing Hemchen build that army there when really what you probably want is another fleet. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, well, if you've got France that's going to be picking up a couple of builds, and they already have a fleet in Mao, and you're stuck in Conagene and East, you really want to have that fleet just to get straight into Tyrrhenian Sea, because it's not looking very pretty come the builds this next year. We can probably go through again. This is just Sabi pushing England further forward, but England being fine, being the tip of the spear, but at the same time as well is out of the game, same as Turkey. So Sorry, that's right. So we say bye to England and Turkey in that previous year. FG pretty much have zero pressure. They're working well together. I feel like the East could have tried to calm down a little bit and push that bit west just to stop this going as hard as it did. But like FG was solid all along, and Russia. Yep.
Here's a question, right? I mean, you look at Ed Sullivan's position here. He's got Tunis. He's got 2 fleets in the north. When does he start to think about a one-way draw here?
Now.
And
if he can do things like take Norway and London and keep fleets up in Barents and Norway, and Sabi's okay with that, like absolutely thinking about that. And he's waving here. I mean,
but he's not building fleet Brest. I think he needs more fleets in the north if he's going to do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, he basically he needs to lock down Tunis, which still there's only one Italian fleet down there, so he doesn't really need very much to lock down Tunis.
Or is the better play for him to push further into the Med before sprint? Like maybe his 18th dot is not Munich, but it's Naples, Rome, or Greece, and maybe he doesn't have to stab Subi as hard, or potentially at all. I don't know.
Yeah, he's waved as well, so he has builds in pocket. Even if he's just going for a position like further in the Med, like he's got something he can slap down later if he's not getting a center. But he's got centers that he's getting.
I think you've got multiple paths to this. You are more ingrained in the South right now, so there's a reasonable argument to say like keep pushing in the South and keep the units in the North, and just split it as you need to.
Yeah, and maybe the way to stab Subi is not by building in Brest, but by slipping an army into Munich, right? Getting the armies in position to follow up, and then following up with fleet power.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Who are you that?
That is not the path that Ed Sullivan has chosen.
What is the outcome here,
Brandon?
We've got a three-way draw with Italy dropping or surrendering their spot in the draw, however you Americans call it. So, with your scoring system,
I can appreciate Ed making this decision.
I don't remember what the standings are for the tournament overall, but it's still 170 is still a massive score. Maybe he doesn't see the need to grind it out, push it. It's already, 1908. That's a decent length game. I'm assuming they have one again in the afternoon if this was a morning game. So
no, so there's a game Friday night, a game Saturday daytime, and then there's a game on Sunday morning.
Okay, cool. I feel like he had a pretty solid path in through Italy with Sabi's help as well. But if everyone's happy with the scores and everyone's chill, may as well finish up and go to the pub. So, actually, Sabi's just said in the comments that they wanted to finish before dinner. So,
and they did.
I think that's achieved. They've gotten a solid score, and they get to go to dinner on time.
Sabi says they didn't want to stab me because I saved them. And
very nice.
All right, congratulations to Subby and Ed and Dave Smith. Dave Smith also had a good score in round one, was actually leading the tournament coming into round two. So banking another three-way draw is good unless there are two-way draws or solos on other boards. So let's keep that in mind. We have now to go to our featured games for round two, and we are going to start off with McCallus and Adam. So let's give Brandon a break here. We'll see you in a little bit.
Cool. Catch up.
And here is McCallus back to the stream. Oh, and I do have something. There you are. There, we'll do this to make it easier for you, so you can stay in the corner like you clearly prefer to. I do have this that David Hood sent me earlier that I didn't notice, but let me see if I can actually add it. There we go. Here is a picture of the viewing party taking place right now in Raleigh-Durham. This is a great shot because we get the mirror in the below the TV. You can see everyone's faces. This was a dramatic turn in one of the earlier games. And let's see, we've got We've got Tim Crosby. I recognize. I
I
believe
see
that's
Justin Lohr.
Yeah. And that's Dave Miller.
Yeah, and Patrick here, in the blue sweatshirt. I can't tell who that is.
Patrick Jacobson.
I like that there's a nice little sight line from Patrick to the TV that appears to have been drawn on there, whatever that white thing is.
Oh, you mean along the wall below the TV?
Yeah.
Oh,
it looks like it's directly his like eye line.
Yeah, that is funny. Yeah, it's just a wire protector. All right, so
Patrick has X-ray vision. That's confirmed law now.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, our vision is going to be restricted to John Coltrane, board F in round 2.
Hey, I've heard of him.
Indeed, welcome.
Did not know he was from North Carolina.
Now you do, and we thank David Hood for that. All right, here are the players for. Come on, you can do it. What is going on?
Have you minimized the picture?
No, there we go. All right, John Coltrane, board 2F, finds Randy Lawrence Hurt in Austria, Riley Bucco in England, Sophie Lewis in France, Barbara Zhang in Germany, Katie Ben in Italy, Jason Massbaum, former DBN Diplomat of the Year in Russia, and Tom Maynardi in Turkey. So nobody comes into this board within the top 7. Katie is closest at number 8. Let's dive on in and see what happens in this game. And let's see, McCallus, you're just joining us, so we'll put you on play-by-play in 1901. Tell us what you see.
Alrighty, so what we see in the West, we see pretty standard French opening, pretty standard German opening. England opens to Edinburgh rather than Yorkshire, which makes sense. We've seen a lot of anti-Russian play in this tournament so far. In the East, we see a bounce in Trieste and DMZ in Galicia, bounce in Black Sea, so pretty much going in Austria's favour at the moment. And we see Moscow to Livonia as the sort of standout move. I know that Jamal really likes that move. Unfortunately, he's not on here right now to elucidate on why he thinks this is a good move.
I think it's a great move if you want to get bounced out of Sweden.
Yeah, it sounds like an awful move to me, but Jamal has talked at length about how he thinks it's great.
You can convoy to Finland. Come on, what could be better?
Whoa.
All right, fall 1901.
Also, kudos to Randy Lawrence Hurt for bouncing Italy out of Trieste.
Yeah.
Oh. Indeed.
I guess that's what you can do when you DMZ Galicia. It's quite nice.
Yeah, so it's the successful DMZ in Galicia that enables that. Presumably that bounce was arranged, I would think.
Or a reaction to realizing Italy was probably going to do it. Then you go and arrange the DMZ to let you bounce it. All right, full 1901. Livonia goes back to Moscow, having achieved its primary goal of ensuring you don't get Sweden. Good job, Jason. Turkey now goes to Black Sea and Armenia. Russia does get Romania, so they have at least one build. England convoys to Norway. This isn't looking good for Russia. And France gets Belgium, gets Spain's south coast. It's going to be set up for a very aggressive early EF here, potentially, with England also supporting France to Belgium. And Italy's in Tyrolia to do things. They haven't convoyed to Tunis, so it doesn't look like it's anti-Turkish things.
Yeah, South Coast Spain is like old school Western Triple or EF. So let's see if let's see which of those this is.
All right, see if the builds shed any light. We got 2 fleets from Sophie Lewis, so that feels. I mean, it's either Western Triple or anti-English. So we see a fleet in Belgium. I'm sorry, Berlin. So that suggests coordination between the 2 of them for the 3 of them. That suggests Western Triple.
Tripoli. Looks Tripoli.
Only hitch in that plan is Fleet London, which could be Tripoli, but could also not be Tripoli.
I gotta call out Jason Massbaum here because I hate armed fleet Sev in this. I mean, you get one build as Russia. How do you put a fleet in Sev as Sev, Jason? You know better than that. That's just locking yourself in. That's locking yourself in, out of options. I mean, there is just. I'm sorry, but there's just no justification for that. There's absolutely no justification, and Jason is a better player than to do that.
Go to Livonia to ensure you don't get Sweden, then build Fleet Sev with your only builds. These are all moves that are by the rule book legal, and perhaps shouldn't be.
McCallus, we're gonna have to put a super cut together of your size this broadcast. Epic. Spring of 1902. Adam, down to you.
All right, and Jason, he gets Bulgaria with Austrian help while Austria moves into Romania. Okay, Austria is heading right up it towards Germany. I can only guess that this is responsiveness to the anticipated Western Triple, and that's the only real explanation I have for how Randy is moving right here. Especially Katie's doing the things that you do as Italy when there's a Western Triple, and maybe part of the thinking is like if we can get some early push into Turkey, we can prevent this being a EFT result that is usually what happens out of Western Triples. But that is exactly what we're seeing. England goes up to Barents Sea and goes to Finland. Germany supports up to Baltic. You're doing all the things you do when you're playing a Western Triple.
All right, fall of 1902.
I see McCallus just shaking his head here and maybe vomiting a little in the back of his throat. But this is what it is, and it's they take St. Petersburg. Why do they not take Sweden here?
Reasons.
Okay.
Guaranteeing St. Petersburg, because it's really important in a Western Triple to make sure that England gets the early builds. England's always behind and needs to be helped as much as possible.
Got it. Okay, right. So they could. So Germany likes to tap Bothnia to, instead of guaranteeing themselves the build, they guarantee England the build. And elsewhere, Katie takes Trieste, which I can only assume was agreed since Randy took Romania, and it does very much make sense for Italy to get another fleet here. So that is completely logical and fits with what's going on.
All right, winter 1902. I mean, look, the big question is going to be how AR are able to crack open Turkey here, at least in the east, without Italian help from underneath. We do get a fleet in Naples. We get the fleet in Bulgaria going away. I mean, you'd kind of think like of any of the units down there, that's the one you really need to guarantee flags.
We literally right before this, you said how are AR going to crack open Turkey? They have no Italian. So the one thing they have in their favor is the fact that Russia, for unfathomable reasons, had built that second fleet. And now the second fleet isn't there.
Yeah.
What?
Just another tactical question. If you are Italy, do you want to build the fleet in Naples or in Rome here?
Well, given there's no army to convoy into Tuscany, I don't know. I think you probably want to be able to cover Ionian here while also protecting.
Because of the Turks and Aegean, maybe you want to cover Ionian.
Yeah. McCallus,
because you can also do Turanian to Tuscany just as easily if that's the plan, right?
Yep. All right, here we go. Spring of 1903. Back to you, McCallus.
All right. Oof. So, Italy is into Lyon. France is into Tuscany, but Italy's come back to Venice. That isn't actually a problem because it's a fleet and not an army. What we see is the rare Western Triple, or they're actually not that rare, where it's France who's the loser rather than Germany, and England and Germany work together to take Belgium. Germany lines all the armies up down there. In return, they get Jason sending the remaining units south towards Prussia, but again, you've got Baltic, you're not that bothered. In the east, Austria gets into Bulgaria, gives up Romania as they continue their dipsy doodle. Turkey, because no one can kill them, because there's no units to kill them, just pulls the fleet round in case Italy sends something east. Yeah, like Tom is having a very easy time as Turkey defending against a freeway alliance, which you shouldn't have. But hey, good job, Tom, I guess.
I guess the only risk that Tom has made there, is exactly this, losing the Black Sea, right, by shifting units like that. And I think that may not have been the best play to just give it up.
It looked like he was making a diplomatic bet on Jason, but didn't.
I think there's also, this is a missed opportunity for a hostile support. Con's doing nothing. If you're worried about them doing something like this, just support Summit into Bulgaria. Make sure they can't empty it. But elsewhere, we see Italy taking Spain and Marseille. What a turn from Katie. Love it. Really nice play. Tactically got the jump on France in spring and then takes full advantage with EG, continuing the push elsewhere. Although England has actually taken Belgium from Germany now. So, yeah, maybe this is a flip. England goes into Sweden as well. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe Germany is the loser after all. unsurprisingly, it's not England.
Fall of 1903. It's a funky game so far. It seems like it's been a hard time really for an alliance to kind of gain traction at this point. So it's still a pretty messy game, although you do have Italy, making progress in the West. Who would you guys want to be at this moment? Adam, start with you.
Italy, without a doubt. This is a beautiful position. You've got a good ally in Austria, who is probably someone you can work with. You're eye to eye there. I think Katie's position is outstanding.
You got to walk into Portugal as well, which is just glorious for Italy. I mean, the other option is England, right? Like they are the two good countries in this. England's putting down 2. They've got Germany and France fighting each other. Italy's probably got the better position for a board top, but this is Dixie, and I think England's got the position already, 1903, that they can't be cut out of the draw, and so. From that sort of perspective, I think England has a good shout to be the person you want to be as well.
All right, let's keep moving here. We find for builds 2 more fleets from Italy, 2 fleets from England. So the 2 players that you both just pointed out seem to be pointing their guns at each other. Let's move forward and see how that works out. Spring of 1904. Down to you, Adam.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you'd expect to happen. England dropping into the Irish Sea and the English Channel. Spain going to Portugal, basically Italy advancing the fleets, sending one out to Ionian, which makes sense. But they seem to have struck a deal with Turkey because Turkey pulls Eastern Med back to Smyrna and is not making any threatening moves on the Italians. So this is good diplomatic play by Katie. Also, Katie's just forgoing Trieste, saying, okay, Randy, your center, go ahead and take it. I'm dealing in the West. Back up north, you have Germany continuing to work with, I can only suppose that they're sort of working with the English up there. I'm assuming Sweden was probably supporting Denmark to Baltic, though there's not really any reason for Germany to move that way. And it looks like maybe England and Germany are collaborating here against the French, though the way they move with Burgundy going to Picardy and Belgium going to Burgundy is a little weird. But yeah, it looks like they're continuing to work together.
Fall of 1904.
Indeed, that's the case. The Germans support the English into Brest. Kind of just do some unit shifting over here to try to help England protect St. Petersburg, cutting Livonia. Italy and Austria back up in Bohemia, Tyrolia to block up those areas. Italy continuing to head west. And the mass bomb is now in Ankara thanks to support from Randy. So this is again, actually, I think this is nice play by Randy, getting Turkey under control, unless he thinks he can work with Turkey to direct Turkey against Italy, which clearly isn't happening. I think working with Jason to take the Turks out makes a lot of sense for him.
Yeah, I want to give credit to Riley right now. Diplomatically, they're managing their relationship with Germany incredibly well. Like they took Belgium from Germany last year, smoothed it over fine. Now they've got Germany to walk out of Denmark, so there's no pressure on North Sea, not go to Belgium when they're surrounding it, put them into Brest. This is some really, really good diplomatic play from Riley, who I'm not familiar with, but good job.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Randy Lawrence Hurt for a second. Austria up to 7 now. Hasn't really had an enemy yet this game. Has managed to grow here without actually taking centers off of an enemy. His allies have taken centers off of enemies, and he's gotten centers from them, all presumably by agreement. What is Randy's path forward here? If you're Randy Lawrence Hurt, how do you find a way to top this board?
Well, remember, it's Dixie, so topping the board is not really the goal, right? You're just trying to make sure you're in the draw, and I think you make sure you're in the draw by keeping Italy directed in the other direction and having a lot of armies across the middle that are, leave yourself not in a position to be stabbed. I mean, you're looking at a 3-way with Italy and England in this game, so you know what you have to do. I don't think this is that complicated if you're Randy, actually.
I think the question is, this is the round where you want the big score. how do you get a better score than a three-way draw? Can you get some sort of two-way draw? I think to do that, you have to collapse Italy. I think
That's probably right.
Do
That's probably right. It's not going to be England, but I think
Yeah.
you're right. The risk of that though is you're going to have a very dangerous England in that position, and I'm not sure that you're going to be in a position to prevent England from being very problematic come the end game if that's the game you're going to play.
You need Germany to stick around and be viable without coming at you to let it happen. I think if you can like keep Germany having this sort of core of units in the middle, it means England doesn't have a good stab on them. That gives you time to take the Turkish dots and collapse Italy. Yeah, sure, England's going to get Portugal, Spain, Paris. But if you're getting the Italian dots at the same time and you can put another couple of fleets down along the way to hold Ionian as a stalemate line position, I think it is doable. I think that's the path to a big score, that if Randy's looking for a two-way draw from this game, that's what he'd have to do.
So it'd be England, Austria in that scenario.
Yeah.
All right. If you're Katie Ben, what's the two-way draw that you're looking for?
You want the two-way draw with Randy because I think you solo if Randy goes for it.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay.
Because it's 7-7, but Italy's actually really far ahead if that's the two-way draw. Because Italy's already basically across the stalemate line with Portugal and Spain.
Okay.
Randy's nowhere near it.
Okay, so get fleets through Mid-Atlantic and then hope that
your 18 are all coming from the north and
Yeah.
not from the east.
All right.
Absolutely.
Randy puts down 2 here, and we do get another fleet from England, Liverpool. It's going to make it harder for Katie Ben to break through. I think it's 1 fleet short here from guaranteeing it this turn. All right, spring of 1905. Back to you, McCallus.
All right, so Austria does the thing we said, like go and take over the Turkish dots. That's step 1 to whatever their grand plan is. They are lining up against Germany, though, so I think this is probably heading towards that 3-way draw rather than a 2-way draw, because I think that, as Adam said, if you kill Germany first, England is so terrifying. Beyond that, yeah, it's just positioning.
All right, fall of 1905.
Right, Jason loses Ankara to Tom with his dying breath, making sure that Jason gets what he deserves. And Austria takes Turkish dots. The West is all very stalemated. We say goodbye to Sophie. Germany doesn't lose anything, gets to build, has opened Berlin to build there if they want to do it, which is nice. Yeah, I mean, like Barbara has to find a way to try and make themselves part of the 3-way draw. Like we didn't talk about that before, but Barbara has to look solid enough that either Italy or Austria realistically look more cuttable than they are. And if Barbara can put down a couple more units and just have that solid core there, maybe Randy will start looking at Katie.
I want to talk about what happens right here, because Randy had 3 units available here, used all of them to guarantee taking Smyrna, which caused Ankara to be at risk. And Tom guessed right here. And, there was another guess where Armenia supports Ankara, and there's a 50-50 over whether Randy can get Smyrna. It would have worked out in this case. Wasn't guaranteed, of course. Adam, what do you think of that?
Well, why would Randy support Ankara in this position? It's Massbaum's unit, isn't it?
Yeah, but Massbaum is his ostensible ally in the East.
Really?
Massbaum's on
Really?
dots, man.
They've been working together.
Massbaum's been a useful janissary, and that use is over.
Let's be serious now.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, so there's no stab on a build phase in Winter 1905. It's not a fleet.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't know. That's 2 units on Venice. When you're presumably your next target should be Russia if you're working with Italy.
It's not a fleet. That's all I'm saying. Okay, but so it still worries you that it's in Trieste at all.
A lot.
Fair enough. All right, we have an army from Barbizhang who is perhaps following McCallus's advice here and making themselves indispensable. All right, spring of 1906. Talk us through it, Adam.
Sure. So Randy gets his now Turkish janissary to support him into Sev while taking Ankara. I guess that's something you can do here. The bounce in Piedmont is really interesting. I would love to know what led to that, especially since he double supported himself into Tyrolean. Again, he may have known it was a bounce and just be doing this as as like a beleaguering thing, but that's really fascinating.
So England tried to support Paris to Gascony. I wonder if this was a plan that Randy and England cooked up to lose Marseille for Katie while Randy took Venice in full. Because if Piedmont is Piedmont's empty, Spain is easily cuttable. Lyon hasn't been moved to. There would have been a way to force Marseille and take Venice.
Yep. Do you think that Katie's being too passive here?
I now think Katie's more likely to be cut out than Barbara is.
So three-way looking for England, Germany, and Austria at this point.
But if you're looking at a two-way, Katie is not in a two-way. If it's
I mean, Katie's chance of two-waying, I think, ended with England putting this many fleets down and Germany not caring to do anything about it, right? Katie just doesn't have growth.
So Randy Lawrence Hurt sitting on 2 dots here, a third one in Venice, if he so chooses. Does he choose? The answer is no. Instead, Adam?
So I can't tell what Black Sea is doing, but it doesn't really matter. He's supporting AG into Bulgaria. That's cute.
Unwelcome
that's
support,
cute.
yeah.
Sure, but Turkey is still dead. And he's walking. And Massbaum keeps 3 centers.
Massbaum grows and builds.
Oh, Massbaum got St. Petersburg. Good for you, Massbaum. Okay, wow. If this was orchestrated by Randy, this is just, or whoever orchestrated this. This is just beautiful for Randy, right? Because now he's got Katie moving west, and he's got England.
EG just blew up, like both of them. Like England. Instead of defending Mid-Atlantic, is moving to Belgium and not holding it properly. Germany
tapped Bothnia.
Yeah, like this. Randy and Katie have done some diplomatic work to just blow up EG right here, and they've done it incredibly well. And EG, this is back into a really bad position for them.
There's so much that's very strange about some of the choices here, right? Because Burgundy was very obviously cuttable. So the question is, why was Berlin not supporting Munich here, right? Even if you are doing this weird thing with Bothnia, which I don't understand, but
I mean, that's just a stab, right? It's just cutting the support.
But it's such an odd.
But if you're stabbing England, why are you not walking into Sweden?
Why don't you go to
help Massbaum grow?
Yeah, go to Sweden, go to Brest. It's very strange.
Is it possible that the miscommunication here over Gascony and Livonia as well just tanked the relationship?
But even if it did tank the relationship, neither of them stabbed properly. Like England didn't walk into Holland, which was guaranteed.
Yeah, it is possible also that there was some discussion with the Eastern powers about what the benefits of doing this might be, and those benefits didn't materialize. All right, so winter 1906 finds the game with a brand new dynamic, no longer stalemated along the main stalemate line or a stalemate line. We have Jason Massbaum building for the first time since 1901. And we have Randy Lawrence Hurt putting down 2 here with Trieste open, but maybe having other growth possibilities besides the Italian dots. What do you build if you're Randy here? McCallus?
Randy's got to be, because those years of Katie being bottlenecked against England gave Randy time to really catch up and is now 4 ahead. If Randy's on solo consideration, I think you need the armies. I think you need to get the Russian dots and therefore be able to collapse into Germany, because those Russian dots, once you take them, they'll be pretty safe. Like England's only got 1 army up there. So yeah, I think armies go and kill Russia as the primary goal at this stage.
Adam?
I mean, you can't get away with building a fleet here. If you build a fleet here, it's too early. So you either build 2 armies or you hold one back. But I don't think there's any reason to hold one back because you've got more builds coming. So I think you just build 2 armies.
Also, waving is as good as building a fleet. You're directly
Yeah, I
telling
mean,
the only reason that you wave is so that you can build a fleet, and it's
well,
just
I
the
mean,
equivalent
you
of
can
building a
argue
fleet
that you're waving, so you're
diplomatically.
not putting something in Trieste, right? I mean, you can argue that, but functionally, you're right, McCallus. You're absolutely right.
2 armies. We get an army. We don't get a fleet Sevastopol here. All right,
This is almost when you consider it, because I mean, what is Randy going to do here, right? And
yeah.
Fleet,
I
Fleet
actually,
I
there was a
think
good
Fleet
argument
Civ would have been
for.
the right build, actually.
There was a really good argument for fleet sub there.
I mean,
All right. So what does Randy do with his newfound riches? Over to you, McCallus.
Yep, he does what maybe not as aggressively into Russia as I expected, but pushing through Germany is as good for a solo path. I think the solo path is the dots. Kiel, Berlin are 2 of the dots you're going to want if you're going to solo this game. So going up and getting them is fine. And Katie sees the danger. So Katie is pulled back to Piedmont and is not going to allow the really easy immediate stab on Venice. So that's good from Katie. They're still sort of just stuck around mid-Atlantic Ocean, though. Germany, I don't know what Paris was doing. Was it supporting into Gascony to bring more fleets up? Yeah, I don't know. It looks like Katie is trying to make some sort of deal with England, but England has no interest in following through at the moment.
Okay, so the question for me is: Does Randy's solo opportunity require Katie to continue pushing west, north, and west? And is it over now because she has not?
I don't think so. Like, it managed to get Warsaw and Sevastopol because Jason prioritized maintaining St. Petersburg, which is another huge win for Randy, right? So Randy gets 2 dots there, gets into Burgundy as well, continues pushing armies through the middle. EG blow up further, and I don't know if Holland was supposed to be a bounce or not, but Ruhr definitely supports Belgium to Holland either way. So that's Germany pulling, although they're even because they've got Sweden. So yeah, I guess it was an agreement with England. So yeah. It could even be that Burgundy's agreed with England as England forward retreats to Picardy so that someone can take Paris. This is looking very, very good for Randy still. And Katie's pulled back out of Piedmont without getting a build, which I absolutely hate.
Yeah, Randy Lawrence Hurt is he's building now in Burgundy and Ruhr. And England and Germany are fighting each other. Yeah. Now do you build a fleet? No. Still not?
I think when you're making the stab, you build an army to take Venice and then build a fleet from taking Venice.
All right. And if you're Katie, go ahead.
I don't think you need that many Italian dots to solo this game. Kiel, Berlin, Moscow, you're already at 16. Venice is 17. You need 1 dot from somewhere else.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Going for it. Yeah. I mean, you get Moscow, and you probably get one of the German centers here too, and then you get the other 3. You get the 3 Italian dots.
The real challenge here, though, is now, under most circumstances, this is where England says, "Okay, now I'm going to back off and finish off Germany. You go defend again," right? And so that's. I mean, I don't know whether that will happen, but that's what you would expect to happen.
It's kind of what should have happened maybe 2 years ago, right?
It probably should have happened 2 years ago, no doubt. Yeah. But like now, it almost happens before. If the relationship is and here it is, right?
I really like that bounce in Piedmont from Randy. That's really good play.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is Adam.
I'm actually wondering why Katie did it this way rather than using Venice to support Marseille to Piedmont. That's really what I expected her to do. Right?
There's no ambitious here.
There's no reason to move to Trieste here. Whether you bounce or not, it's not that helpful.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, there was no reason to move out of Piedmont. It was instantly punished, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Spain should be going back here. I mean, but those are things that probably should have happened before. All right.
Well, Spain has to cover Marseille from Burgundy, though, right? So
yeah, but Portugal could go to Spain and then take care of that.
Go to Lyon like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in any case, so Adam, talk us through what actually happens here.
Yeah, and so now you've got you've got a 2-on-2 in Naples. Randy does take Venice. He's taken Moscow. He's taken Berlin, and he has not taken Kiel, right? And so. Yeah, I mean, we got a game on. Katie is pulling things back. Presumably, English Channel to Mao is probably, I guess, agreed upon at this point. There's nothing following it, so there's not really a good reason for her to be worried about it. But she is going to have a pull in the back too. So, which is presumably, I guess, going to be like Spain or something like that.
I mean, Marseille not going back to Piedmont here is disaster.
That's very well. But can you go back again?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, with him still in Burgundy, I guess she felt like she couldn't do it. I guess if she was going to move this way, I think the play.
It looks like Marseille tried to support Burgundy to Gasly, so maybe they were trying to isolate and blow up. But no, because then Paris is still. But this is horrible.
Yeah,
Paris to Gascony. Yeah. All right, winter 1908. Obviously, another fleet here.
Yep.
This is quite a position for an Austrian to be in, isn't it?
Gets the correct guess on Apulia, which is very significant. Katie's in Tuscany with a fleet, which is somewhat defensive. England has come down because they might actually need that fleet there.
They might actually need it, yeah. So it was the right play to get England down there, yeah.
So Randy needs 2 here, right? So it looks like Rome and Naples are the ones that he's going for.
He'll never get Kiel. Kiel is not gainable.
Yeah, EG have patched up enough that it's only those 2 Italian dots that he can take.
And herein lies the risk of these solo pushes, which is that if you're Germany in this game, you're going to insist on being kept in the draw, right? So if he can't get to 18, it's probably a 4-way, not a 3-way.
Yeah, Randy had an elimination in round 1, so
no, it's worth going. It was absolutely worth going.
Yeah, go big or go home. But I don't necessarily agree with that, Adam, because what you actually do is if you fail the solo push and they're demanding that, is you just pull back, give some centers up, and let people get killed.
Maybe.
Maybe so. And you just have to hope that some people trust you enough to do
it. Which would be sad for Barbara, right? Because she got herself in the position to be necessary to hold it.
I think it'd be Katie possibly who ends up being cut if you're doing that. You give up the German dots so that you can take the Italian dots.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
So there actually is not a guess here. Am I right? I think the defense is solid. So Tyrrhenian Sea goes to Naples. Tuscany supports Rome to hold. Leon supports Piedmont to hold.
This turn, yeah, because Ionian is going to fall.
Yeah, the problem is you lose Ionian now, and then it becomes a little bit tricky, right?
No, I don't think so because
it's not because Tyrrhenian supports Naples. There's no way to
exactly.
Yeah,
but here's the thing, right? If they don't see that, if Italy and England don't see that the exact right moves that they have to guarantee that they stop this, if they don't do it, they also have to protect Burgundy here, right? Like there is actually stuff that has to be done. Then Randy actually will have a guaranteed solo. So this is like critical turn here.
Hold on, can't Randy cut Rome, Venice to Rome, Apulia to Naples, thereby preventing them from getting into Naples, and then gets into the Ionian? At which point, I think he can. Doesn't he have a 50-50 on Naples at that point?
Yeah, and they also, at this time, they still have to defend Piedmont as well. And the problem is, if they lose one guess and Katie pulls a unit, I think they're guaranteed to lose both.
I think if they move like you're saying, then it becomes a 50-50 on Naples in the fall. There's also that guess on, yeah.
No, I think you're right, actually. And Randy can protect Venice, so Venice is not vulnerable.
Right.
So he just has to bounce them out of Naples here, and then... yeah, actually, does Randy see it? Yeah, does Randy see it? And then Randy would have then that's right. Then there would be guesses on Naples.
It's a 50-50, and then it becomes a 50-50.
That's exactly right.
It's no guarantee, but it's a guess. Versus if they get into Naples, then it's law. If they get into Naples,
yep. You're absolutely right. Okay, and the answer is
he did it.
See it.
He did. He saw it.
All right. So
now the critical turn is coming up here.
Yeah.
Spring of 1910. Randy gets it.
And that should be that. Gets the convoy into Naples.
So does
It almost
is
doesn't
Rome
matter.
is Rome guaranteed now though? Is taking
It is. Yep. It's all guaranteed now.
So they've conceded the solo.
They have conceded the solo. Yep.
Wow.
Very well done.
Randy Lawrence hurt.
So
and
a
I go
solo.
back to all these people in this round that didn't take the chances to go for two-way draws and solos when they were on the table, and this is why you don't pass them up at Dixie, because someone will go for the big score and get it.
So Randy had an elimination in round one. So he needed a big score here. He got the big score. But there are still other games to play. So is there anything you guys want to put a button on with this game?
I think we've talked a lot through it. I mean, I think, timing is such a huge thing in these kinds of games in terms of when you go for it. Randy played aggressively and his timing turned out to be impeccable, even though I think maybe both McCallus and I thought it might have been a year early, but it played out perfectly. He got some good guesses, went his way, some mistakes on the other side went his way, and that's how you solo.
Yeah, I think KMP said in the chat that it was over when Piedmont wasn't properly covered. I don't know if it was over, but it turned it from unlikely to very, very plausible. With that turn of walking back out of Piedmont and then not getting there when you tried to turn around, it was pretty devastating. Really good taking of the opportunity from Randy. And yeah, it's also, this is like really good strategy and tactics at the end, but the diplomatic work to get EG to break in the middle of this game when the game had sort of been locked up before that. Brandy obviously did an amazing job getting that to happen, and that's what crafted him this opportunity. So great play on multiple fronts.
Beautiful.
And I think what was really fascinating about Randy's play here is that he had to be non-threatening for a very long time, and just enough to get Katie and the rest of the board to not view him as the solo threat that he was becoming until it was just too late. And as we saw here, just by a single order, basically, in 2 turns ago. All right, congratulations to Randy Lawrence Hurt for putting the big score on the board, and that means that we have got 1 game left. Let's do this one so McCallus can be in the corner. We will bring back to the stream Mr. Brandon Austin and Mr. Jamal Bulkarli. Welcome back. You've just seen a conceded solo, which you don't see a whole lot. You don't see solos a whole lot. You see conceded solos even more rarely. McCallus and Adam, we will give you a break. See you in a little bit for round 3. All right. Shall we dive into the last board of round 2, which finds, if I can get it up, I cannot. All right, here we go. 2E, named after the Avett brothers. I'm not familiar with them. Are either of you?
The 50s band, I think.
Okay. I can infer one thing, and that is that they're from North Carolina. Thank you very much. In Austria, we find David Miller. In England, we have Alex Maslow. France, Tim Hubert. Germany, Mark Alba. Italy, Todd Craig. Russia, Jake Mannix. And Turkey, Timothy Crosby. Timothy, who voted himself out with 8 centers, I believe, in round 1. So let's see if Tim can have a different result in round 2. All right, here we go. Let's see. Jamal will put you on 1901 and tell us what you see when I show it to you, which is going to happen right now.
Alrighty. So in 1901, there is a bounce in Piedmont is interesting. Other than that, everything else looks pretty standard. Of course, Brest moving to the English Channel whilst Alex moves to the North Sea. So potentially bad blood on England. Well, essentially, France has just gone hyper defensive against everybody. They've gone for the Hedgehog France opening, and it's kind of worked. It's kind of worked for them. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes, or if they've pissed off too many people. Tim Crosby makes the incorrect move, Smyrna to Con. Other than that, everything else is pretty normal.
Yeah, you have to think that David Hood was pretty happy with this opening from France. 1901. Tell us what you see.
And it turns into an interesting kind of sea lion where we're not putting Germany into the North Sea, we're putting France into the North Sea. and Germany is quite happy with France taking Belgium. So I mean, this is absolutely best case scenario for the Hood Hog opening from France here. Like, you get to the English Channel, then you get the North Sea, and you get Belgium because Germany's fine with it, and Spain. So you're still picking up 2, and this is very, very good. Alex Maslow in a little bit of trouble early on, and looks like the fast-moving AI rather in the south with a GN going and Trieste being loaned. And Tim Crosby, this is why you don't move to Con, because now Con is stuck and Ankara is stuck behind it, and you didn't even bounce the Black Sea.
Brandon, you like this aggressive play from France?
Yeah, like whether it's England or France, I always love it when they go straight into the channel, just spice it up a little bit. But yeah, 100% getting up into North Sea with Germany's support. Like, Germany's cool with it, sure, go do it. Yeah, that's awesome.
All right, and we've got so Alex Maslow, is worth pointing out, disbanded rather than retreat. So we see Stephen Hogue wants Alex to build 2 armies. Does he? Yes. 3 army England.
Yes, this is the correct way to defend.
Yeah, then that's not going down anytime soon. That's all right.
The stale biscuit defense of England.
Yeah.
Well,
it's England, so all the biscuits are stale.
All right, Jake Mannix builds the North Coast fleet. That appears to be the only big news here. All right, spring of 1902. Brandon, tell us what you see.
Cool. So we have a supported Armenian fist bump in a way, which is interesting. Bulgaria gets popped. We see Austria moving in from Serbia, following through with the armies, backfilling. Italy's shuffling down. France tries to support into Belgium, which is interesting. So, like, I'm keen to see what the diplomatic state is between Tim and Mark. England's doing what they got to do, which is just chilling on the island and waiting it out. And yeah, Russia is doing what you expect with a fleet in North Coast, but looks like they got to watch out for Germany as well.
All right, fall of 1902.
Cool. So France again supports themselves into Burgundy. They get it. They vacate Channel because they're not making grounds there anytime soon. Italy picks up Tunis, and England just walks into Denmark. Cool. All right, give them the build. Which is going to have to be in Liverpool, but I guess that dictates that. And yeah, Russia trying to sneak into Con, but Turkey snuffing it out, which is cool.
Jamal, any thoughts on 1902?
I think Tim is doing a very good job here of making moves that are cagey and defensive. I don't know Tim very well, so maybe my guess is they're a newish player, just because the way they're playing, it's a little bit like I'm worried about things. But he's doing a good job of being cagey in a way where all the cost is falling on Mark. Right? Mark has lost Denmark here because of that cage. I think Burgundy, Holland cutting Belgium, that was all agreed last turn as like a let's just bounce. But now Mark's lost Denmark because of that. All right. So I think there's a real Tim's caginess isn't hurting him yet. It might later on, but maybe he's just got the perfect scenario where he can be hyper defensive and it's going to be all right and work out for him.
All right, let's find out. Winter builds, finds fleet South Coast Marseille, and a fleet Rome from Italy. It's kind of fun. Any logic behind that one that you can see, Jamal?
I mean, you're going after France and you don't want to spook David. I mean, yeah, Fleet Naples isn't going to do anything. It's just going to back up on, Iron and East. It's a very committal Austria-Italy move.
All right, and we also have Austria building in Vienna here. Now that I think about it, is a little surprising. Are you worried about that if you're Italy, Brandon?
Yeah, could be a little bit worried. Who knows? Maybe they're thinking of doing something crazy, knowing Germany wasn't going to get a build, and France got into Burgundy. Maybe they're thinking of moving to Tyrolia to have options on Italy, but also on Mark in Germany.
All right, let's find out where those armies go. 1903. We are back to you, Jamal.
Yeah, so again, this game is a little cagey, right? So this is the way to attack Germany and not spook Italy at the same time. So you're not going to Tyrolia because Todd's gone, no, don't you dare go to Tyrolia. So you're going to Bohemia, but then you're a little bit more ineffective against Germany. But David's doing the right thing and making that move in that direction. Looks like we've got an heir. Well, we've had an heir the whole time, but the heir is solidly now moving towards the line. Galicia, Warsaw going to Prussia. So Jake's getting into position on Germany here, and I'm getting worried now if I'm Mark. And so, yeah, I think everything else is pretty standard. I guess it's morphed into a Western triple where Tim's, the Brexit strategy of all the armies at home has made it clear that England's not going down. So now we may as well, work with the one fleet that England still has, taking back Denmark, but I mean, I think the air's got the jump on them here. I think there's too much. Yeah, there aren't enough fleets in the north to stop anything.
And fall of 1903.
And then you take Denmark, then you walk out of Denmark. So you still don't get it. Again, I'm very unsure if this is agreed or not. So there's an interesting kind of just little wild scenario here. Tim Crosby, we say goodbye to. Thank you for playing, Tim. The air is going to the line. So yeah, the real lock, the real break is going to be in the north because other Tim has done a pretty good job of convoying Tuscany and getting a little bit of a jump on Italy down in the south. So that's, I think Tim Hubert is going to have success and his northern allies are not. And so I would love to be Tim.
Yeah,
Brandon.
Especially snagging Denmark as well.
Yeah, let's talk about this for a second. What
I missed that. Sorry, that was my bad. Did not
all
see
right.
that lovely little set of move. Thank you for highlighting it. Yes, sorry. I say the air is on. The air is not on. Austria has stabbed Russia for all he's worth. And positionally, Jake is now pretty cooked. Wow, yeah, that's brutal. I mean, AI has been solid the whole game. So yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, no problem.
There goes black, there goes rum, and Austria gets 2 builds.
Yeah, it's
Well.
All right, so here we go. So yeah. Well, Ed Sullivan in the chat is right. I don't look for stabs. I just don't think they exist. They never really happen in my world, so I'm not used to it. Yeah.
Yeah, the combination of these two, going to black and taking Romania, getting help from, clearly Italy knew what was happening, right? Italy knew that Khan was moving, so needed the support. All right. What do you build if you are David Miller here?
Army Vienna, Army Budapest.
Yeah. Anyone want to make it? All right. What about Mark and I don't think we need to actually cogitate too much about these. We got an army in Trieste. Actually, that is a little bit of a surprise.
It's the standard caginess that's setting the tone for this game. Everyone trusts each other, but not really.
Yeah, didn't have to be in Trieste. Could have been in Vienna, and it does the same thing basically. Especially when Italy's fine, they're busy worrying against France. So, yeah, why are you putting it in Trieste?
All right, let's push forward here. Spring 1904. Down to you, Brandon.
Cool. So we see Italy convoying out of Tunis to protect the boot. Might not be a bad option. Bouncing out of Tunis as well. David is just sweeping up, snags Ankh. I think Todd pulling the fleet back is probably pulling the fleet west out of Smyrna is a good idea, especially if there's enough trust between AI. But we're just sort of hoping that is the case. Like Jamal said, there is a bit of caginess. And yeah, Mark sort of cycling his fleets around, getting out of Skag, going to Sweden, and like getting into Baltic. I guess I'm not sure exactly what the plan is there. Like, I'm interested to see where he goes from there. So, like he's making moves against Russia, but there's still potential for him to snag Denmark. So,
all right, let's find out.
That Russian army in Berlin was unfortunate. So, go straight to Munich. France and England just having fun bouncing in Channel. And Austria is picking up Sev and Ank, and Jake is going down to, I believe, Denmark and Ank. No, but he gains Munich, so just down one, which isn't too bad considering.
Yeah, interesting for Jake to get the support from David in Bohemia. Yeah, Jamal, do you think Jake is still working with David here, or just trying to cut his losses?
I think Jake could be working with David here. I think the disband is going to really tell. If Jake disbands Fleet Armenia, I'm on David Miller solo watch. Because then suddenly Jake's a Janissary, Todd's all locked up in the south, and as I pointed out before, right, the lack of fleets in the north means that now if Jake is on side, Norwegian and Norway are just breaking that entire line up there.
All right. You are on David Miller solo watch, apparently.
Yeah. Especially if he knows what happened on the other board. I'm not sure if he does or not. But
well, so these are being played at the same time. So so the solo on the other board was conceded in 1909. So this is still 4 years, 4 or 5 game years ahead. All right, spring of 1905. Jamal, tell us what you see.
Oh, he goes for Venice here. This is a little too soon, I think, David. Maybe I'm now off David Miller solo watch. I mean, I get it. You take the dot, but unless you have a very, very solid deal with Tim, this is very early to be stabbing Italy. So you take Smyrna and Venice. You can't take Greece here. So again, with this stab, I don't know why Budapest doesn't go to Serbia here to try and at least play on Greece. Go for the third dot. If you're going to stab it, you may as well go for it. I guess you want to protect Galicia from the retreat. I guess maybe that's an option here, but I don't know. There's a slightly riskier set of moves here that actually gets you in a much better position. But as it is, Jake is on side with David, so at least David has found himself another ally / Janissary. And I mean, the West is still just dipsy doodling around and faffing about and is trying to resolve some kind of way here. But I diplomatically, this was reading to me like an Tim, Jake, David agreement that has come in the background, and they're telling Tim in France they're going to deal him in, but I'm not sure if they will.
Oh, I see. So you're thinking a 3-way draw, actually, or at least that's the conversation that David is probably. I
think that's the pitch. I think that's David's pitch. I don't think if David wants to win the tournament, he has no intention of keeping it, but that's the sell. So,
okay, so you didn't like the stab on Italy, at least at first. How do you think David solos from here? If it wasn't stabbing Italy, per se.
Oh, I think it's stabbing Italy, but I think it's stabbing Italy a lot later. I think you get Todd to actually make some kind of slow progress into France and then be completely exposed. So you take all of it, rather than in this deal where you have to, if you're going to have any kind of honoring of the deal, you have to give Tim at least 1 or 2 Italian centers here, and at which point then it's much harder. Got it. So similar to the other, to Randy's game, you get across the line, get dots in the middle, and then pick up what you need along the boot. All right. So given that the stab has happened now, Brandon, do you see a way? What would be your solo path for David Miller from here?
Well, him supporting Jake's Warsaw army forward into Silesia pretty much clears out the rest of Russia for him. Like, that's not bad. Like, I do agree with Jamal. He could have moved, like, he's a little bit cagey, could have moved Vienna to Galicia. Like, there probably wasn't a lot of need to support Bohemia to hold. Like, Vienna could have gone to Galicia, Bud could have gone to Serbia. Then he would have had Warsaw, Moscow, Greece, and Smyrna all in the same year. And Venice, actually. So that would have been a huge boon. Okay, but your theory from here is to use Jake Mannix as the forward tip of the spear to open up the West. Yeah, pretty much. Like, if Jake's on board, which seems to be. So it seems to be. All right, let's see how it goes. And Jamal, we're still with you. Well, Jake is kind of on board, but Randy's misordered Galicia to Warsaw, maybe, or maybe that's just a deliberate. I'm not going to take it. That's if that's a misorder, that's rough. David. Yeah, he said Randy. Oh, yeah, David. Sorry, Randy's the other board. Yeah, so David's misordered that, and this is the consequence of stabbing Todd now, which is that now Todd and Tim have gotten back together, and they're putting
they're knocking David out of Venice. So now Venice is not held. So they didn't really have Tim on side when they thought they might have. And at which point then now this is rough, right? Because also Mark is now on board with Jake, it seems, where Jake is giving Mark Munich back in exchange for Mark making a push to Tyrolia. Like, yeah, this is everyone has decided. I think maybe everyone has seen the David Miller solo watch and they've decided that they're not having any of it. So they're all shutting it down.
Really unfortunate misorder here. Galicia is not ordered to Warsaw, which presumably was the follow-up from Vienna and so forth. That said, David Miller disbands Venice rather than retreat it. And since he's picking up Smyrna here, he's even. So this means he gets a rebuild. Presumably that... Oh, and plus gets a build from Moscow anyway. So yeah, so picking up to... Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I wasn't losing anything. So he was going to get a build no matter what. But now is +3, can only build 2. Certainly, almost surely there's going to be a fleet in Trieste. There is.
Yeah.
All right.
But if the Italian and French are working together, there's no path here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spring of 1906. Brandon, tell us what you see.
Yeah, well, yeah, we see David's army in Piedmont gets back to Tyrolia. That one getting piffed.
I'm sorry. We have to go back a second because we glossed over the pulling of Ruhr and Silesia while holding on to North Atlantic and Norway.
I guess that's Jake saying Warsaw's lost anyway, and my best friend here is Mark.
We saw Michalis pleading in the chat for that Russian army to go to Paris, but is not going to make it. So.
I mean, you have to think keeping Ruhr was important there, and North Atlantic is not useful for an anti David Miller. Anyway, please continue, Brandon.
Especially when it holds as well. But yeah. Well, we see David walking into Warsaw. He's going to put pressure on St. Pete. He's got enough armies to sort of cycle them around, but walks into Greece, but it looks like he's going to lose that. Can't have anything holding it. Like we said earlier, Tim and Todd seem to be fine and coordinating with each other. Todd's getting in a better position to probably maybe get Venice back, seeing how kind Tim is. But yeah, I'm not particularly sure what Mark was worried about with Denmark, but I guess England could have tried to take a swig at it, but instead they decided to support the French fleet in Holland into Belgium. So yeah, we'll see how that goes.
All right. Interestingly, Budapest doesn't move here. I guess Tyrolia and Venice could have combined, but
yeah.
All right. Fall of 06. Brandon, back to you.
Yeah, again, eyes on David, like he's picking up Warsaw. So I think he's still up 1 from that, but yeah, can't hold Greece. We see Tim pushing up in English Channel and Irish and we got Jake gaining Liverpool. So, maybe it was keeping North Atlantic up there. Nowhere to build it though, which is a shame. But yeah, this looks like Tim just trying to take advantage of poor old Todd and grab a couple of dots while he can.
Jamal, what is happening in this game right now? What is
all right. Yeah. This is you got 2 Australian commentators here, right? So I'm gonna have a talk. I'm gonna look down the camera. I'm gonna have a talking to you. People of the United States, diplomacy players of the USA. If you see a dot, you do not have to take that dot. That is not the only way that you can play this game. It is not a game where you constantly just have to take any advantage you could possibly take over somebody that is doing work to support you. In this situation, Todd, Tim, is your best friend. Todd is keeping David at bay. Todd is the person you want, growing in this scenario. I'd be giving Todd Venice here. I'd be saying, hey, Todd, you're the best person in the world. You don't take Rome. You don't take Tunis. You can always take them later. You've got your fleets down there. You don't have to do that now. And instead, we're seeing, like David stabbed a little too soon, Tim stabbed a little too soon, and now David is right back in contention, depending on how annoyed Todd is. Like, come on, people. If you see a dot, wait a turn, and then maybe take the dot. Don't have to do it immediately.
Take a breath.
I'd like to add to that. There was 2 dots, and he took them both, so that's okay. It wasn't a dot.
Oh, I see. If it's only 1 dot, then you should preach patience. But if it's 2 dots,
just go for it. It's totally fine. Doesn't matter. Just go for it. Whatever.
The stomach
Minimum
rumbles.
amount of dots to make a stab worthwhile, 4. Anything less, not worth it.
All right. So now it feels like the solo meter, which has been swinging back and forth, has it swung back in David Miller's favor, especially given these disbands?
Yeah, well, the disbanding Greece and Aegean is just positive news for David. Like he's gonna grab Greece. He's got 2 fleets there. He's got plenty of armies. He's gonna grab Venice because now Todd is anti-Tim. TNT no more. So, and yeah, he'll probably get St. Pete. But I'm interested to see where Mark falls with this as well. Like where they might potentially support or help or like push somewhere else. So, yeah.
So note that David Miller waived a build here. So clearly expecting to be able to open up Trieste, or hoping in any way to be able to open Trieste for a build here. If he's in Piedmont, which is not a small thing, especially given that Venice is a fleet here. What do you think of his solo chances, Jamal?
I mean, look, the solo I don't think is hugely there anymore because France has now got Tunis, and yeah, he's just not going to get enough fleets down there. And Jake has locked St. Petersburg, so I mean that maybe you break through Berlin or something, but I don't think it's likely at this point. I mean, yeah, when he stabbed that early, it was kind of gone. I think he's going to board top and be part of the draw, but I don't think there's a solo here anymore.
All right, let's keep going here. Spring of 1907 to you, Jamal.
So Todd is on Team David, moving to supporting David Ionian Sea, probably going to give up Greece here, but I think Tim is at the Tyrrhenian Sea Tunis line quick enough. David takes back Venice. Jake walks out of St. Petersburg. So I rescind everything I just said. I rescind everything I just said. Jake walks out of St. Petersburg, and that's at least David's 17th center. So, yeah, I mean, in the middle of the board is held, and instead of doing anything else, Alex... Oh, yeah, that's right. So because the middle of the board for Germany is very important. It's actually the thing that's stopping David breaking through. So dotting Mark for Denmark is the correct move. Making Germany pull a unit off the board is definitely going to stop the solo here.
Well, Germany's playing 1 short. It's worth saying. Opening up Kiel for a possible build here. But if London goes down, if London goes down to Kiel, then Germany doesn't actually have to pull. But this is all assuming that there's a grand alliance trying to stop the solo.
It's really not. It should be.
Must have been some rule about round 2 Austrian solos.
Wild, huh? So these games, I mean, at this point, Randy was starting to do really well on the other board. So if they were paying attention to each other, there's definitely some twinning happening. All right, fall of 1907. Jamal, talk to us about it.
Yeah, so I saw Jake in the comments saying that his play here is to essentially force the Grand Alliance to offer him a spot in the draw, or else he throws. Well, it looks like they agreed to it, then didn't tap Livonia, so now he's lost St. Petersburg, which is actually a big problem. David now showing the correct patient move of not taking Greece so that Italy can keep both their units on the board to help them. This is how you do it, David. Now they're in Adriatic. They've got Venice. And as we said, right, Alex Maslow, I guess Kiel doesn't matter. I mean, Germany's still got to pull one here, maybe. No, I guess Germany doesn't have to pull one, but dotting your allies here at this point, it's just doesn't, especially in a system which doesn't value centers. Like, what's the point?
Holland is crazy.
Holland, why?
England's building two behind the line. All right. So David Miller is at 14. Needs 4 more. Grease in hand. Or grease in pocket. What are the other 3?
I mean, given how annoyed Jake might be at this point, Norway, Sweden.
But that's it, right? There should be no other dots here, right? As long as, well, France is still attacking Italy. All right, let's move forward and see what happens. All right. Well, interestingly, Dave Miller is not taking Greece, loses St. Petersburg here, so this should be it, right?
Yeah, should be.
Dave, I think, had 1 in pocket, so he didn't have to pull there. Trying to get another fleet on the board, I think. All right, so spring of 1909. The game does not end here, so the question has to be why. Jamal, to you, what do you see?
What is Tim doing?
Tim is pulling a fleet back and allowing
I guess Italy to take Rome, which I guess is fine unless you realize that like that Italy's just going to give it to David. Like, I mean, like I guess it depends on your real diplomatic. If you think Todd has any ounce of self-preservation left, then you offer them Rome, and now you're trying to cut them the deal. You should have cut them 3 years ago. But I don't know. Like, I mean, there's a world in which Italy just goes whatever. You know, I'll give this to David, and you just throw in the solo. So I mean, it depends on the diplomatic situation here, I guess.
Well, David needs 5 dots right now, right? So even throwing Rome and Naples wouldn't be enough.
Rome, Naples, Greece is 3. So he has gone and lost St. Petersburg. Like I did miss that last the other time. They lost St. Petersburg again. So yeah, okay. So maybe you think Italy's going to keep themselves alive here.
Yeah, Baltic, tap Livonia. Sorry,
in the chat. In the chat, they're saying David refused anything less than a 3-way draw, and Jake demanded to be in the draw.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Dixiecon scoring becomes quite interesting, sort of logistically, because you've got 6 players left in the game. You've got 1 player who's clearly a solo threat. All 5 of the other players are useful for maintaining the draw. You might question whether Italy is necessary to prevent the solo, but they can certainly do some damage. So to get a good result here for any of these players, they can't accept the status quo, but any change from the status quo might leave only 1 person with a good result. So how do you get out of this situation? Where is the solution here?
David backs off. Like if David wants a 3-way draw, he has to back off the line and let England and France take out Germany. So then you eliminate 1 other player. Then you incentivize England to take out Russia with you. So there's your other player, and then you take out Italy.
So the 3-way draw you see is England, France, and Austria.
Yeah, David has to back off and allow them to safely take the centers.
Brandon, do you see any other option here?
Andrew Goff's comment in the chat.
Come and play diplomacy in Australia instead.
Yeah.
That is not how you solve Dixiecon scoring. All right, so spring of 1909. It appears that we're getting in position to form a stalemate line. Here's what happens next.
Yeah, there's a stalemate line, and they're still attacking Rome.
So I don't think anything. Oh yeah, nothing actually moves other than Trieste getting to Apulia. Oh, and England picking up Liverpool.
Yeah. So now we have a similar situation. So that Russia couldn't build anyway. That would be the argument. Why Alex Masso needs to keep putting units down. That's a fascinating question. So Italy actually, technically gets a build here. Obviously can't put a unit down. France had to pull a unit from. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh, you pulled. Oh.
Well, that's all right. Mao's pretty important, so it's fine.
Important for maybe stopping the greedy English, but certainly.
Well, they had 3 armies on the island. Now they got 3 fleets, so who knows what's going to happen.
All right, spring 1910. So Alex is saying, I saw an opportunity to maybe cut Russia from the draw. In worst case scenario, I give David a solo, and France, who rarely gave me a break, gets 0. All right. Spring of 1910. Talk us through it, Brandon.
Well, it looks like Looks like England's helping. Yeah, Alex is helping David into Berlin. So he gets in. A bit of the line falls there. He backs off on St. Pete. Not that it would have made a difference at the time anyway. And AI working together to cycle things up, which is probably going to give David a couple more dots. So, yeah.
Yep.
What should happen here, Jamal?
I mean, what should happen here? We should rewind time and the last turn. But what will happen here is David Miller will solo.
Why do you think Todd Craig does this? Just because maybe hoping to somehow get a build, or just France's?
If I'm Todd, I'm working with David here for sure, right? Like, this is just vengeance here. You know you're not in the draw in any scenario anyway. And I mean, David stabbed you, sure, but then Tim completely blew up any kind of hope they all had of staying in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean by refusing a draw?
But also by attacking Todd for 4 years, if Tim had just held off and waited, actually he's back in the game.
All right, here's what happens in fall of 1910. Count the dots. Berlin 1, Munich 2, St. Petersburg 3, Naples 4, Rome 5, Greece 6.
Yeah.
Plus 13 is 19 centers. An
Well
Austrian
done, David Miller.
solo.
Yeah. 2 Austrian solos at the same time. Crazy.
Yep. This result does not happen outside of Dixiecon scoring.
Oh yeah, no way.
Yeah. Do we what was Randy's score? So David's here would have been a little bit higher because he had more centers. Is that correct with Dixie scoring?
That's a good question. I don't think the centers matter over 18. But let's look at that because I don't know.
Because Randy didn't actually get to 18.
Let's see. Oh, right. So no, I bet it's that's right. So only 2 centers short. That's interesting. And he was at 346 actually. So he did get David did get credit for the 19th center.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I hope everybody who played this game learned a valuable lesson and came away as friends and has a good long hard look at themselves whilst staring down a rhinoceros.
Oh, they're American, so we know they did that.
Was this the right result for this game?
It was the result the game deserved.
I don't know. It's tough when things on a board get personal. People just get sick of other people, and they're like, I don't care. I'm gonna stop a draw happening. I don't care if I die. I'm gonna make sure you get 0. I don't care if I get 0. It just gets messy. So yeah, sometimes you wish people could sort it out, but it's not always going to happen.
All right, we congratulate David Miller on a one-way draw, a solo. That means that we have finished round 2 of this in a breezy 4 hours and 20 minutes. I think our goal of getting done here in 6 hours is still within reach. I'm going to bring back to the stage Adam Silverman and Michalis Kamaridis. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Hello.
You have just collectively witnessed 2 Austrian solos in a Saturday round of Dixiecon.
Should have been free. Should have been free.
I am going to put the current standings after round 2 up on the board, and I'm going to step off and take a short break and let the 4 of you digest it. Here are those standings. I believe I got the that 2-way draw corrected to a 3-way draw. It may not. I may have to restart the program for it to be reflected, but I don't think it's going to matter at this moment. Yeah, it looks like I got it right. Okay, so here are the standings after 2 rounds of play. Dave Miller in first by quite a large amount.
Where is Randy?
I'd say that this isn't correct, as Randy definitely has more points
where's
than
Randy Lawrence
that.
Yes, I can tell you the problem is that it's the conceded solo. Yeah, why is that happening? All right, we know that Randy has 334 points. So Randy is in 4th place. Keep
So
in
one
mind,
of the interesting things about this tournament is that a solo isn't enough to win it by itself. 2 freeway draws will beat a solo. You need a solo and another good score. The difference, of course, is that David Miller already had another good score, which is why David Miller is miles ahead and other people are not.
so I'm gonna step off here, but I remember that Randy has a 0 for round 1. So
There's a dropped round though, right? So these folks that are
That's
in the 340, 330, 320 range, they can't catch him without a solo at this point, right?
Yep.
A two-way
Yeah,
is not going to be good enough. So really, this comes down to, can David build on his round 1 3-way draw, and can Randy get a solid score in round 3 to overtake him? But it's really come down to those two at this point. Unless somebody solos, which, a solo is not out of the question, but it's awfully hard to do in round 3 when you're playing in a timed round.
What Randy's going to need is going to need to get a freeway draw where he's got more centers than David had in his freeway draw, with David not improving, which is doable. Like, this was the sort of position I was in with me and Doc. I had a freeway draw and a 2-way draw. Doc had an elimination and a 2-way draw. And it's why I took the 2-way draw when I had a few centers more than Doc, because it meant that the amount that Doc had to get in that final round was just pushed upwards by 3 or 4 centers. And it became, I think he needed something like a 12 or 13 center freeway draw, which is not very easy in the time round. Whereas if it had been more even between us in the 2-way draw, he would maybe only need 8 or 9, maybe a bit easier for him.
So let's say you're one of these people who is not named David Miller or Randy Lawrence Hurt. Like, what are you going into round 3? What's on your mind? Like, are you just like, I'm gonna have some fun, or I'm playing for second or third, I guess third place, or like how do you approach round 3?
I think it depends who you are, right? So I think some players will be motivated by third place. There's DB&I points involved. There's a level of pride, so best country kind of situation. I mean, certainly though, all the best tournaments, and I think Dixie does this really well, make it so that even in the final round, when you're in 10th place and out of contention for the podium, you're still going to have fun. There's still a way for you to actually have a good, fun, enjoyable game. So I think the board with David Miller and Randy on it, and maybe some people like Justin and Ed, and Katie, Ben, maybe, those kind of games you might see people really pushing and going for it. But on the other boards, I think we're going to see some wackiness and a good time.
So I think any of those players who are in the sort of 2nd to 6th with a solo would overtake David Miller. I'm not sure anyone below Sabi would. I think their other scores aren't enough with a solo on top of it. Maybe if there's someone who's got a good freeway draw and an elimination, not sure. Maybe Doc and Heimchen and Matt. Solos can happen in Dixie in the final round. Like, we saw it last year. Karthik won from Randy Lawrence Hurt throwing him a solo in the final round of Dixie. The way that it happens is people vote themselves out of draws. You don't actually have to get to 18 to solo at Dixie, and that matters. If for some reason people are upset with David Miller, if, for example, his solo came in a controversial game that a lot of people have bad feelings about, maybe that sort of thing opens the door slightly to somebody else getting.
And I think it takes a certain kind of person and a certain kind of somebody else, Michaelis, just building on what you're saying, right? So, like, realistically, I actually think anybody in that 3rd to 6th position, Justin, Ed, Keith, and Subby, are all the kinds of players who people might say, you know what, I don't mind. I'm very happy for you to win this, right? They're the kind of players that are friendly, that have built a lot of relationships over quite a number of years. Maybe this is the world in which you get to cash that in, right? If there is bad feelings about David, people don't want David or Randy to win, right? I mean, this might be the time when Ed Sullivan gets to cash in his chips for being such a strong alliance player all these years, right? Like, it is possible.
Yeah, several years ago. Sorry, Adam, you go if you
want. Go ahead, Michaelis.
All right, so several years ago, during the pandemic, we had virtual Dixiecon, and Ed Sullivan in that final round briefly won virtual Dixiecon because he convinced JJ Raymond to vote himself out of a draw, give Ed Sullivan a 2-way draw in the final timed round at Dixie, and Ed was briefly in a massive lead until Tommy Anderson did the same thing on the other board and let Karthik beat him to that title. So Ed has got proven track record of being able to negotiate people into giving him results that are better than what the board should have allowed. So yeah, Ed definitely can get people to vote themselves out of draws for him.
It feels like there's a little bit of a tension if you're one of those people, because there's the tension between needing to play really aggressively and get off to a fast start to make sure you're in that position, but also to do that in such a way that you're not pissing off anybody on your board, because you got to have these relationships where people might be willing to vote themselves out or might be willing to cede something to you, right? Like how do you think about managing something like that if you're in that position?
I think what you need to do is you need to pick someone and you need to kill them. Like whoever you attack has to die. They die, they can't do anything about it. You spread chaos in the rest of the board, and then you pick a target, they die. You pick your next target, they die. You make clean growth from, and therefore the people you've attacked don't matter anymore, whilst the rest of the board is chaotic. That sort of opens the door for you. But it's very tough, and at the same time, you still have to worry about what sort of result Randy's going to get as well. Because if Randy gets a massive freeway draw, it might not be enough to solo.
Yeah. Yeah, and same thing with David Miller. If he can build on his previous score, right, he's going to be unstoppable if he can get a even bigger score. And it's hard enough as it is.
Yep.
All right, you guys get it all figured out?
Yeah,
sure.
Does anyone have a chance in your view? I heard you talking about Ed Sullivan. Did we calculate whether a two-way is enough for someone like Ed to break out?
No, because of the dropped round, they were not going to up their score that much.
Yeah, David already has a freeway draw and a solo. So all these people who have freeway draws need a solo. If people had two-way draws in the bank already, I think it's actually possible for two ways to beat a solo and a freeway, but no one got a two-way draw because the game we thought was a two-way draw was not a two-way draw. But Randy obviously has a good chance, right? All Randy needs is a big freeway draw.
All right. In that case, let us dive into round 3. We are going to observe 2 games in our longer form format, which means we have 4 games to summarize. And if I pull up my handy dandy schedule, I have scheduled us to review Eric Church first, which means Adam is going to be narrating for us and Brandon is going to be his number 2, which means that McCullis and Jamal, we're going to give you a break and we'll see you in a bit. All right, so Adam, let me pull this up. Which one did I say? I said Eric Church.
3.
All right, 3F actually, as it turns out.
Oh, okay. The sandbox you sent me was 3E, just for your information. But
no, they mistitled it, but it is 3F. These are the players: Sabi Ahuja, Heimchen Vandergriff, Brian Ekton in France, Joseph Bakita in Germany, Timothy Crosby in Italy. Tim's had quite a tournament, right? A lot of action here.
Ups and downs.
Ups and downs, indeed.
Maybe,
Sophie Lewis.
More downs than he would like.
Yeah, but certainly a lot of action. Sophie Lewis in Russia and Jeff Ladd in Turkey. All right, Adam, tell us what happens in this game.
And this is a fun board, particularly noticing that none of these names are folks who are in contention. So these are folks who are just looking to have a good time here. And they open up with Brian Ekton going to the English Channel, Italy going up to Tyrolia, bouncing the Black Sea, but none in Galicia. As we go into the fall of 1902, we have a fairly traditional sea lion opening with Denmark going out to the North Sea, though maybe less traditional with Brian bouncing Belgium. I wonder, and therefore Germany only getting 1 build. Normally you would expect them to get 2, so that's kind of interesting. Actually, we'll see what that does to the England-German relationship. I didn't quite catch the other side of the board, but it looks like Italy walked into Trieste, and Russia went to the Black Sea. So that's interesting. Yeah, the dynamics. We'll see where the dynamics go. But this looks like an anti-Turkey kind of thing, and that's what's going on here. A little bit of AIR action with now Italy and Austria also going up into Bohemia, Tyrolia, Silesia with Russian help. So very AIR-y here. Meanwhile, now. Brian, after bouncing Germany out of Belgium, gets support from Germany into Belgium. That's all very kind and good. And Russia is now. Oh yeah, this is super aggressive AIR. We got Russia in the Baltic as well. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So this is quite an AIR.
Oh yeah, and so Italy ends up in Munich and Tunis, so they're building this turn. We're putting Russia into Constantinople. Like, this is wonderful AIR, very aggressive play, moving quickly. Meanwhile, we've got France now going up to the North Sea. So England, we're not responding to this quite with a triple, though that is England supporting France into the North Sea. So that's also kind of interesting. As we go into 1903, we get some more builds, and now we've got something that does look fairly triply responding to this AIR, but they're continuing to push. Turkey is going to be short for this world, but everything is going into the middle of the board up against Germany. France in the Skagerrak, which is always a great place to be when the rest of your fleets are in the south. Moving into the fall, Germany is going to be our second casualty here, even though it was sort of collaborative. They just do not have the position with Russia and Italy already in their home centers. England is now up in Norway, so they are playing some resistance against this AIR. Usually Russia is going to be the one to get the early suffering from this. But Turkey is out of the game. We bid you a farewell. Okay, continuing. It still looks, it's all AIR against EF right now. So I think nothing has changed other than England now having some good position in the north against Russia, with Germany as sort of a janissary here. Continuing on into the fall, the question is, will this AIR break? And perhaps it does right here, with England convoying into Belgium and taking Sweden from Russia. Sort of an odd stab, if that is a stab. It's hard to imagine that Brian agreed to give up Belgium here. So I can only assume that that's what that is. But meanwhile, Russia and Austria is stabbed here as well. So this looks like no longer an AIR, maybe an AR or an IRE, perhaps, playing towards a three-way draw here, or something like that. Continuing up, Italy is now in Ruhr and Munich, which is pretty cool. Keep going. So Austria is defending in the east, while Russia is now making some progress back into Scandinavia. They're now back into Sweden. England is continuing to attack France, trying for the Channel, trying for Holland, while Italy is pushing way the heck into France now, into Burgundy. That Wintergreen Alliance seems like it's continuing. Yeah, they now take Kiel, Denmark, up. Italy is now into mid-Atlantic. This is just a great Italian position. What do you think about the Italian position in this one, Brandon? Does Tim have a shot at doing something interesting here?
Well, I mean, he's in Mau, Spain, West, Leon. Like, he's chilling, and like, I think the Wintergreen's not too bad. Like, especially with Russia picking up Con here, losing Eng still, but displacing that army, getting it further away and more manageable to deal with from Austria. That's not bad. Yeah, I'm liking Italy's position here. It's looking pretty good. They got a lot of fleets doing a lot of things.
Okay, let's keep going into 1906. Yeah, Italy continues to advance. Russia is also continuing to look pretty good, though England is also making some fighting play against Russia in the north, but now they're facing some fight from Italy. It looks like France is maybe France is janissarying for Italy. It's hard to tell right here. What's interesting also is that now we have Italy in Trieste, we have them in Tyrolia. So it looks like they're going to also be working to take out the Austrians. So you really have Italy spread across both fronts, which I think is really interesting and potentially a great position for Tim to be in if he's going to try to make a push in this game.
Yeah, like considering he's on two fronts, like he's pretty solid on both, and he can pick up Portugal at any time because he's just chilling in now as well.
Yep. And indeed, he takes Portugal here. Takes Serbia with Russian help. Russia finally gets rid of that last unit, that last Austrian unit in Turkey. So yeah, a lot of really interesting. And again, Italy clearly is working with France as a janissary, because as they take Portugal, they're putting France into Liverpool. So while France is also taking. Is France taking Holland? Oh, that's England supporting Ruhr into Belgium. I see. So they're basically trading there. Okay. And we go into 1907, maybe. Yeah. And this ends, and I think that it was a two-way wintergreen Italy-Russia agreement. And I think the question is, did Hemchen do the right thing in voting themselves out? Maybe it didn't matter enough because of the tournament standings and whatnot, and maybe it was throwing a bone to Tim. I don't know if Tim is in a position to maybe win a Best Italy with a two-way here, and it had something to do with that. But what do you think about this outcome?
Yeah, well, like IR really effectively pushed through with Austria to wipe out Turkey early on, and like if Austria had picked up Trieste, taken it back a little sooner, that might have changed things a little bit, just knocking Italy back that one. But I think they did a really solid job. And yeah, like at the end of the day, it doesn't really come down to the board as much as the vibes and what's going on with the tournament as well. Like, yeah, if someone is in a dominating position and they're like, hey, if I get just this, then I'm going to probably be in the running for Best Italy or whatever, that can influence the board too. With this is the final round, correct? Were they timed finishes?
Yeah, and it's timed, right? And this is 1907. There's no way England is getting eliminated by 1908, 1909, right? They might get knocked down. So if the game is forced ended, everybody who's still alive is in the draw. So certainly, if they wanted to be in the draw, England could be in the draw in this game. So this seems like they're throwing a bone to Italy and Russia here.
And sometimes people, it really means a lot to one person, doesn't mean so much to the other, and
totally.
They're like happy to let you have it.
Good for Tim and Sophie for winning that diplomatic run. It will help their overall standings, and good game by everybody here.
Just for the future rounds as well, with the timed end, is that like an actual amount of time, or is that a game year that it ends in?
I think for this tournament, they have it's either a set end time or it's like a call window, like we've done at some of the other tournaments. We did that in the last round at Whipping World DipCon this year, where there was like a 2-hour window that games can get called in. So I'm not sure how David does it, if it's a set time or a window, but it's one or the other probably. Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, there's it's an amount of time, not number of years, and there is a window during which there is some randomized determination for how it ends. But this game did not end by time limit, so I can tell you that.
Clearly.
All right, so congratulations, Timothy and Sophie. Tim, as we said, an up and down tournament. Sophie did as well. I think we just haven't focused on her so much, but nice for both of them to get a good result at the end here. That means we're moving on to the next game, which will be Thelonious Monk. That means that Brandon gets a break here. We'll see you in a bit, Brandon, and we bring Jamal back to the stream. Welcome, Jamal.
Thank you, Brandon.
And you are tasked with telling us about Thelonious Monk, which I will get on screen as soon as I possibly can. Here we go.
Cool. Well, Thelonious Monk was a brilliant composer and criminally underrated pianist whose early sense of rhythm and space harmony made. Sorry, I'm reading from the wrong Thelonious Monk thing you asked me to tell you about. Sorry.
But we did appreciate the small bits of knowledge that you handed to us, so thank you for that. This Thelonious Monk finds Barbara Zhang in Austria, Keith Wurstel in England, Kirk Vaughan in France, Tim Hubert in Germany, Tim Coburn in Italy. Tim Coburn's a longtime face-to-face player.
Tom Coburn.
Tom, thank you. and some guy named Ed Sullivan in Russia, and Will Andrews in Turkey. And as you guys analyzed, we've got players in 5th and 6th place here, but because there's a solo ahead of them, they need a solo in order to have a chance of winning the tournament. So let's find out if they manage to craft one. And Jamal, you're gonna lead us through it.
I am, and Adam misses out on a game of good move, bad move this round, and instead we're going to focus on the two players in contention here. We're going to focus on Keith Warstall in England and Ed Sullivan in Russia. And what I want to set up here is that there are two very different ways of approaching this unique situation you find yourself in. There's one which is the patience is key. I'm just going to be super, super patient. And the other one is called the Russian Rhinoceros. So we're going to see Ed Sullivan have a good old crack at the Russian Rhinoceros and Keith Warstall play the nice, patient England game. So in spring 1901, pretty standard. Although, again, first case of the Russian Rhinoceros, Ankara goes to Con and Smyrna goes to Syria. This looks like an agreed DMZ in black with Will, and Ed is just going, no, I'm in Black Sea. So Ed is making a push very early on, not honoring a DMZ. Does honor the DMZ in Galicia. So clearly has kept one deal and not another. And everything else on this board is fairly standard. We can move on to fall. But maybe that was agreed. Maybe that was okay because actually Will is okay with Ed staying in Black Sea. So that's lovely for Ed. Gets to put the army into Romania. And Will has problems with the AI coming very, very quickly. Now, this here, too, is a really great case of opportunism. Ed realizes that Tim is about to bounce him in Sweden. So what do? You go to Keith and you say, I'm going to let Tim into Sweden and you should convoy yourself to Denmark. And Keith says, sure, why not? And now suddenly that bounce in Sweden is completely gone. That whole move, the German position is almost collapsed with Baltic and Denmark already, and it's only 1901. So yeah, this is pretty rough for Tim, but very good on Ed to actually see this coming and flip the script and make it better for himself. So let's keep going. We see builds, we keep going. And again, Ed's now taking a second, but again, Denmark, this is Keith playing patient, right? Keith's taken Denmark off Germany, and instead of pressing that, instead of jumping in and killing Germany here, Keith, the ever patient Keith, is just saying, all right, you have Denmark back, I'll take Sweden, and we're good, and I'll go move on to St. Petersburg. And suddenly they're back on. And just slipping into English Channel because of Fleet Brest, but it's nothing's too crazy. Let's keep going here. All right. Except I'm going to take Brest. So maybe that was too crazy. Maybe Keith does also realize he needs to get some some dots pretty quickly here. So again, Keith flipping a taking of Denmark into a very strong alliance with Tim, takes St. Petersburg and Brest. And Ed Sullivan, Russian Rhinoceros Mark II, I'm going to take Budapest and Ankara. Now, if you're not Ed Sullivan, most people won't let you be in a position where you can take Budapest and Ankara. But if you are Ed Sullivan, people kind of trust you. You're an affable guy. I'm Ed. I'm on the DBN. I'm not going to, stab you for anything. And then suddenly, okay, here we go. Knives out. So now the Rhinoceros has taken Ankara and Budapest. Let's go.
I don't think he's a rhinoceros. I don't think he's a rhinoceros anymore. I think he's a giant porcupine with sharpened. All right, go on.
Yeah. And as we've got called out in the chat, we have a convoy to Clyde from Kirk. Very well done. I love it. This is very, very good. And Ed is moving out of Budapest into Galicia because it's setting up what is potentially before I go to the best move of the game next turn, Ed is taking risks here, and I applaud him for it. He realizes that if he wants any shot at this tournament, he's got to take risks. So what has he done? Livonia to Kiel. That is a risky rhinoceros move. That is a risky biscuit rhinoceros move. And he's just gone for it. He said, no, I'll lose Livonia. I don't care. I'm going to land an army in Kiel. And let's break this position. I'm kind of done for in the north, so I'm going to take the one risk I can take to see if it can make it work. And let's have a look. Let's roll it through. This is the turn where the Ed Sullivan Rhinoceros just just completely flourishes into a lovely flower. Not only does Kiel support Baltic into Denmark, whilst Denmark is tapping. So I think they assumed he was going to go for Sweden and was doing a tap or something.
Yeah.
Kiel gets Denmark and Kiel, but also Ed Sullivan, diplomatic masterclass. Budapest walks back to Serbia, convinces Barbara that actually she doesn't need Budapest, that actually Ed Sullivan deserves Budapest, and it's okay, just go back to Serbia. And now suddenly, from what looked like a completely collapsed position a turn ago, the Russian rhinoceros is roaring and roaring back hard. In the meantime, Keith, not panicking about Clyde, just going to move to Eddie, just going to sit around a little bit, not going to have any problems, just going to cover my centers. Great. Really patient play by Keith, not getting panicked when in this position, it'd be very, very easy to get panicked. Very easy to worry about North Sea. Very easy to worry about Clyde in a greater way. But really good play from Keith here as well. So let's keep going.
Only one problem for Ed Sullivan, though. He picked up 2 centers, but only has 1 home center open for a build.
You think he's going to put down a fleet, Sev?
He's no master.
So Adam, actually, in this position, who do you like? Who do you like? The patient Keith Warstall or the rhinoceros Ed Sullivan?
Can I not like either, or is that an acceptable answer?
If you have another person who you think is going to win this,
no, I mean I'm actually going to bet on Keith here. I mean I love what Ed is doing, but I think he's really spread out and overextended, and I don't think Keith is. So, but Ed has worked magic so far this game, so I'm not counting him out. But I think I prefer Keith's position.
Yeah, no, this is a very good game from both of these players. Keith again, just casually, just making a little bit of progress, moving forward. Managed to get the French to disband everything near them because, of course, Italy attacked. Toby's turning back around for some reason, and Barbara is now also kind of shuffling back. So maybe Ed has some problems, but let's roll through another turn. And Ed doesn't actually have any problems, but Barbara's going to help Ed into Budapest because, I mean, absolutely, that's what you do here. Ed and Keith have now, they're having some kind of fights, but it's not crazy. So Helgoland's getting blown up, but I mean, so what? You've got Munich at this point. So you've managed to kind of really rescue that northern position. France is getting out of Keith's way. Let's keep pushing. And this is another really interesting turn. So, again, good slow progress from Keith. Takes Spain. Germany's moving away. Ed loses Kiel but gets Berlin. Okay, that's fine. Tradesies. But Barbara goes to Budapest here. Now, but the fact that Barbara goes to Budapest and not Bulgaria or Romania as well makes it interesting. Maybe probably just an agreed, let's just give it back kind of scenario. I thank you, Michaelis. Fleet Sev, very important move here, and that's actually pretty good for Ed in this position. You want to control that area down there. But in the fall, Ed Sullivan, another masterclass, gets Barbara to take Trieste back from Budapest and from Serbia. Again, brilliant move.
And Greece holds. And Greece holds. Doesn't go to Bulgaria.
And Greece holds. So the stab is not on. So this
she couldn't build 2 anyway, right? So
you still take it back from Serbia, and come on. But I mean, very well done by Ed Sullivan, managing to really keep the position up. And Keith again being patient. All right, I'll make sure you get back into Denmark. Back into Belgium, Germany, but I'll take Denmark. And so again, slow growth. Very, very different approach to this game. We'll push it through another turn. Ed's now just getting into position to work very well with Austria. And now Keith's patience kind of comes to an end. Now Keith goes, all right, now let me get some. So takes Belgium, is in a position to potentially take Kiel and Holland here if they want to. Let's roll through a turn. And they do indeed take Kiel and Holland. So now Keith has been waiting and now makes the move, puts down 3 armies because why not? Let's go. But the game is over. So yes, the Rhinoceros and the patient Keith both kind of draw here. I think they also cut in Italy on this draw as a 3-way. But yeah, really, really well played from both of those players.
So well played in the sense of achieving a good Dixiecon score. Neither was able to achieve the goal, though, of challenging for the tournament title, which isn't the only goal, but they probably both went into this game wondering if they could. Adam, is this the right result for this game?
Absolutely. I mean, this was some dominating play on both sides of the board. And let's not lose sight of Tom Coburn's play, right? Tom is a very experienced player, doesn't play that much these days, but really kind of kept to his own on the southern part of the board, and I think rightfully was included in the draw.
Yeah, we didn't talk about his play too much. He was sort of just kind of taking care of business, right?
Kind of playing old school Italy, right? Like not making that play into Trieste, like kind of staying alone, keeping neutral with Austria, and as the opportunities presented itself to go west, did that, and kind of just played it pretty straight.
All right, that brings to a close Thelonious Monk. Congratulations to Ed Sullivan, Tom Coburn, and Keith Wurstel for a 3-way draw. And that means that we are bringing back to the stream Mr. Michalis Kamaritis. Welcome back, Michalis.
Hello,
and
again.
We are giving Adam a break. Adam, we'll see you in a bit. All right, Michalis, you are going to tell us all about a game that I'm going to pull up as soon as I can, once I find the right window, and that is PD Pablo 3B. Here are the players for PD Pablo. Where are they? Come on. Okay. In Austria, we have Alex Maslow, Dave Smith in England, Hudson Defoe in France, Scott Bacon in Germany, that guy Eddie Bresson in Italy, Caden, I apologize, Adam, for not having you on Eddie's game, Caden Towson in Russia, and Alex Ronke in Turkey. All right, Michalis, what happens in this game?
To be honest, I've looked at this game multiple times and I'm still not sure what happens in this game, but I'll do my best to describe it. So what we see in 1901 is the theme of all the games that Brandon gave me to look at is Russia having a terrible time. So spring of 01, everything looks pretty standard. You look at fall of 01. That's not just one bounce to stop Russia getting a build. That's 2 bounces. Russia gets no builds in 1901 because I haven't commentated on enough ATs today. We see yet another AT bounce out of Romania. Italy, meanwhile, sends 2 armies north and goes to Tunis with the fleet. So it looks like Eddie Bassan doesn't like the signs of these AT and wants to do something about it. So is moving towards Austria. But we go towards 1902. AT stick together and Eddie Bassan gives up on that plan. Once again, Italy backing out of an attack on an AT. I'm really getting a bit of deja vu from these games you've been giving me, but this is what's going on. At the West, meanwhile, Germany's moving towards France, England's moving towards Russia. Sounds like another EG. Like I've said all this before, but we can carry on.
Well, at least it's not a Western triple.
This is true, yeah. Oh, look, it's AT taking Sev, England taking St. Petersburg, EG getting Belgium, Sweden's still neutral, which is kind of funny. But yeah, Eddie has said everything West. I've definitely seen this game before. Right, next. Spring 1903. Oh, Austria stabs Italy off, so they go west. I've seen this before as well, Brandon. Like, I really begin to think you've actually sent me the same game again, just giving it a different title. But Turkey convoys across the Black Sea and charges up into the remnants of Russia. Poor old Caden has not had a good time. And Austria walks to Naples. France walks to Tunis. Italy and France decide to go for the mutually assured destruction route, with Italy taking 2 dots off of France, France taking Tunis, and EG pushing forward. Dave gets into mid-Atlantic. Yeah, so it's sort of a pretty standard EG versus AT scenario here. I think we can go through to 1904. That continues again. Italy sort of playing both sides, now working with the EG to push Germany into Spain, and AT pushing towards the line. I think fall of 04. One notable move here as Turkey takes Tunis and Austria does not stay in Rome. So Austria decides to walk out of Rome, perhaps hoping Italy would janissary for them. I think, as we'll see going into 1905, yeah, that's not what's happening. Italy is janissarying for the other direction. But yeah, go to fall 1905. England takes Portugal, and I'll now throw it to Jamal for the only thing that I'm probably going to throw to Jamal in this game. Who makes the 3-way draw from this position?
Who makes a 3-way from this position? Turkey, England, and I'm tossing up between Germany and Austria here. I think it is Austria. I think the English stab on Germany with only a few years left is more viable than the Turkish stab on Austria.
All right. That's a pretty reasonable take. I think that's what I was expecting as well. But if we go to spring 1906,
I mean,
Brandon,
it's also a 4-way draw here, right? If they decide.
it could be a 4-way draw, or Turkey could inexplicably vote themselves out of the draw. Which is, I've looked at this game repeatedly, and I cannot for a moment work out why on earth Turkey has voted themselves out of this draw. Explain, please.
Anyone in the comments have any intel on this? That does seem, especially for a third round where no one here is in contention. That is interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. Turkey is safe as houses here.
I mean, we did see, England in the previous game, or I think the one before that, vote themselves out of a draw.
So the chat is saying he only played one round, so didn't really care.
Yeah, and apparently, according to Alex, it's because Alex Ronker in Turkey wanted to get lunch. Fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, so one of the things about Dixiecon is that there are, as we said, a lot of people who come to play other games who will get roped into playing diplomacy against their will by, David needing to fill out boards. And so it's possible that's what happened here, which is part of the game.
I think Alex Ronker is actually one of the co-TDs of the Iron Man side of the Dixiecon tournament, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, Alex he is sort of has been involved in the diplomacy community for a while. Much more interested in variants and other games, I think, than in the classic tournament play. So, yeah, probably just didn't care. So, and that's part of tournament play. All right. Well, congratulations then to Alex Maslow, Dave Smith, and Scott Bacon for a 3-way draw, which is a good score in Dixiecon. But that means our coverage of that game comes to a close, and we have one more game to summarize from round 3. Which is going to be narrated by Brandon and seconded by McCallus, which means Jamal, you get a break. We will see you in a bit. Brandon, welcome back to the stream. Oh, and I want to say to you guys, I am going to switch the order of the last 2 games. So we're going to do McCallus and Jamal first. So Jamal, don't go too far away. All right. So Brandon, you're going to tell us about Game D, named after J. Cole, who I assume you know a lot about and can tell us.
Yep.
That was very, very, very convincing. All right, here are the participants of J. Cole. Patrick Jacobson, DBN's new member in Austria. Mark Alba in England. DBN's own Karthik Kanath, defending champion Karthik Kanath in France. Jack Craig in Germany, Jason Massbaum, former diplomat of the year in Italy, Robert Mueller in Russia, and John Dargis in Turkey. All right, Brandon, what happens in this game?
Lots of things, Brandon. Cool. So here, just looks like all pretty standard moves from what I can see. You think a bit of AI coordination against Turkey, but we may as well just flick forward to the fall. Here we see some crazy stuff going on. We get a bounce in Denmark, a 0 build England. They get into channel. Russia gets 3 builds. And then, we see Italy pushing further forward into Serbia.
Kila Panto, 2025. They're ticking all the boxes here.
Yep, that's it. Then Spring 02, we see a little bit of tension between France and England. Obviously building Fleet Breast, pushing up a little bit. Portugal goes in Spain to cap that. Germany had 2 builds. Wait, is this one? Yeah, I think. Yeah. They've pushed up into Denmark. They've got that. Sweden tries to get across, but luckily Germany is able to hold that. And a bit of tension down in the south, but the fleet that went to Armenia just pulls back to Sev. And With that, Russia's Robert Tay would hold on to Rum due to the bounce. So France gets into the channel. Italy takes a jab at Austria here and gets a fairly decent one, capping Trieste and Greece.
15 years I've been playing this game, and I've still never seen a Kilo Panto work for someone.
Shame. It'll happen one day, maybe. Yeah, we see Russia, pulling back a little bit further. I think the FG cheering, getting into North Sea here. Like English getting into Helgoland is interesting, but I'm not really seeing a lot come from that. So, yeah. In fall here, down in Italy, I'm assuming Jason was hoping for a bounce in Venice. Just seems a bit of an odd move to force his fleet up into Albania and move Trieste out, but he vacates, and Austria gets to keep it. So, yeah, a bit of that. England goes down. They're pretty much gone from this position. Well, they are gone in this position. Sorry. We've got a bit of an IR versus. Sorry, not IR. We've got Italy recapping Trieste and supporting themselves into Ionian, with Turkey tapping Greece, which cuts their support from cuts the support of Black into Bull, which is good. But also they've conceded Ionian in doing so whilst getting forward into Bull, and Black just walks in anyway. So that confuses me a little bit there. But what do you think of the state of the board so far, Michaelis?
Well, we sort of have three alliances, right? We've got FG, we've got IR, we've got AT. And AT are a long way behind the other two alliances, but it's a time-round game. And for the moment, at least, Turkey is in a position where they might be able to pull out the survive. I don't really think Austria is. This is a race against time to eliminate Turkey in this game, and it's not clear that IR have great unit composition for doing it.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. Going ahead, we see Turkey trying to get into Sev. That's not going to happen. A little bit of we've got Italy and Turkey, who probably could have been working together here a little bit to try and sort something out, but that's not going to happen. And Germany getting into Vienna, which is beautiful stuff for Jack. Cool. So Spring 05, still just FG. IR is doing all right. Austria gone now. They start to look at the Turkish dots. And I think if we skip forward into the fall here, we see Italy nabbing Budapest and doing a bit of a push. And I think this is going to hurt. I think it's this turn or the following one that's really going to start hurting Russia.
And staying in Bulgaria, right? So this is
staying in Bulgaria.
Yeah, and tried to defend Romania as well. So Italy's flipped to an IT. They've realised that they can't kill Turkey in the time limit game, so they've flipped their attention to trying to kill Russia. Because now that FG are pushing in on Italy, I think Italy is in a race to make sure they're not the one cut out of the game.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a little bit of what is it, rats on a life raft or something. All right, Spring 1996.
Yeah. From this position with people getting cut out, do you reckon there's going to be a three-way draw, or do you reckon two people can pull ahead for a two?
I mean, FG have a chance. France lacks fleets in the Med, though. If France had one or two more fleets in the Med, I think FG actually could pull a two-way off. Here, it's only if people vote themselves out of pretty good positions. I don't see a reason, really, for Turkey to vote themselves out of a draw in this game.
Yeah, that's fair. Cool. So moves keep happening. Russia is in pain. We've got Eddie convoying into Norway. Bit of a trade-off between Germany and France. I think Karthik moving up to Burgundy isn't really that bad news. Germany's about to have a couple of builds anyway, and they're pretty solid. Might be more for a bit of a trade-off. Well, what do you think?
I mean, I don't think I like those two armies.
I know.
That's not ideal yet.
I mean, one's in Brest. That's kind of the only thing you can say. Like Marseille would be worse.
But Picardy, Rouen, Burgundy are all unstoppable moves right now, as is Holland with convoying and all sorts.
Yeah. I think you'd rather see you would want to see a Fleet Marseille here if you were Germany. Yeah, and that's why.
There we've got that. Germany gets into St. Pete and Moscow. Russia just gives up, pretty much.
So does Turkey, which is very surprising.
Yeah, that threw me off a little bit here as well, because like when I went through the game earlier, it was like, all right, Russia's just walking out, giving it all to Germany. They go up quite a bit, but yeah, Turkey could have held on a little bit further here, but.
In a time round where you don't, this could well be. It's 1907. You've got to be close to the window, if not already in the window, for where this game could get called. All you've got to do is straddle it out. Even if you're on one dot at the end, you can make it into the draw and stick two fingers up at everyone who attacks you in the game. So to walk out of stuff at this point is quite a surprise. If
you feel strongly, I mean, it's worth saying there is a two-way draw here now between France and Italy, right? If they can take this fast enough. Ed points out that Carthage convoys to Belgium here when Holland was wide open. So possible inefficiency there. And
you can just walk straight into it anyway. So
yeah, but also doesn't take a swing at Munich here. Peculiar.
Germany gets all 4 Russian home centers in 1 year. So Germany loses 3 dots to France and still builds. That's always fun.
Italy doesn't retake Venice, walks out of Vienna. So all right, this feels like an arrangement for
3-way draw.
Yeah, 12, 11, 11.
That's it.
Oh, you could have done a Fogel. Come on, guys. Leave one around. All right, is this the right result for this? Oh god, McCallus.
Yeah, I mean, once Germany got all of those Russian dots, I don't think there was any chance of cutting Germany out. I think you might get a couple more dots if you continue the game, but you're not going to get any better result.
Like the Russian throw to Germany really gave them the leg up and gave Carthage the excuse to be stabbing him as much as he did, or grabbing as much as he can.
How long do you think it would take for IF to grind out Germany, presuming they hadn't given up Venice and Vienna and had been more aggressive around the center of the board?
4 years probably. Warsaw and Moscow are the problem. Just getting Italy has one army in the Balkans. That's so hard to project power up into those Russian dots now that Germany has them.
And I suppose you run the risk of Germany trying to throw solo too. So
yeah.
All right. Congratulations to Carthage Coneth, Jack Craig, and Jason Massbaum for what shall we call it? A natural 3-way draw? No concessions.
Yeah.
So
this is the final round, so they've probably done it because they're counting dots. As I said before, this is the tie breaks within it. These probably get them a few slightly higher positions in the tournament by actually taking those dots rather than just accepting a conceded 3-way.
Yeah, and possibly a best country as well, because these are going to be 3-way draws with 12, 11, 11, which are higher than most of the other 3-way draws, I think, that we've seen.
Yeah, it's in the chat that Carthage stole his best France with this. So
was that right? No, Ed.
You get some quite nice plaques. There's a couple of them on the wall behind me as well for best countries at Dixie. So
is that right, McCallus?
Nice
did you win Dixie? I hadn't heard that.
Maybe just the once, but I've got best country from another one as well, from the virtual one.
All right, that brings to a close our review of 4 of the games in round 3. We're now going to go into our longer form coverage of the remaining 2 games, which, no surprise, involve David Biller and Randy Lawrence Hurt. We are going to bring back Jamal Blakarli to the stream, and we are going to give Brandon a break, and we'll see you in a little bit along with Adam to review the last game. If I can find how to... There we go. All right. Welcome back, Jamal, and let us have a look at George Clinton, which is the game involving... Why won't that show up? There we go. All right, this is the game involving Randy Lawrence Hurt in Turkey. Austria finds Joseph Wheeler, England, Ben Kellman, France, Riley Bucco, Germany, Todd Craig, Italy, James Battle, and Russia, Doc Binder. What do you think about this lineup, first of all? As far as Randy's possible big score chances go.
It's been a good tournament for Turkey so far. Dixie suits Turkey. Turkey is, especially in a time round, all Turkey has to do is survive the first few years and you probably make the draw. So Randy has one goal. It's no AIR. As long as there is no AIR, Randy's got a good chance of making the draw. Whether he can get enough centres to overtake David will be a different matter. Gained a huge amount of centres. If he needs, I think someone said in the chat he needed 13. That's going to be a big ask. But Doc's a good ally, so maybe that's the way he'll go with an old-fashioned juggernaut.
So he needs a 3-way draw. We agreed on that. He needs to best David's 3-way draw from round 1, which was 9 centers. So and he's 3 centers behind on the solo. So that is why he would need 12 to tie David's first round score, 13 to best it, and then hang on for David's third round. All right, let's dive in and see what happens. Spring of 1901. Let's see, Jamal, you just rejoined the stream, so tell us what you see.
So obviously, most of my eyes being drawn to Randy in this game. The one time I would actually argue that Smyrna to Constantinople is the correct opening because you need big scores. You need to move fast. That, you know, waiting a turn in this scenario could cost you the tournament. So, all right, take a crack, do it. Other than that, everything else is very standard. Doc is opening north, which Randy has to love because it means that the AR is at least not coming for him really hard, really quickly.
Yeah, although you don't love the DMZ in Galicia. But the move to Trieste does suggest like some distrust between AI, which is what you've got to be jumping on. You've got to be trying to convince Italy by any means necessary to go after Austria.
You live with that. Supporting Italy to Greece here. Yeah. Or you're letting Austria take Greece and letting them raise tensions on Trieste. You keep making sure Doc stays out of the Black Sea, but you're not contesting Romania. It's all good play by Randy. France is positioning south, which again, if we're playing the box seat Randy Lawrence Hurt game, this is good because now Italy has something to think about, at least over there. I mean, maybe Western Triple here, which you love, right? Because armies convoyed to Norway, no one's contested Belgium, and France is set up south.
God, this is a tearing moment. Like cheer on Randy for the sake of the tournament being interesting, but I can't cheer on a Western Triple.
Well, remember, I mean, Randy needs at least a 3-way draw, right? 2-way draw would be even better, but at least a 3-way draw. So Western Triple doesn't necessarily get him that, right? Maybe gets him further towards it.
Western Triple, then Germany getting stabbed.
Yeah,
indeed.
We've all seen that.
Indeed. All right. So for builds, we do have Germany putting down 3 here. One of them is the fleet is in Kiel, which is interesting. But we do have France doing Western Tripoli builds with 2 fleets, and Ben Kelman in England puts down Fleet Eddie. So these are all very plausible Western Tripoli moves, builds, I should say. And
just got a note from David Hood that Randy's game was upstairs, which is several floors above the game where David Miller was playing in the basement. And I know the layout at Dixie. That is quite a long way to be able to check on each other's games.
Okay, so you think unlikely that they were aware of what was happening in each other's games?
Or they might have someone like running details for them every so often, but you're not going to get more than snippets.
All right. Spring of 1902. McCallus, down to you.
All right, so this is the standard AT. Again, I get all these games. Let's kill Russia. England's going after them in the north. Turkey's going after them in the south. So this is an interesting decision from Austria, because when there's a Western Triple, you either have to kill Turkey really quickly, or you have to try and make yourself huge as Austria. And a Western Triple can be okay for Austria if you get beaten up fast enough. So maybe this will work for them. But yeah, beyond this is all Tripoli moves, and Italy is not really reacted in the way you need to. I think Tyrolia is not really the ideal place to be.
Fall of 1902.
Right, so Turkey takes Sev, Germany takes Warsaw, England takes Sweden. England getting Sweden's interesting. I'd start worrying already if I was Germany in this Western Triple.
They do get Warsaw out of it, at least. Jamal, what stands out to you about 1902?
I mean, this is just all like, if I'm Randy, this is exactly the game I want to see happening, right? This is exactly what I want to see. If he has any hand in the negotiations in the West here, then this is exactly what you're trying to set up. A Western triple where England is growing a little quicker than they probably should. And so then Germany's now got to start to get worried. France is winning against Italy, and you got yourself an ally, and you're out of the box. You're in 7 Aegean.
Yeah, and Italy being caught completely flat-footed tactically by the triple is even better news for Randy, because Italy is going to collapse, and it's forced Austria to send a fleet west. It gives Randy a reason to have to bring his fleet out. He's just getting all of the boxes ticked that he needs. And it's notable that France, Riley, is someone who Randy convinced to make a stab in the game that Randy soloed. Like, we saw the relationship fall apart between Riley and Barbara in that game, and Randy no doubt had a part in that. We'll see whether he can do the same again.
Yeah, it's nice for Randy. Normally, Turkey has to wait for Russia to, get harmed in the north enough so that they can get off their backs. Usually they're facing an AIR in that scenario, but in this case, Randy's already growing in 1902. And that means another fleet for Randy. We get an army for Joe Wheeler in Trieste, and we get a couple of armies elsewhere as well. So Randy's navy grows, no one else's does. Spring of 1903. Back to you, Jamal.
Yeah, really good standard patient play. You let Austria actually move away from you and into position to actually have to fight Germany for the Russian dots, which is exactly what you want. You don't need to put any pressure on there. And you convince Austria to stab Italy as well, which is, I guess that makes sense. If you think Italy's going to fall anyway, you may as well get what you can. But I mean, Italy's not actually falling properly here. If Austria doesn't take Naples, there's actually a world where Italy can actually come back into it. So maybe this is a little greedy from Joe. Other than that, the Western triple is doing triple things. If I'm Todd, I'm concerned now, because not only have I given Sweden to England, but they have got all the reason to put the fleet in St. Petersburg and not the army in St. Petersburg. So where are they going next? Like, where is the next piece of English growth?
Yeah, and this is a good shout out to Riley for keeping that army in Gascony, because if that army is not in Gascony, France is a really easy stab for EG to break the Western triple. But by keeping that army there, you just make the stab so much less tempting for England. And if the stab on France isn't tempting, as you say, the stab on Germany becomes more tempting. Like, you've got Austrian armies pressuring Munich and Warsaw. There's a lot of things that can go and screw with Germany at once, and Todd's position could collapse very quickly. Randy's problem is, if he needs to get 13 centers, he's going to need to take Austrian dots. So he's going to have to time that really well, because you can't stab too early. Otherwise, the Western triple will be too far forward. You won't get your 13. But you can't let Austria start growing massively either, because otherwise the stab won't be there anymore.
I think it's next turn. He's got to stab next turn.
Already? Wow. All right. Here's what happens. Jamal.
There he goes. Romania, Greece. Stabs that turn, or this turn, if anything. So I guess maybe this is as good as next turn, because in this case you're at least putting down 2 armies and you can keep pushing, and you're preventing Austria from getting the build they're going to get in Naples. So I'm not a fan of an early stab, but in the scenario you're in with Randy, this is the move you have to make. So you now are in a position where you can put down an army and convoy it over to Romania, backfill into Serbia, that kind of thing. And, you can roll and at least give yourself a shot here. England is patient and doesn't take the stab on Germany. And in fact, does move Sweden away to minimize the risk of that stab. So now Randy's problem is actually how strong the Western triple is as an alliance. And Randy's going to have to do some diplomatic work to break that up somehow, because France is now unstabbable in Burgundy and Marseille. And England has just essentially could have had the stab on Denmark and didn't take it. So, England is showing no inclination to actually break the alliance.
Yeah, I don't mind the stab on Austria now, but what Randy has to do is have diplomatically worked it so the Western triple broke at the same time. Like, if you're making this stab now, I would have wanted to see England taking Denmark or getting in position to go after Germany.
Winter 1903. We get 2 new armies from Randy, so he's obviously thinking along Jamal's lines here, run through the Balkans. But it's worth saying that's only 11. It's only 11 centers, right? To get to 13, he needs Moscow, Warsaw, plus or something on the boot. And this is, again, if he wants to stop at 13, he needs to get those before the West does. All right. Let's keep moving forward here. Spring of 1904. Down to you, McCallus.
The Western Triple may not be sticking together much longer. Germany has pushed southwards, and France has sent more units towards the north. It's all looking a little bit frisky for Germany now. Maybe France is going to be the one who makes the stab before England does. But yeah, I'd be incredibly worried if I was told right now, and I would not be sending armies away from my home centres. But for Randy watch continues. Greece gets to Albania. Bull doesn't get the convoy across. Which is okay, I think. It's not the end of the world. He gets Italy into Naples, which is fine because you just want Austria to be disbanding. France growing isn't necessarily a bad thing. You can probably work with France in this game and still get to 13 centres. So, especially if what you're doing is hoping France stabs Germany, I think that, hey, I'll give you Naples in return for stabbing Germany. Something like that is a path forward for Randy now.
Oh, Trieste.
Yes, so this is a complete collapse of Austria, which is maybe not good for Randy, actually. So it does get to walk into Trieste, but Germany walks into Vienna and doesn't get stabbed. Yes, France walks into Belgium, but I wouldn't be shocked if that was agreed, given that Burgundy didn't move to Munich despite supporting Munich to Tyrolia. So there was a much bigger stab on if that's what France wanted.
This was tactically conservative by Randy not to tap Ukraine. Maybe he just didn't see the possible brace here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sev not tapping Ukraine does make it. Yeah, you have to have not seen that because Sev's not doing anything else.
Well, it's protecting Romania. It's conservative. That's why. But you just want to get those armies into play. I mean, Anyway.
Yeah, if anything, I might have actually tried to take Serbia from Bull. Like, if you lose Rum in the process, I'd rather be in Serbia than Rum right now. Rum is really easy to take later. Serbia's more forward.
Anything else of note here? So Picardy does take Belgium. The question will be whether that is viewed as a stab or not.
No, that's not a stab. That's agreed. And this entire game is now happening off the board. So the whole game is whether or not Randy can convince the triple to break. Probably has to be this year or at the latest next year. Otherwise, it's even then probably too late. So, Randy's got diplomatic work to do on his hands. And if he can do it, he maybe wins the tournament. And if he can't, he probably doesn't.
I mean, Ben Kelman is sort of doing nothing right now. Like, This has been a very nothing year from Ben. So
he had the cute little convoy swap like Justin had in the other game.
Yeah.
All right, let's move forward here. Spring of 1905. Jamal's put on a platter this question of whether the West can break. And for Randy to get into a three-way draw or less, that's a necessity. What happens?
Yeah.
Jamal back
there. We go.
The West breaks. Well done, Randy. Lawrence hurt. So not only does the West break with the stab of Holland, but he's convinced Germany and England to help him into Moscow. So he's cut two deals separately here. He's also convinced Germany to put him into Budapest. So this is a very, very good diplomatic turn for Randy. He has convinced France and England that their best and only play here is to stab Germany. And in the background, he's convinced Germany that their play is to actually pump him up, probably to help counterbalance the potential stab from England and France. This is great. Now he's getting Budapest. He will pick up Serbia. Germany ain't kicking him out of Moscow this turn anymore. Yes, he doesn't have Ionian. Working with Italy here to maybe have blocked Ionian would have been good if he could have swung it. But, he probably spent his entire time convincing the West to do what it did.
Is this a stab on Germany? Because Burgundy to Paris is the wrong direction.
Yeah, and Norway doesn't go to Sweden to set up an attack on Denmark.
Unless this was like a very last minute decision and they didn't get all orders written or something. This is not a good stab on Germany.
There's a world in which actually they're enticing Randy to Moscow to then give it to Germany in exchange. Yeah, I can see it.
I'm marveling here at how much help from Germany, Randy was able to get. I mean, Tyrolia has to tap Venice here in order to protect Trieste, and he gets it. Really, really
Gets
good.
double support into Budapest, which is a center that really looked like Germany should be getting themselves. Yeah.
All right. Fall of 1905.
Well, yes, it was a stab because Germany's now coming back.
Yeah, in which case you have to question why on earth Burgundy was going to Paris rather than Munich. So it was a botched stab, is what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Which
or
is
it was
exactly what you want as Randy. You want the stab, but you want the stab with the rubber knife that doesn't really do anything as effectively as it should.
You do need to make sure it does get to that freeway position, though. Like, if you get 13 centers, but it's a four-way draw, that ain't going to be enough. So you can't have them completely fail the stab, right?
Well, I mean, potentially, but I also think in this world, we'll see what happens. But I guess, I mean, if I'm Todd, I may be averting myself out of the draw here willingly if I want to support Randy if he's been good to me. But I mean, Randy's also getting the really key take of Ionian Sea here. That's huge. France has prioritized taking Naples, which it's understandable, but now Randy in Ionian is really, really important for his position. He's going up 3, and now it's just he's going up 3, and Germany's effectively going to be walking out of Warsaw and Vienna. So there's 5, and Trieste is taken back. So there's 6. Now this is suddenly looking possible.
Yeah, Fleet Venice isn't ideal, but with Germany who's sending everything the other way, it's not the end of the world. The key is killing Austria really quickly with that annoying Trieste army.
All right. So did you calculate how many centers Randy has coming to him at this point?
I count 14 and 13 if he loses Venice.
All right.
Minimum.
Let's get into here's winter of 1905. So Randy's putting down a bunch of units. Got to be liking his chances right now, don't you think?
Yeah, and if you've got Germany on side, there's even possibility of St. Petersburg if Germany gets up to Skagerrak. And yeah, you can't hold it, but it doesn't matter in a time game. You might just need it at the end of the game. So St. Petersburg, Berlin, these are centers that can be thrown his way if Germany really wants it.
Is there a way for Randy to get to a two-way draw here?
I don't think Ben and Riley stab each other. I can't see it. Unless he convinces someone to vote themselves out and throw him the tournament.
Yeah, that's the only way. Like, there is no reason for EF to break. All right, so spring of 06, Randy gets into Trieste. This is good. It means that the Austrian army's gone in the direction that's piffable in full, so that's nice for Randy. Albania would have been more annoying, something you have to play around with for a little while. France kills Rome as well, so you're probably not going to have to worry about Austria at all. Germany holds everything and lets EF go forward.
Todd's voting himself out of the draw here.
He's voted himself out of the draw, but he's not helping Randy take lots of dots. So that's less than could have been. Yeah, I don't know. You don't know what David's doing. You might like more dots is better. Randy already took a conceded solo instead of a guaranteed solo and cost himself 2 dots. That could well end up playing the key differentiator at the end of the tournament.
All right, fall of 1906.
Fall of 06, this is everything except Berlin has now fallen. England messes up a convoy to Holland, but doesn't really matter. Does go back to Norway to make sure St. Petersburg can't fall. Although Germany, with their 1 unit, could keep Baltic, I suppose.
Keeping Venice here is really important, and I don't think France has put themselves in a position where they can actually easily take it anymore. So that could potentially be Randy's 14th center, which is huge.
Yeah, and Randy's got enough build coding so he can put the fleet in Smyrna to Eastern Med, which means that even if France swings a fleet to Apulia, it won't matter. The Ionian is never falling. So that's 5 French fleets that can't go anywhere.
Randy's at 14 now, I believe. Yep, he is.
Yeah, but Venice was the one that he could have lost, potentially.
Yeah.
All right. So here's how things stand after 1906. Pending the other results, Randy is now leading the tournament.
Well, assuming Todd votes himself out of the draw, this Todd's still technically got a unit on the board.
Fair enough. Yeah. Thank you. So apart from having Todd either be eliminated or vote himself out of the draw, what else can Randy do here?
Beg for a favor and a couple of dots. Like, you go to Ben and Riley and you say, neither of you are winning the tournament. 3-way draw is fine here, but put me on 15 and 16 just so I can lock it away. It doesn't matter to you.
Yeah, Munich and Berlin are doable to give some centers to Randy if they really want to do that without risking a solo. Because St. Petersburg is going to be holdable. All you have to do is Sweden to Baltic and make sure Germany can't interfere with it.
All right, spring of 1907.
He's pushing forward in Italy. I don't think that will work.
They are positioning. They didn't take the guarantee of Berlin though, which is an interesting thing. Maybe they're letting Randy have Berlin because they could have put either England or France into Berlin here. Probably England's a better move because then Denmark rolls down. That's a better lock on the line. So maybe they're letting Randy take Berlin.
McCallus, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's sort of wait and see if they're going to give it to him, or it could just be England didn't want to worry about taking, I don't know, German retreats or stuff. You didn't have to take it in spring.
All right, fall of 1907. And there's no way that Randy gets anything on the boot, right?
No. There's not a hole in light. Like Leo defends the two that attack Piedmont. Tuscany can defend Rome, but Apulia is a fleet anyway, so that doesn't matter. Tyrrhenian Sea defends Naples. Like you cannot break through anywhere unless they completely botch their orders, which is always possible.
All right.
So no one takes Berlin. This is an issue for Randy. This is so much of an issue for Randy that I might be pulling back to make sure they kill Berlin.
Yeah, they have to. And so now the question is are Ben and Riley, have they convinced Todd to survive and screw with Randy?
No
orders.
That's
fine.
It.
Oh, it's a 4-way draw.
No, it's not over. No orders. Yeah, I'm not sure why that was even there. It shouldn't have been.
So that was a draw. Time draw.
Spring of 1908.
So Randy is still pushing the line. This is dangerous.
If they're defending Berlin, then actually he can't get the 3-way.
Yeah, you have to actually be pulling back to make sure they can safely take Berlin.
Okay. They let him take it the final turn and Munich. Wow, hold on. Okay, so no, Todd throws it to him. Todd moves Berlin away so they can't give him.
Well, Ben's walked out of St. Pete as well, right? And they've not defended Munich.
Okay, so yeah, so they were just waiting, I think, for the time to make it safer, so that they didn't actually. There was no solo risk, but they negotiated. They negotiated to give Randy what's that like 17, so that he can win the tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's not an 18th anywhere here. Like there is a full stalemate line still in the south and still in the center and still in the north.
So KMP, tell us who you are.
Riley.
You're Riley Bucco? Okay. It was all negotiated back in 1901 that Todd, Randy, and I were doing this. Got Ben Kelman on board as well.
I was going to say, I don't know if Todd negotiated his own demise in 1901. That's an interesting opening gambit.
Yeah, so from what I could see, it turned when once Ben got a better position, they swapped Todd and Ben into that deal. But they give Randy 17 and they draw.
That is where the game ends. All right. Yeah. That puts Randy at 17. Very good score.
More than David.
Very good score. Randy came in needing a 13, gets to 17. So that lays down a marker for two-time champion, previous winner of this tournament, David Miller. Let us bring back to the stream Adam Silverman and Brandon Austin. You just saw Randy put up a big number. Now you're going to call and see whether David has the ability to match or not. So Jamal and McCallus, we will bring you back later at a toward or at the end of the game we're going to watch, so we can see an interview with the winner. See you in a bit. All right, let us check out the final game of Dixiecon 2025. Here are the players. This board is named after Luke Combs. Andy Shiner is playing Austria. Justin Lohr in England, who's had a noisy tournament, right? Had 2 good games, put up some good scores, comes into this at number 3. So with a 2, I think he needs a solo, right? I think we determined that. Not sure. Jake Mannix in France, Dave Maletsky being pulled in to play a game in Germany, Matt Achtung in Italy, Tim Richardson in Russia, and the tournament leader, David Miller, also in Turkey. So both both of the people in contention to win this tournament had Austria in round 2 and now have Turkey in round 3. All right, Adam, we're going to start you off in 1901. Let's get some orders showing and tell us what you see.
England does the old Churchill opening going up to Edinburgh. Nobody goes to English Channel, so that's all good. Jake Mannix opening to Burgundy. I think the most interesting move is probably that Italian Venice to Piedmont. Don't see that very often, so that's cool. And Russia also walking into Galicia, presumably violating a agreed upon DMZ there.
And in the fall.
So interesting. So Italy has Piedmont support Burgundy to Marseille. Often what you see in this position is Piedmont supporting Spain to Marseille to try to get that unit that if those 2 units are self-bouncing to get the one that's in the center to move out. But he supports Burgundy in, which is sort of self-defeating, but it still covers the center. But it doesn't really matter because Jake just takes the 2 home centers and covers them, the 2 Iberian centers and covers himself. So that allows Maletsky in Germany to take 3, while England is going full north up against Tim Richardson. In the east, I think Austria is supporting the Turks into Romania, but David opts instead to bounce to the Austrians out of Greece. So I think this is probably a tricksy play by David, asking for the double support into Romania so we can bounce them from Greece. So we'll see how that works out.
Brutal for Andy Shiner here, and Galicia stays put, doesn't take a stab.
That doesn't move. Surprising if this was all orchestrated by Dave, that Galicia wouldn't go to Vienna from that position if that was the expectation. Because I think you would have thought that David would feed that information to Tim.
Yeah, or at least support Ukraine into Romania. Presumably there was a misorder that couldn't be represented here. Brandon, any thoughts on 1901, especially with a focus on David Miller?
Yeah, like David not following up with the supports into Romania is interesting, choosing to bounce Andy out of Greece. So, like, he's obviously got a vibe from talking to Andy and Tim about which direction he wants to go along with the others. So we'll see how that goes.
David says Gal was misordered. Don't know what the misorder was, but something interesting, presumably. All right. We now find Northern Fleet from Tim Richardson, and the other interesting builds, sort of potentially Western Tripoli from Maletsky. Mannix was hamstrung by Marseille not being open, so that may be a little stroke of genius that helps Matt avoid a Western Tripoli. We'll see. But Justin Lohr puts down a fleet in London here rather than Edinburgh. So mixed signals coming from the West. Brandon, tell us what you see in spring of 1902.
Yeah, well, Justin puts down the fleet in London and then decides to send it up into North anyway, or at least try to. With that, we see Germany just pulling in towards the east. We see David going that way. Brand's cycling around the fleets. Marseille, Piedmont, just making sure no one moves. Matt giving Andy a hand into Greece as well, while Tim gives David the hand into Serbia. So we see these guys working together. And meanwhile, David grabs black as well. We'll see how that goes.
Misorder in Smyrna, it looks like. Should have went to AG.
Yeah.
might have tried to go to Greece, which actually that's not great for David. It's not terrible,
Yeah.
but it's not great.
It means the odds of him holding on. The odds of holding on to Serbia here are lower.
Lowers the odds of holding on to Serbia. Doesn't give him a play on Greece, but with a play on Greece is much harder. So yeah,
could still take it though. Does not, but holds on to Serbia anyway.
Cool.
Brandon, tell us about fall 1902.
Yeah, so we see Spain convoying into Piedmont with support from Marseille. That's going to leave Marseille full, but he doesn't have a build anyway, so it's fine. Gets into West as well, and Matt gets Tunis out into Tuscany. Otherwise, up in the north, Ion hold. Oh, actually, back down in the south, Ion holds, which is interesting. I guess Italy's just sort of taking it chill for a little bit, not wanting to mess around in Aegean or Eastern or backfill Tunis. So interesting, but just keeping in the center there. And up north, again, Justin trying to cycle those units up north into Norway, but it's not happening. But he does get St. Pete, so that's wonderful. And Russia loses Sweden as well to Dave. So they builds for England and Germany, and we'll see what they do.
So Adam, we've seen now both of these games Western triples form, which is conceivably great for Turkey. But we have seen the two Turkeys take different approaches. Randy took an AT and jumped on Russia early. David has eschewed the AT and has gone for an RT. How do you feel about David's approach so far?
I mean, I think it's fine, because ultimately, Russia is already in deep trouble in this game, so he's going to have access to those southern Russian dots of Romanian Sev in the long run, right? Because Russia's almost assured to be pulling in the south to defend what little they can in the middle, or certainly that fleet in Sev is almost assured to be gone now. So I think it's perfectly fine. It's going to be harder for him to take out Austria here unless he can get Italy to turn, though. I think that's the big difference here. It's going to be much slower going if he has an aggressive Austria.
All right. Winter 1902. We get another fleet from Dave. A little interesting, right? You might think that if Austria, the Balkans were the target here, but also maybe wants to make progress in Ionian. We get two armies from the Western powers that picked up builds here, and we do lose Bothnia here, not
Bothnia, not Sev. Okay, yeah, I guess Bothnia makes more sense.
All right, spring of 1903. Back to you, Adam.
Yeah. So again, he's giving space for Russia to send the armies north, which completely makes sense. Makes that play on Greece, but loses Serbia for his troubles. Italy is doing the best they can to defend against, well, arguably they're guessing how to defend against France, and they guess wrong because they end up losing Tyrrhenian Sea here, and also losing Tyrolia, which is actually pretty good for David Miller, having the French in Tyrolia and the Germans now in Bohemia. He's going to have a little bit more flexibility on how he plays against the Austrians. The other interesting move is London to English Channel. Really hard to know what that means. With nothing behind Brest, is Justin Lohr going to be tempted or not? I don't, not clear at this point, I guess.
Fall of 1903.
And indeed, Justin is tempted. Also, I guess he's stabbing everyone here because he takes Brest and he makes a play for Belgium as well. Though maybe that was an exchange with Germany. I guess the Belgium thing was probably a planned exchange, since there's like a Norway swap here as well. So I think it's not a stab on Germany. It's just a stab on France. And Germany is pulling some stuff back, presumably to get involved with all that. So what's the net effect of this? David is able to get Serbia back, which is good for him, holds Greece, so still up one. and Tim loses Moscow.
So just like Randy needed the Western Triple to be successful, but then to break, that's also what David needed in order to get a three-way draw. Has this happened too early for David though, or is this good? Brandon, what's your standpoint?
Yeah, well, seeing whether this break is gonna make Jake turn around and do some stuff, like he might, but he what goes down Brest, but he's picked up Tunis in this as well. So he's not going to be disbanding, which leaves him a little bit awkward. Like he can try and pull back, but if the EG are coordinating against him, then he's going to have a bit of a hard time because they've got armies they can convoy in and everything. So it's going to be tough. Whether that gives David the go or not, like he's sitting on what by the end of this turn he's on 6. Depending what he builds and where he sees his movements going, I think that sort of says it because Russia is not well. Like they've got a solid line there, but it's still a bit that can happen with it. And David's got a definite target on his back as well.
I think the challenge for David Miller is the fact that France appears to be the odd person out, not Germany, which actually is going to make it a lot harder for him to make progress up into Russia, right? So his real plan is going to have to be to hold the stuff in the south and probably try to push into Italy and towards Tunis, not focus with the armies, but he's going to need to have enough to prevent those guys from advancing.
Yeah, for sure.
Does anyone think Justin should have convoyed into Brest here, or is it just me?
I think a convoy. If this was a full-fledged attack, I think a convoy would have been really nice. Plus the Fleet Liverpool build, or actually probably Fleet London build to kind of swing around. Now that France is in Tunis and can't cover the Mid-Atlantic, the convoy would have been a lot stronger.
All right, winter 1903. You also kind of wonder, Justin is kind of player that can get big eyes. So wonder if Justin is still thinking about possibly soloing.
Well, it's interesting, right, to see him build Eddie after that and not London. That's kind of interesting. I wonder, is that an olive branch? Is that just saying, he can still go to the English from north and shuffle things around, and so it can have the same effect while looking less threatening. Or it could be like, I took Brest, you took Tunis, deal with it.
Or maybe Norway wasn't actually agreed upon either.
I suspect it was, right, because Germany put him into Moscow and probably intended for him to get Belgium. Since Belgium went to Pickard, he just happened to get bounced.
Yeah, and David built an army here, not a fleet. So
yeah, exactly. So I think this is what he was doing. I think this was about trying to give maybe a sense of security, but doesn't look like Jake was buying it.
All right, so spring of 1904. Brandon, tell us what happens elsewhere on here.
We got David Miller convoying up into Romania, building an army. I guess the army builders hoping that some of the French fleets are going to turn around as well. But that gets an extra one of his units on the inland line up in there. We've got the French and Italians still coordinating over Ion. That's not going to. Yeah, they're not going to get through there anytime soon. One of them's going to have to get a build or disband or pull back a unit before anything changes there. Meanwhile, Justin's coming down into Mao, and I'm sure that's a very, very friendly move on his part against France. He doesn't need those dots. He's just coming down into the Med to help him out down there. So, but meanwhile, Justin actually gets Warsaw. So, allowing Sev just to walk straight in because he's only got the fleet there. That could put a bit of an awkward hole in there.
Yeah, that's a strange choice that they didn't put Maletsky into Warsaw. I wonder why you do it that way rather than pushing Livonia in.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd because now they've got this awkward army there that they can't actually pop really. So
they might have been worried about Moscow actually getting popped if they hadn't. Just because there were 3.
But for the 3 for Warsaw going in with double support.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And also, Maletsky hasn't played any other games this tournament, so he's probably just fine, playing second to Justin in this case. All right, let's push forward here. It's fall of 1904.
Well, yeah, David Maletsky is in Burgundy and Picardy, tries to take a jab at Paris. Jake is covering everything, but Justin just goes straight through into Western Med because he's coming down to help. Convoy is into Brest, though, so they've got an army there ready to do some shenanigans. And we look at that Russian army in Moscow grabbing that back. Is Russia getting a build from this? No, they're not. They're going down still. That's right.
I think they're even. I think they're even.
They're staying even. Okay,
staying at 3. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because Romania moves out. Yeah.
But you know who doesn't stay even is David Miller.
Well, he's only building 2, so you know.
Okay. He's getting there. But Jake actually picks up Rome as well. There's a little cycle of units there. Interesting to see what goes on there.
So does Jake gets a build here, doesn't he? Does.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. We get an army in Paris. We get a fleet in Liverpool. We get an army con and a fleet in Smyrna. All right. It's now the end of 1904. Randy's game hasn't broken yet, but he's doing okay. So if David knows anything about that game, he might think he needs to do well here. He may just think he needs to get the biggest score possible anyway, or the biggest center count possible in a 3-way draw. What does David need to do from here in order to get a big score?
Convince Justin to stab Maletsky.
Mm.
And then things can really break because Dave Maletsky is the kind of player who will react very harshly to that kind of play. And you don't know what might happen if that happens. I think that's his best chance, actually.
And Miller's been around for a while. He knows David Maletsky.
He knows David really well. So he knows that.
And if you know Dave Maletsky, that is Dave will punish bad behavior.
Yep.
And so, yep. Brandon, do you see it that way as well, or do you see another path for Dave Miller to get a big score?
Yeah, he needs Justin and David Maletsky to be fighting. Like whether they're in a position to do that, I'm not sure. Like Justin has a lot of fleets and Maletsky has a lot of armies. So even if someone were to jab something, like what's Justin going to get? Sweden. I don't see there being a good jab there at the moment, but maybe something will open up and Miller can get through to him.
Miller's gonna sell a 2-way. I mean, that's the sell, right? Like we do this really fast. We do this really fast. We have to start moving as soon as possible. We've got to get this going. You're going to be in, 2-way gets you guaranteed 3rd place in this tournament, best England. You dangle all that stuff, and I don't know if Justin bites, but it's going to sound pretty attractive.
Yeah,
is this meaningful?
Oh, and Sweden as well. There it is.
Yeah, gets into Denmark. There's the bounce in Sweden, but then he's also supporting Maletsky into Paris.
He's also supporting him into Paris. I don't know what that means. Yeah.
Well, gets him away from Belgium, right?
It does.
He retreats to Picardy. He's going to be in Picardy though. Oh, look at this.
You've got Warsaw coming to Silesia.
Huh.
West tries to go back to Mid-Atlantic, interestingly.
Huh.
Yeah, and then the 3 fleets all bouncing down around Trinidad, Naples, and Ion as well. Whether that was all particularly coordinated, but good old Andy's coming down, and he'll have a say in something as well.
Interesting that Dave Miller leaves the fleet in Greece here. You might think that would move up to Adriatic or.
You mean Albania?
Thank you, Albania on the way to Adriatic.
Yeah. And black to Smyrna. That seems like a real misorder, huh? Totally don't want to be in the Black Sea here.
Tim, I'm so sorry. I
screw that one up.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. There we go.
Oops.
Oops.
This can't be a surprise to Tim Richardson.
No.
At all. Tim's been around. All right, so now we start counting dots here, right? Tim Miller is now picking up 3. I'm sorry, Dave Miller is now picking up 3. putting him at 11.
Wow.
So now he's if he knows nothing else, he's at least improving on his round 1 score, right? Of 9 with a 3-way, if he can get to a 3-way. So the question becomes, is there a 3-way here? Are Justin and Dave Miletsky really fighting?
Yes.
Oh, was that clear from the previous? Yeah, it was.
Yes. Yes, they're clearly fighting.
Yeah, it looks like Miletsky and Jake had worked together over Brest.
Yes,
And,
you're right.
Oh yeah, and Miletsky is going to try to punish Justin for this, I would imagine, for some time. Is my guess based on how he usually handles these situations. So that's good news for David. The question is, can he eke a 3-way out of this somehow? Which I think is really going to be the difficult part.
Yeah, the worst thing would be if David Miletsky and Justin Lohr sort of stalemate. Neither one makes progress over the other, unless Dave Miller can sort of get out and help eliminate France as well. But then we're talking a different kind of game, I think. Why does Dave Miller wave here, do you think?
He forgot that he had 3.
Three's a crowd.
Yeah.
There's no way.
reason.
I mean, how could you? There's no way you wave here.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not fooling anybody, right? There's no reason to.
And even if you did, like, you wouldn't build an Ankh, you build an Con. All right. Let's move forward here. Spring
You
of
tried
19.
to build in Bulgaria, maybe. I
It was interesting. In the last turn, Matt supported Justin into Tunis as well.
What was the significance there, do you think?
Like, there could have been a bit of coordination there, but obviously Matt's not a fan of Jake at the moment. So
just punishing Jake. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So Justin went, I think up 3, down 2. Is that right? Lost. No, he went down 3, up 3, down 3, but has a rebuild from Brest being popped.
Brest getting piffed, yeah.
All right. So it's basically a no dot stab. Even a -1 dot stab because
built an
Tunis.
army. Why an army here?
I think he's probably just saying I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess.
not that it's going to matter. All right, so now we're talking Dave Miller, and yeah. So now the question, right, is okay. Can he improve enough to he knows he's improving on his round 1 score. Can he improve enough to pass the 17 that Randy is going to bank? Fall of 1906. He is getting units in position around the 2 Russian centers, picks up Venice, and getting in position to possibly get Naples. In the West, what happens? We have a convoy. Well, that's what the army was about. Convoy into Portugal.
I actually like that. I think that's pretty good. That's going to be an annoying little army to deal with.
Now we can take Spain too, I guess.
Yeah. And we have Jake Mannix retaking Brest here as well. So Jake, I think, is going to be
taking Kiel. Why is he going to Kiel here?
C dot take dot, right? It's a good strat.
Well, I think he's probably hoping that Baltic would go to Sweden and there would be a chain of bounces.
Yeah.
He does get a build out of it though. David Miller is now +2 with 1 in the bank. Will David wave? Puts down 2 armies. We now get a fleet from Justin Lohr because he has to cover north. All right. So Dave Miller is at 12. Have you guys figured out how many he needs to?
Well, he needs a 2-way. I don't think he's going to get to 17, so he needs to find some way to get a 2-way. And I don't see this crop of players being folks who are going to vote themselves out of draws. But you never know. I mean, that's what it comes down to. I think he's not going to get 17 on this board.
Now remember though, he has 3 center advantage from the solo comparison.
So he needs 16 or 15 or something like that.
He needs 14 to tie, 15 to win, to pass Randy.
So to get 15, Warsaw, Moscow, Rome, Naples is not out. Rome, Naples, 4 is not out of the 4. Is getting to 16 is not out of the question here. But can he do that and also have a 3-way, which would mean that either France or Germany need to get eliminated, in addition to obviously the remaining small powers. I don't know if France or Germany gets eliminated here. I don't see it.
I think just in the chat, Miletsky's saying the sandbox is wrong because he pulled Burgundy, not Roe.
Oh, it may be corrected in the next. Oh no, it's not.
Okay.
So, well, we'll see if that ends up.
Yeah,
being
he can get 16. It's just can he get a 3-way? I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see. We have Moscow being taken with help from Dave Miletsky.
Of course.
I mean, there's a possible one-way draw here if Dave Miletsky wants it, right?
Yes.
So, I'm sorry. We also have the taking of Naples. Venice didn't even bother tapping Rome here. He just knew that that Austria and Italy were not going to help each other out. All right, and we have Justin. Let's see. Just I think playing for position or trying to bounce out of Norway here, but loses Denmark or loses Sweden, but we'll probably retake one.
Justin and Miletsky working together to pop Picardy as well.
Oh yeah, I see. All right, so some kind of friendship is blossoming between the two of them. Fall of 1907. We have the taking of Rome and the taking of Naples.
Yeah.
And not the taking of Warsaw, but that is 1, 2, 3, which is enough to get Dave Miller to 15. Puts down these units. Can Dave Miller get a 3-way draw?
No. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
Wow. Jake voted
Mannix
himself out. Okay. Wow.
I'm going to bring Jamal and McCallus back on stage here. Jamal, you're muted. First, let's analyze this one particular game. Adam and Brandon, what are your thoughts on how Dave Miller was able to get to 15 here in a 3-way draw?
You go, Adam.
I mean, I think getting out of the gate early in the game, was obviously the first critical path, right? And as Turkey, you in the current meta, you don't always have that confidence that you can do that. He made some tricky plays early on, got a good ally in Tim Richardson in Russia, which allowed him to get out. The formation of the Western Triple on the other side of the board was really helpful in the early part of the game. But really, I think the key moment was when Justin stabbed Miletsky, which guaranteed that he was just going to be able to plow through the middle of the board. And that's what happened. And there you go.
Then you called it, Adam. You said, we asked what does David need to do to get the big result? And you said, get Justin to stab David. We don't know if David Miller actually helped engineer that, but it's certainly what happened.
And what did Justin get from it? Was that the turn where he went up 3 and down 3?
Yes.
It is, yes.
Yeah, it was a net negative -1 or net -1.
Yeah.
He built because he had a piff, but it was a net even.
Yeah. The stab was a -1 stab because because the dot that made him even on the turn was from Tunis. It wasn't a German dot. So yes, this means that I'm not sure the standings because they're not accurate, but this does mean that Dave Miller, previous 2-time winner of this tournament, came in second last year narrowly to Karthik Kanath, has become a 3-time winner of the tournament. I'm going to play an interview from that David Hood made with. Sorry, I'm losing my ability to speak. I'm playing an interview with Champion, and then I'm going to come back and get some final thoughts on this from our panel here.
David Miller, we are here in a familiar situation, which is you winning a Dixiecon. So 2025 Dixiecon champion, David Miller, what are your initial thoughts?
It was a great tournament. Really hard fought win, pushed to the brink. I think it ended up being 1 center. So big kudos to Randy. Played super well. Just had a great time. I say all the time, I love Dixiecon. I love the people. Had a really big tournament, saw a lot of old friends. So really great time.
It certainly seemed everyone was seeming to have a lot of fun. All right. Well, what was key to you winning that? Don't just say because I had one more center than Randy Lawrence hurt. Besides that, what would you what would you consider to be your key to winning the tournament this year?
I would say relationship building. So in both of the games that I scored in, there was a player on the other side of the board. And even though we didn't have direct contact, I was, Turkey and England working, talking, Austria and England working, talking. So we got to that pivotal point in the game. There was, a stab on the other side of the board, which allowed me to grow my position.
Seems reasonable. Is there anything that you'd like to make a shout out to, either a person or an event or something during the tournament that you think is particularly noteworthy? Somebody you worked with, somebody you couldn't work with? Tell us.
I would say the very first game, I had a 3-way draw with Keith and Tim, and it was a great first round. We ended on 9, 9, and 10. I think I was on 9. And I think a lot of people think you have to maximize your score in every round. But because of that situation, I think it built some goodwill for future rounds. I had some people I could work with, and everyone in the game left the game feeling good and happy. So big shout out to them. I really enjoy playing with Keith, especially that approach, the ally approach to the game. I think is usually thought of as a West Coast thing, but some of these North Carolinians also like to be alliance players.
Who knew that North Carolinians could play the game at all? Really, would be my point. All right. Well, I have a more serious question for you, which is you won this tournament in 2018. You won this tournament in 2019. Am I right?
Yes.
And then you've won here in 2025. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. What the heck happened to you in between? Why did you go so many years without winning this tournament? What's your problem?
Well, there was a pandemic in 2020 and then
Weak.
COVID in 2021.
Weak.
Don't know what happened the next 2 years. Just terrible play.
Awful. And
then Randy, who came second today, threw a solo to Karthik last year, so Karthik won. But no shade on Karthik. He played an excellent tournament, and so did Randy.
No, I'm hearing shade on Randy, so I'd like for you to follow up on this shade.
Randy's a great player. We had a really good competition this year. No shade on Randy. He's going to win a Dixiecon soon. I can feel it.
Just not this year. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, David, on a more serious note, I want to talk about an event that's coming up in January. So could you tell us a little bit about the newest entrant in the North American Diplomacy Federation circuit coming up this January?
Yes. So January 17th to 18th in Baltimore, Maryland, we're going to be hosting BlazeCon for the first time. We've got a really good room rate. It's in Harbor East, a really nice part of Baltimore. We're going to go out to Italy, Little Italy, the night before and have a group event. So please come down. It's an easy train ride from Philadelphia, New York. It's a not too bad of a flight into BWI. Prices that time of year coming into Baltimore are really inexpensive. So should be an accessible tournament. We'd love to have you there. And if you have any questions at all, you can find me on Discord or talk to me.
My understanding is that somebody has already registered to go to your event, and that is reason enough for everyone else to want to go. Do you want to talk about that for a minute?
Yes. So some guy named David Hood registered the day that it went up. So if you haven't had a chance to play with DBN legend David Hood, now's your chance. Come to BlazeCon, and you can show him how diplomacy is really played.
But I feel like I've already won because I was the very first registrant for BlazeCon in its very first year.
No one will ever beat that record. So congratulations.
Thank you for that. And more importantly, David, thank you for being a successful player that people can emulate, for somebody that's been an advocate for Dixiecon for years. And thanks for the great play that we got to see this weekend. Congratulations.
Thank you. And thank you so much for hosting. I say it all the time, my favorite event, the barbecue, the people, the everything. So thank you.
All right. Back to you guys in the studio.
Dave Miller going out on a limb and calling the tournament he's won 3 times his favorite tournament. All right, so we've heard from this now 3-time champion. Clearly has an affinity for this tournament and for this this way of playing. I'm going to ask you guys what it is, having heard from him now, what you think it is that was the sort of key to the tournament, and if for him winning the tournament, and if somebody else has gotten that said already what you want to say, then what it is about the tournament that you enjoyed watching here. Let's see, we'll just go in order on the screen. Adam, we'll start with you. What do you think was the key to Dave winning this tournament?
I think Dave said it himself. You know, his focus on relationships in the game. I've played many games with David, and he's just very calm, very collected. Whether you're fighting him or working with him, he always really does focus on that relationship, that player-to-player thing. He's not somebody who ever kind of gloats about anything if he's doing well, or he's just very reasonable under all circumstances, and really just tries to maintain just a very positive relationship regardless of whether you're fighting on the board or whatever's going on. He does it remarkably well, and his ability to do that while reading the board really, really carefully, it just makes him a great player, and he's very, very clearly on the top of his game right now.
Brandon?
Yeah, 100%. Just building off of that, like, I haven't met Dave, but like just seeing in that interview, he's got a cool, calm, collected manner. He's got a nice face. So as long as you can read the board and the people that you're playing with, you know, and stir a little shit with the others, if they can start fighting, then, you know, you can pave your way to success.
Yeah, he was careful not to take credit for any of the shenanigans on the opposite side of the board.
For sure, yeah.
McCullis?
Dixie is a unique scoring system, and David knows it. David knows how to win Dixie back to front, how to maximize your score, and he got all of the points that he needed to at the key times. I think this one will hurt for Randy. Randy had this tournament if he just took those centers in the final year instead of taking the conceded solo. That would have made the difference, and Randy would have won the tournament if instead of drawing at 16, he'd played the full turn and got the 18 that was guaranteed. That will haunt him, I think. And that was, in the end, the difference between David and Randy. Yes, David wasn't C dot, take dot, but when it came to getting the score when you needed it, David was like, no, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take the 19. I'm going to take the solo. I'm going to take everything I need to make sure I win this tournament, because he knows that, yes, how many people are in the draw matters, but how many centers is what differentiates you in that stratosphere. And that was, in the end, the difference between David and Randy.
It's a great point about the center count for the solos. It's something that I think is unique to the scoring system. I think we generally don't think about the center count mattering in a solo. And here it really did. It's hard to imagine turning down a conceded solo and saying, I want more. But in this system, that actually would have mattered. It did matter. So it's a nice point. Jamal?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, both David and Randy had amazing tournaments, and, you know, even individual amazing games where they both soloed. And I was thinking back to the difference between their solos. And I think for David, it was just this sense of, he made his moves, sure. And I think I was a little bit critical that he might have moved too early, but also at the end of the day, he got his solo because he managed to get other people to cause chaos on the other side of the board. It wasn't him with a big stick walking around saying, I'm going to take a solo now. It was him making a move, getting himself in a good position, and then just letting other people trip over themselves. And that's just, I think, in a scoring system like Dixie, in a tournament like Dixie, so relational based. It's so based on convincing other people to vote themselves in or out of things, or be part of things or not, that style of play, I think, really suits it. I think he played an excellent tournament of, you know, letting other people be the cause of their own demise and just benefiting from that, rather than causing other people to fall down himself.
Yeah, we tend to focus on sort of tactical efficiency as a really important factor in games. Partly it's because it's what we can see, right? We can see the moves. And there were plenty of moments in both of the last two games David played where he was making suboptimal moves from a tactical perspective. And what you're saying is that actually isn't the important part of his game, at least on display here. And he sort of, you like to sort of position yourself as like the sort of Zen master of diplomacy. There's a way in which, right, he's kind of just waiting for the river to the turbulence to sort of do the work for him as it naturally arises. And so apologies if I've stepped on your toes.
No, that's absolutely right. And there's actually a Zen concept I'm working a lot with at the moment around appropriate action. That the appropriate decision and choice and action just tends to happen and appear, and you often just have to wait for that. And David is a master of waiting for the appropriate time, the appropriate move to make, and suddenly it's just natural that the thing he does is to expand and get a solo. And there's that everyone can see that's just what happens there, rather than it being forced. And that lack of force is a really strong part of his game.
All right, you guys all found great stuff to say about David. Now let's have a little bit, just a final comment about the tournament as a whole before we sign off. And we'll go in order again. Adam, anything you want to say about what you've witnessed tonight, or about David's management of Dixiecon?
Well, I mean, David Hood is just one of the icons of the hobby and the greatest servants of the hobby. I mean, he's been doing this tournament for so long. We talked a lot about it at the beginning of the event, but just can't stress enough what a great event it is for the social aspects, for the quality of games, and just for people enjoying themselves. I keep hearing from him as this the broadcast has been going on, that people are still kind of hanging out there watching the broadcast together, still playing board games after the tournament's over. I mean, just goes to show like what a great time people have there, and just the camaraderie around it. So we're really grateful to have David Hood here as part of the hobby and part of the DBN family, and hopefully this will be a tournament that we're all going to forever.
And Brandon?
Yeah, no, definitely. Again, building off what Adam said there, David's doing a brilliant job, and I love his voice. It's always great to listen to. It's a good break. It's a good break from the Aussie accent. But just seeing all the players and all the events going on over there, it's really good. Being able to meet a few people in WDC as well, and see them playing here, and seeing a heap of names that I don't recognize as well. I think there was a lot of brilliant play. There were a couple of boards that, had sort of breakdowns and stuff, but that's always going to happen. And just seeing all the dynamics play out, and hear that everyone's having a great time, and, hearing about the watch parties that are going on at the same time, watching the stream straight after the tournament. It sounds like a really good vibe. And I'd love to be a part of it someday and travel over and see it.
And McCall.
Yeah, I mean, this was the 39th Dixiecon. I don't know what the second longest running tournament in diplomacy is, but I'd wager it's not even half of that. David Hood has created one hell of an event that has its own ecosystem of players that we see coming back year and year and year for this tournament and no other. It's just a testament to how great a tournament David Hood runs, and saw a lot of cool play. We saw the tournament meta this year was the AT, and lots of those. It's not the same every year, and that's interesting in and of itself. Would have loved to see some more ITs, but you can't have everything. Great tournament. Love watching it, and there's a reason that almost everyone who's gone to Dixiecon says what an amazing tournament and experience it is. It's very unique and very, very cool.
And Jamal?
Yeah, look, it seems like a really great tournament, and it seems like a really amazing weekend full of good people, good food, good games. It's a celebration of diplomacy, not just a tournament, which is wonderful. I cannot wait to see how Dixie grows and changes. I'm very, very sad that I have a slight selfish interest in Dixie being a little bit smaller next year, because it happens to be on the same weekend as World DipCon in Greece. I know that Spiros and David Hood have spoken all about all that. But yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful tournament. Like Brandon said, one of those ones where you put it on your list of ones you want to go to someday and experience it for yourself.
Yeah, can't recommend it enough. I will be in Greece next year, by the way. Not in North Carolina. We'll have to figure out. Yeah, not allowed back in the country. We'll work out the coverage next year. That's a problem for the future. Really quickly to reiterate the upcoming events, we have got Summer Classic. Please sign up. That is a virtual tournament on the VWDC server. We have the QR code in the upper right-hand corner. We have a bunch of face-to-face tournaments coming up. Go to the NADF server. The QR code is up there. We've got, oh God, help me out, Adam.
We got Regatta coming up at the end of July, and we've got Boston Massacre coming up early in August.
That's right. And then Weasel Moot in in early October, which is the North American Championship, DipCon. I believe, to answer your question, McCallus, I believe Weaselmoot is the second longest continuously running tournament in North America, possibly the world. I don't know. And this is our 19th edition.
Maletsky said in the chat that Carnage is on 26. So
Carnage. There we go. All right. So Carnage is number 2. We are number 3.
Can I just say PoppyCon is the longest running tournament on record because it did not take a break for COVID.
How long is it?
If we're talking continuous years, it was about 14 years without any kind of break.
Oh, you're talking about including face to face because we ran it contiguously.
Yeah, I was going to say Dixie did do virtuals as well. Okay. Yeah.
But appreciate
the
controversy you're stirring up, Jamal. All right. So
as a side note as well, do we have a rundown of the awards? Who got what and etc.?
We do not. It was enough to just get all of the games in the system and on air. All right. With that, I am going to thank all of you. Jamal, thank you. And Brandon, thank you from Australia. And enjoy the rest of your day because it is just afternoon there, I believe. McCallus, thank you for keeping Vampire Time from Great Britain. Adam, thank you. You now get to go to sleep at a reasonable hour from the West Coast. And I am in Chicago. I'm going to have a snack and go to bed because it is past my bedtime. Thank all of you for your hard work on this broadcast. This was not an easy one, and I appreciate all of the preparation you did and all of the work you've done and continue to do for DBN. DBN thanks you and appreciates you. We need somebody to take the Siobhan role and sign us out. I say we have Brandon do it, the newest member of DBN. Do you even know what we're talking about?
No, I got no idea. But have a good one.
All right, then. All right, McCallus, you are a former winner of Dixiecon, so take us out.
All right. Stay safe and stab well.